Hi, cutie pies. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I've missed you. Fuck! I should have known. I should have known. This is all on me. I'm so sorry. Wait. I almost got them. Wait. Oh, yes. Yes. Gather them. Gather them. Look at how many I am catching. So many. Thank you for my pal hat suit of sandpaper.
A big old nose. It has the juice. It has the juice.
I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. Woo! Thank you for my song. Terrific tinge. Wait, I must catch more. I must. Yes! Oh my god, I'm getting so good at this. I probably just jinxed it myself. Knowing. Delicious. Thank you for feeding me, lovely Lyra. And Awesome Ozzy, thank you so much for the care package. Ow. Sorry, I forgot how to swallow for a second. How are you all doing, my darlings? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, more pals! More pals. Fuck, I didn't catch those. I'm so sorry, Lyra. I'm so sorry. Please forgive. Please forgive. How are you all doing, my precious darlings? It is so incredibly good to see you. I've missed you ever so much. I can't believe it's been like 2 days. I am so fucking hyped for next week, you guys. So you know how it is with me. Unable to talk. I'm gonna catch up with you guys in just a second, but before I forget, I just want to let you guys know, you guys, it was a very, very, very slim margin, but it did happen. You guys actually voted for Luigi's Mansion for our horror stream, and you voted for a Resident Evil game for our FPS. So, I would love it if you could go and vote for the final time for one of these things. We've got Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and Resident Evil Survivor 2 Code Veronica as our Resident Evil games that you can vote for. So far, Village is very much in the lead. For our horror game, I love that you guys managed to get me to play a horror game twice. So now we've got the Luigi's Mansion horror game. We've got 1 is in the lead right now. We've got 1, 2, and 3. Pretty straightforward for that. Looks like Luigi's Mansion 1 is in the lead big time, and Village is in the lead big time for our FPS, which is also secretly a horror game. Nice try, guys. I see what you're doing. But yes, please go and vote on those things, because next week we are going to do both of those games. I need to find out where to get Luigi's Mansion 1. I think it's probably on the Switch, like the classic Nintendo eShop store thingy. Hopefully that's correct. And the other thing that I wanted to let you guys know is, yeah, next week I am taking off the whole week from my IRL job, which means I will be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. So you got 6 streams for me next week. Technically, it'll be 6 in a row, because we will be streaming on Sunday this week for our usual Persona stream, and then you'll see me Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday again. So very exciting. I'm so excited. And we're also probably going to have our community stream game night as well. So make sure that you guys keep a lookout. Oh, you passed. Sorry about that, Radish. I had one hand on my hip, and then I was like, ah! But yes, hopefully I will see you. Wait, yes! Yes! Look at me go! I got them. Yeah, it'll be a really good time next week. Make sure you keep an eye out for the schedule. We will still have most of our usual things, I think. But, ooh! Thank you for the storm. Ooh, but we will also be doing our FPS and our horror game and our community game. So I think that might actually take out all of our stream next week, but we shall see. Okay, let me catch up with you, sweetie pies. Amazing Umbra. welcome in, honey. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We get Tau for a week. I get you for a week. That's really what the benefit is. I get to see you guys for a whole week, and I am so excited. Thank you so much for being here today. A week of Tau, week of Tau, week of Tau. Huzzah! Thank you so much, Terrific Tinge. I'm so glad that you're excited. I'm so excited to see you. Beautiful band, welcome in. Radical Radish, how are you? It is so good to see you. Joyous Jet, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I really appreciate it. That is awesome. Thank you for dedication. Beautiful Baldwin wants some uppies. Yee. Good bubbling. Ozzy wants some uppies. Yee. Good Ozzy. Amazing Umbra wants some uppies. Yee. Good uppy. I mean, good Umbra. You get uppies for being good, Umbra. Cutie Cat, thank you for contributing to the Discord Movie Night Challenge, and welcome in, Cutie Cat. How are you? Jet, my goats game. Goats game? Okay. I am also hyped for next week. Me too. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so much fun. It's okay. I wanted to give you a more fair chance since I did the last one while you were drinking water. Thank you very much, lovely Lyra. I hope I did not disappoint. Lovely Lil Bit, welcome in, darling. How are you? Guys, Lil Bit is still open for nail art commissions. If you would like to go and purchase some from her, she is very accommodating and lovely, and a friend of mine. So, lovely. Lil Bit uppies for you. Yay! Good Lil Bit. How are the Kit Kats doing? Terrific Tinge, the day is going well. I actually got a lot of sleep last night. I slept for like a full 8 hours, so I get to give you all shit today if you got less than 8 hours. Don't you like how that works? I can get no sleep for like a whole week, but if I got 8 hours the night before stream, you are going down. Yeah, no, I actually slept really well last night, but I decided I wanted one of my caffeinated chocolates just because I really like them. They taste good. They taste good. And I was like, oh, you know what? Before my jog with Puppy today, I'm gonna do that because it's a gray day in Tasmania as usual. But yeah, so I have a little bit of caffeine in my system, but I'm doing great. Awesome Ozzy, get one more uppies. Good to see. Excellent, Eugene. Welcome in. How are you? Tau question. Have you ever had Mexican street corn? Because those are amazing. I have. I actually I crossed the border with relative frequency when I lived back in the States. I love Mexican food, and I love Mexican street corn. It is so good. How are you doing? Excellent, Eugene. Also, let me... I must give an attempt to my pal attack thank yous all in one breath. Okay. Thank you for the pal attack, awesome. Ozzy, thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, awesome. Ozzy, thank you for the pal attack, Cutie Cat. Thank you for the pal attack, XLUG. Thank you for the pal attack, awesome. Ozzy, thank you for the pal attack, Nick Spindle Slice, Jeff Slice. Thank you for the pal attack, Trevor Tin. Thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra. Thank you so much for the pal attack, amazing Upper. Thank you for the pal attack, wonderful Lyra. Thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra again. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Radish. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Radish. Thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra. I did it. Thank you guys so much for the pal attacks. Joyous Jimmy, how are you? Did you get rid of the song I requested earlier? Oh, probably not. Did you want me to get rid of one? But I'm doing very well, beautiful Bobbin. Thank you so much for asking. Sweetest Sandpaper Dragons, welcome in, darling. That's such a fun name. That makes me wanna like draw a picture of Sandpaper Dragons. How are you doing? Still object to the 5th job. Beautiful band. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's thank you so much, sweetheart. That is incredibly generous. Oh my god, my hair's choking me. Thank you so much, band. Holy shit. Thank you. Oh my gosh, holy crap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that's very, very kind. Thank you. Holy crap, thank you for your generosity and support. Oh. Thank you for the bleep, Umbra. Holy shit. Thank you so much, beautiful band. I normally don't tell you guys things like this, but band, your extremely generous contribution from last stream, actually, from last stream we did the same thing. Fuck, thank you so much. It actually it helped me, it let me eat, and it also let me be able to afford mortgage because I needed to pay for a very expensive specialist visit. Do you guys remember when I had that nasty surgery that took me out for like 2 weeks about 2 years ago? I had to go back and get like a checkup for that. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm gonna have to have it done again, or I need something else. Oh, Winnie, welcome in! Sorry, I'm just gonna finish this real quick and then I'm gonna welcome the lovely Raiders. But yeah, that was very expensive and I was worried I wasn't gonna be able to afford the mortgage, and you helped me, so thank you so much, beautiful band. That was a very, very tangible, very kind and very generous thing that you did. Thank you so much. Welcome in, wonderful Winnie. How are you? You guys, this is wonderful Winnie, the jester of the Shiverworks, who hath graced us with their presence. This Aussie VTuber be rigging live 2D and gaming like a true pirate. From graveyard digging to penguin adventures, their streams be a treasure trove of entertainment. Fear not the 18+ tag, for this dragon-hearted streamer welcomes all to the mechanical and fantastical realm. Welcome in, lovely. Let me welcome our lovely Raiders real quick. Bakotel. Bakotel's a great name. I love Bakotel. I also love your twin sibling, Taco Bell. Yummy. Boarding party imminent. Welcome in. You know what? We will open it up to the pirates. Hi, welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the raid. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. I'm so sorry. I just got a massive show of support and I forgot what I normally say. So beautiful. Winnie, could you please let us know, number one, how was your stream? Number two, when is your next one? And I am going to reorganize my thoughts while while I hopefully don't crash OBS. Hold on. Okay, yeah, while I show you guys this real quick.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome in, darling. It is so good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm still collecting myself. Thank you so much, beautiful band. Fuck. Winnie, sweetie pie, thank you so much for the congrats on the big dono. I really appreciate it. That was very, very generous. And it's so generous of you to share your amazing community with us. Your stream was amazing. I was working on some live 2D rigging for a client. I'll be live on Monday again. Amazing, gorgeous. What time, may I ask? You guys, if you haven't checked out the wonderful Winnie, fantastic fellow Aussie VTuber, and an amazing artist, and an amazing rigger as well, please go check her out. Such a wonderful person. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Much appreciated. To Winnie's wonderful community, welcome in, everybody. As you saw in that little intro video, hi there, I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I am also officially an Australian citizen, so despite the fact that I don't sound like it, I belong here. Today you have come in during an art stream. We have just started, so you have many hours with me, probably about 5.5 to 6 more hours. We shall see about where that lands, but I'm really excited to see you here. Today you will be spending some time requesting music. Actually, I should probably, hold on, I should probably put the, okay, there needs to be an exclamation point there. There we go. Let me just pin this real quick. We do have some guidance for what kind of music you can request, but you are more than welcome to request. Just use the song request redeem. And you also will get to vote and tell me what you would like us to work on today, which will be real good, real fun. I also am a very constructive criticism person. If you would like me to redline some of your art or give you some tips or hints or like rendering info or anatomy info or something like that, I am in no way an expert, but it is my job as an artist, so I know a little bit, and if I can help you out, I would love to. Always expect it to be very tender and loving and caring, and I will always compliment more than I critique, no matter what it is. But wonderful Winnie, I'm too kind. You are too kind. You are far too kind. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in. Some of the other stuff that we also do on Sundays, Aussie time, we are playing Persona 5 for the very first time. Please no spoilers. On Mondays, we are playing through Final Fantasy 14 for the very first time. Please no spoilers. On Tuesday nights, we are playing through Pokemon ZA for the very first time. Please no spoilers. And that's pretty much what we got going on. This coming week, I'm going to be streaming for 6 days straight. Well, not straight. 6 days, 6 sessions in a row instead of 4 streams. You were gonna get like in an 8-day period, you're gonna get like 7 streams. It'll be good. We're also gonna be playing an FPS. It looks like Resident Evil Village, which is gonna kill my heart, and Luigi's Mansion, which I will probably also be scared of. Yes. Hopefully you'll consider joining us though. And yeah, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, wonderful Winnie. You guys, Winnie is going to be streaming again on Monday, doing some more rigging then, I assume. But yeah, thank you so much for coming in, wonderful Winnie. If you need to run away and go, you know, take good care of yourself, go do stream aftercare stuff. If you need to go to sleep, or if you need to shower, or if you need to eat, or if you need to go to the bathroom, or whatever you gotta do, please make sure you do it. I promise to take the best care of your wonderful pirates, as they are now part of the pouch. Whether they are followed or not, whether they say anything or not, they are under my protection. But thank you so very much for bringing them in, lovely. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Eclipse. Hi there, excellent Eclipse. Welcome in. Amazing Umbra. Hi, sweetie. Incredibly Tommy. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm sorry. I'm scrolling once more. And then I will thank everyone who did streakies. Like if I missed anyone, I mean, I will thank anybody I missed. Because it looks like it's gonna terminate. Yeah, it's gonna terminate. I can't. Damn it! Dearest Dustin is the last person I saw here. Thank you for the lurk, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Oh, Nyx is out here with a 70 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much, darling. You are getting very close to the 100-day streak. That is incredible. Let me see here. I think it's pronounced crochet or something like that, but let me see. Buddy Holly, I will cue that one up for you. There we go. Cue that up. And Void, I will cue that one up for you, beautiful band. Thank you again, band. That was crazy. That was fucking insane. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I don't have any more rigging work left, so it's unlikely. Oh, fair enough. Well, are you gonna play a game or do some art instead, lovely Winnie? You just got home from work! Yay! Okay, or you will have to get home from work. Okay, be safe. If you're driving, please drive safe. If you're riding a bike, please ride safe. If you're riding a horse, please ride safe. If you're walking, please walk safe. We'll see you soon, amazing Umbra. I'm just here to say hello and then vanish. Oh, it's 1:25 a.m. Yes, you go sleep. You go sleep, lovely Eclipse. Thank you so much for coming in though, sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later, okay? Me and Bublin were here before stream. Oh, thank you so much for coming in even before stream started, beautiful Bublin. Awesome Aussie, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hardcore donation, my bad. It's true. Thank you so much. Luigi's Mansion is only on the Nintendo Online Store expansion pack on Switch 1 or 2. Okay, well I have a Switch too, so we'll play it on there. Nintendo Online plus Store expansion pack. I guess I'm buying that. I guess I'll buy that. I'll also need to buy Village. I'll also need to buy Resident Evil Village, based on the current based on the current trajectory of the polls. I sometimes make donations or purchases at Tau off stream. That is true. Like recently, Storm bought little Coda, a little dinosaur. A little dinosaur outfit, and it's very cute, and it's been mailed. I'm so excited to take photos of him in it. He's gonna be like, actually, this is an actual picture of Coda. Hold on. Oh, I'm a night shift worker. Me and Sleep don't get along, but I try, honey. I'm so sorry, Eclipse. Well, we will hopefully be here during your night shifts if you were able to lurk or hang out or just have us in your ears or something like that. Wonderful Winnie, thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Movie Night Challenge. Sweetest of Jazzy, welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Also, Winnie, thank you for contributing to the Game Night Challenge as well. I don't need all this appreciation. I'm just against the 5th job BS. I am also against the 5th job BS. Technically, though, unfortunately, as far as like importance for paying for the mortgage goes, it is sadly the first job. It is sadly first job BS. I have to make sure I keep the job or else I can't pay the mortgage. Tash gave me a sub and then, oh, Vash gave me a sub and then vanished before I could thank him. I'm sure Vash will be back. Hey, Jem! Hello there, lovely Hey, Jem. I've missed you. How are you? Welcome back. Blanket check. Oh, sorry. Blanket check. Cats check. Twitch stream check. Yeah! Welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? You look very cozy there. We need all the pictures. I promise I will take some pictures. And if you're lucky, I'm able to take a video where I've got the camera and Cody's just like, and I'm like, alright, I didn't do it. Coda's just gonna be like, Coda going, alright. I may still be in a buzz after the peak session. Awesome.
Have a lovely stream and day. Love your face.
Oh my gosh, that was like at the same. That was the same time. Holy shit, I was like, wait, what just popped up? Sweetest Shadow, thank you so very much for the resub. I can't believe we're approaching a whole entire year. Let's go. Thank you so much, darling. Have a lovely stream and day. Love your face. And yours, Cutie Pie. Thank you so very much for your dedication and support and generosity, darling. I really appreciate it, Sweetest Shredder. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon. And beautiful Beth, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, sweetie. Hearts for you. Thank you so much. And you are also approaching a year. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Bear. I really appreciate it, beautiful Bear. Big hugs for you. Thank you so much for your generosity, support, and dedication. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much. Let me see. I'm doing well. It's been a hell of a week, so I'm glad I got to join for a chill art stream. We had over 400 production issues? What? How do you even handle 400 production issues? That's crazy. You would think that it... What? I'm just trying to articulate and like figure out 400 production issues? If it sounds like you don't even work at like a production place like that's meant for production. That's the only way that there would be 400 production issues, surely. That's crazy. Sweetest so Jazzy, I am so proud of you for pulling through that. You're clearly a very hard worker and I'm sure that your team would be absolutely devastated without you. But shit, I'm so glad you're here to relax, Sweetie Pie. Yes, today will be a relaxing, chill art stream. Don't you worry about it. Doing good. Long day at work. Oh, fair enough, sweetheart. I'm sorry that your day was really long, but I hope that we can help you simmer down and relax. You got your cats, you got your blankets, and you got me. I'm here too. I'm gonna have a great time next weekend. What you up to, Jet? 400 production issues. I advocate fire or prayer as a support tool in such a case. Valid, Storm. I may be still in a buzz. Oh yeah, I read that one, Ozzy. I'm glad that you're still vibing. I'm glad you're still vibing. Visiting some friends in Buffalo. Very cool, Jet. Very cool. I am joking. That's okay, sweetie. Cutie Kappa! How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome. That's okay, Ozzy. You're all good, honey. Speaking of, for everyone who got to participate in the peak the Discord, or the Pouch Pals and Discord Play Peak event yesterday. Did you guys all have fun? It sounds like Ozzy had a great time. He took a clip that I thought was absolutely hilarious. I won't be showing it on stream for like privacy reasons, but that I could just tell from that like 1 minute clip, I was like, that would have been so much fun and so chaotic. You got distracted, but you're back. That's okay, lovely Lyra. We're happy to distract you back. Come back to us. Hi there, Nick, Sweet Jam Slice. How are you? It was a time. Thankfully, we were able to set up all of the hours to reprocess the following night after figuring out the fix, but oof, it was a day. I bet. It sounds like it was a day and a night, Jazzy. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that, but I'm so proud of you, honey. So proud. And now it's over. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Bad headache, but wanted to have the amazing time on my PC to lurk. I'm so happy to have you, cutie cat. I'm sorry that your headache's hurting. I'm sorry that your head is aching, sweetie pie, but thank you so much for being here nonetheless. And yeah, I really appreciate it. I hope that I can not hurt your head more. That's what I'm gonna say. You gotta join us sometime. I wish I could. I was working until 10 o'clock at night last night. So I probably, I think I've mentioned it before, but like literally the only free time that I have is when I stream. So for me to do practically anything outside of stream hours is basically impossible, because then I'm working all the rest of the entire week. This is kind of my break time, actually, is spending time with you guys. This is how I get the energy together to fucking break down the walls of all the other hours of the week. Oh yeah, big breath and a nice relaxing evening with y'all. Yay! I'm so happy to hear it, Sita Sajazzi. You didn't make my head hurt more. I am probably gonna lay in bed while listening to you, but I hope you are doing all right. As you should, cutie Kata. Please get some good rest, okay, darling? But no, that is more than okay. I hope that you enjoy your lurk. Maybe fall asleep if it helps. But we'll be here for many more hours. Potentially silly question, but did I talk about Rhea and Kadia thing in chat, or did I just think about it but not do it? I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything about Rhea and Kadia for a little bit. Lovely Laura, would you like to repeat? I'm watching on my computer for the first time. Oh, you've had it for a week. Let's go, Sweetest Face. That's awesome. How good. Well, congratulations. Welcome to the pouch on a big screen. Let's see. Move American authors, and I asked for something for you last redeem. I shall do it for next redeem. Surprise me, cutie cat. Do something folky. I like folky stuff. You're doing well. I'm happy to hear that, lovely Nix. Excellent. Now, you guys hit an absolutely incredible, I think it was 290. Which means we didn't quite make it to the 300, which means that we can do, let me think. Hold on, I actually have it on here. Yeah, it was 290. Well, 290, it was 295. It was very close. But that means, I gotta do quick maths. Okay, so 50 times 4 is 200. And then another 55. So I'm gonna let you guys vote one more time. Either we can do 5 chibi raffle, okay, or we can do a 2 waist up full style raffle and a 1 chibi raffle. So I'm gonna let you guys decide on that. Let me put the poll up for that. Our raffle should be 2x waist up. Full style plus 1. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna have to put just waist up, and then I can put plus 1x chibi, or we can do 5x chibi. There we go. Okay. You guys get, oh my god, my computer's lagging for some reason. You guys get 3 minutes for that. Please do vote. Let me know. Also, the truest treasure. Let me see. All right, that is queued up for you, Sweetest Storm. How was the art? We are going to get into it shortly, Sweetest Shadow. I'm gonna let you guys vote on what we work on today. The shadows, they change? Whoa, what shadows do you mean? You mean on my model? Yeah, my model mom is amazing. She did a great job on me. It's a minor thing. I'm just happy because I got to read them to someone and got a new fan of them. This girl I was talking to wanted to hear some of my stuff, so I read her those. Oh, a new fan. That's basically it. That's awesome, lovely Lyra. Congratulations. Well, they are wonderful characters, and you're an amazing, amazing writer. So I'm not surprised you have more fans. Fucking democracy again.
They made the same icon in real life.
Oh, fuck, they sure did. Thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. So to say, it's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I like the times 10. That's very funny. Welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? Amazing Aster, welcome in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let me see here. Oh, Sarah by the Dorina Harvey Band. You've got it, huh? I'll cue that up for you. We have a lot of music, so don't be surprised if you don't hear the stuff you're requesting for another few hours, but it is going on there. There is a clasp on your cloak and it's a moon. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. There's a lot of little things about my model that I designed to pay homage to either Tasmania or like myself or the place that I'm from in the US, things like that. I'm glad you like it. Have you caught up with all the streaks? I think so. I'll just do a quick once over. Please do vote, you guys. You got 1 minute to vote in the raffle, how we're gonna do the raffle. It looks like we have 3 people who want the 2 bust up. Sorry, the 2 waist up and 1 chibi, but we have 7 people who want the 5x chibis. So, let me see. Have I? Okay, we got Jet. I think I probably got everybody. Did I say thank you to Tinge for the 3 stream streak? Very much, sweetie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I definitely got Nix's. Excellent, Eugene. Did I get your 3 stream? Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, darling. Amazing, Umbra. I think that I... Did I not thank you? Umbra! Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate it, darling. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Oh, I did not catch Aussie's insane 200. Holy shit. 265? 265 stream streak. That is insane. Thank you so much, Aussie. I'm so sorry. Can't believe that I did. Sorry, it was because it was like near the beginning and I was doing the classic task roll. 265 streams. Thank you so much, sweetheart. That is absolutely mind-boggling. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much for your amazing dedication. It means the world. Thank you very, 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 very much, awesome Aussie. Do you, don't you is queued up for you, sweetest Sir Jazzy as well. Let me cue that up. There we go. Not to mention, sometimes on mobile, have to lower the quality to not lag. Oh, I'm so glad you don't have to do that anymore since you have a desktop now. That's good. That's very good. To pay homage to myself. Hold on, I'm adding this to my How to Spot a Narcissist guidebook. Did I say that? Did I say that? Probably did. I don't remember the things I say. Oh, Alec! Hello there, amazing Alec. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we are doing five JBs. Amazing. I'm so excited. Excellent. All right. Well, in that case, let's do our raffle, and then we will do another poll on what we work on today. I love being able to blame you guys. If someone comes in and they're like, why are you working on this? I could be like, oh, the pals decided. And then just cross the fingies. Cross the fingies. Give me a second. I'm just gonna put this over there. Okay. All right, cutie pies. Let me pull this up and we'll head over here. Hi, guess where we are? All right, we have 5 chibis to do. Since Strat is not here, I will have to write them down. But I'm gonna just put 1. No, actually it's fine. I'll write it. I'll write it. It'll be fine. All right, cutie pies. So, as per usual, you guys blew the goal out of the water. So today we are doing 5 chibi raffles. Typically do 1 for every 50 gifted subs, and you guys owned it. So, Precious Politely, how are you, you, gorgeous. It's so good to see you. Getting to wake up and feel Tao. Do you feel me in your ears? Did you sleep well, darling? It's so good to see you. The wheel doesn't look brown this time. it's not as muddy. All right, let's see. 1 out of 5 is. Is that band? I can't tell. I think that says band. Band! Band, you get another chibi! Because I think you got one last week, didn't you? Band. Okay, that's 1. And 2. Falling into the twirly rainbow abyss. Exactly. Another chibi from the chibi god. Trout Rage has got one as well. We'll have to let them know the next time we're in here because I'm not sure. Oh no, they are in the Discord. We'll have to let them know. Thank you so much. That wheel is rigged, people. I've cheated. Beautiful man. I don't think you cheated. I think you definitely contributed plenty. Oh, storm! All right, we got a sweet storm in the mix. Another one. I need to add that to your another one. Okay, that's 3. We have 2 more. 2 more. Storm. I mean, if you don't want it, I can re-roll it if you want, but... Umbra! Umbra, you got another one! Umbra. 672. Awesome. Okay, last one, baby. Oh! Umbra, do you see how much removing your name just went... We need we need a conversation on conversion. On conversion? What do you mean? Fire and rain. Sure, kitty cat. I will let you do that. Let's see. Queued that up for you, Dawn. Thank you so much. I can read the names now. I know, right? All right, last one. Our 5th and final chibi is... 4. Lav is gonna be thrilled. Lav is gonna be thrilled. Her goal, she was like, in order for my plan to take effect, I need another chibi, and she just got it, baby. She just got it. Let's go. Excellent, excellent, awesome. Okay, well, that's all of them. Lav cheated too. So, for those of you who need the quick reminder, Band, Troutrageous, Storm, Umbra, Lav, you all won a chibi. Please note, there is no hurry on it. These don't expire. So if you message me in like months or something, then I will, and you're like, hey, I won this raffle, then I'll be like, okay, I'll drop for you. Okay. On that note, let's maybe we can go on an early break so that I can. Let me go. Actually, I'll make a message everybody. Hey, let's talk. Let's just talk while I do this. Normally, Strat does this, but since he's not here, I'm gonna do it. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, so for Storm. Hold on, I am just going to do this. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I give you another chibi on this one. Okay, that's a Storm. I had no clue I was on the wheel. Yeah, you were. Anyone, even if you just resub, or do a first time sub, or do a prime sub, whatever it is, if you have gifted a sub or have, or if you have subbed yourself or whatever, you go on the wheel. Umbra, you get another chibi for you. I'm so sorry, Umbra, I haven't actually read what you said there, but I promise I will. So that's Umbra. I'm just making sure that everybody is taken care of here. Band, beautiful Band. Band, are you in the Discord? Have I talked to you in DMs? I know that I've got Lav. You won your next chibi. That one's for Lav. Okay, I just gotta send it to Troutrageous. I would like to donate mine to someone who really, really wants it. Do we have someone who has been trying to win one for a while? Oh, Band, that's really sweet of you, hun. I don't know. I mean, I think there are a few people who have kind of been like, oh, I wish that I could contribute. But aw, you're gonna give it to Jet? Sweetheart, that's so sweet. Can Jet take one? Yeah, Band, if you would like Jet to have one of yours, you can give it away if you want. That's fine. That's really sweet of you, darling. Oh, beautiful Band. That's such a sweet thing to do. Thank you for that. All right, let me go find Jet, and I will message Jet, and that way I can say let me see here. You got a chibi courtesy of Band. There we go. Okay, so that's for you. And then I need to get Troutrageous, and that's the last one that I need to do. So give me just a second. Perfect. I hope you get unbanned from the chat is really funny. Hi, sweetheart. You just won a chibi in our weekly raffle. I can't fucking type, dude. Oh my god. Okay, that's okay. It barely is English, but I kind of spoke English there. Thank you so much, hon. That's really, really sweet. Impossible task, my friend. All right, cutie pies. We've got a few things that we can work on. Actually, maybe I'll let you out. Don't mind me. I'm just an idiot. Hold on. Okay. I have a few things that you guys can vote on, but I'm going to show you what they are first. I'm gonna put another poll up to see how the volume is. Oh, I think someone just gifted this up. Hold on a second, or resubbed maybe. Music volume. Hold on, I'm just putting this poll up. Too loud, too soft, or perfect. All right, you guys, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes for that while I pull these things up. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Ozzy. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the magnificent Effie on her VR channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you very much for your generosity, support, kindness, and just general sweetness to our fellow pal. Thank you, lovely. Thank you. Hi there, Terrific Talon. Welcome in. Magnificent Majenka. Hi, sweetie. How are you? The gang says hi. We're hanging out at Fulcrum's. Let's fucking go. Hi, gang. How are you doing? You guys, Matches over here, for those of you who haven't gotten to see her, because she hasn't been in for a few months, but she collabed with myself and X and Snivy and Ghosty and Storm for our D&D game a couple of months ago, and she is my best IRL friend for like decades. So let's all say a very warm hello to Matches. She is also among my friends, my other IRL friends that have been my friends for decades. So please say hello. Yeah, welcome in, sweetheart. How is the hangout going? Please, everybody, if you're hanging out at Fulcrum's, give the puppies a pet for me. Okay. Let me put this on the screen real quick. Hold on. All right, great. All right, and then I'm gonna put a poll up for you guys to decide what we're working on. Okay. We can continue working on what we've been working on, which still won't be done in time for our horror stream next week. Thanks so much for that, guys. But we do have our horror starting soon screen that we can continue working on. Probably still won't get to the animation portion today, but we can potentially get done with our flats, maybe. There's a lot of layers on this bad boy. So when I put horror starting soon, that's going to be what this is, okay? We can also work on somebody's chibi if you want to. I don't know if anyone's got any ideas of what they want, but Yuki, we love Yuki in the chat. Yuki has actually commissioned me for a reference sheet. And so we can work on that today. These are the two outfits. I'm still waiting for her to let me know which one she likes, but this is for her. So this will be the Yuki ref, and hi, motherfucker! Hi, Radical Ragna, welcome in, how are you? So that's the Yuki ref. We also can work on... Oh, you know what else we can work on? Seti's not here at the moment, but I'm trying to get our outfit ready for my... Oh, geez, thank you for the hype train, guys. I don't know where that came from. Thank you so much. Ah! Thank you for the goat scream matches. Next Friday's art stream is going to be Friday the 13th. Sick. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Ozzy. Yes, so for those of you who remember, last year when I went overseas, we did once more, yet another costume contest. This is a tavern wench Tau costume.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely matches. Yeah, so this will be Tavern Wench Tau. Okay, that's what I'll put on the poll. This is actually a design from our beloved Sedu, our art historian. This is his work. This is his entry that you guys voted on, and he won. So we can work on that if you like that outfit. So far it's just in the sketch phase, but yeah. Tau can serve me anytime. Don't mind if I do. Luigi's Mansion isn't really horror, kind of more Halloween funhouse. I guarantee you I will still be spooked. I will still probably scream. Thank you, Matches. Much appreciated, dearest Dustin. Tag walls. I'll cue that up for you, honey bun. All right, cue that up. Excellent. Okay, and then I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we could work on. Let me go have a quick look. Oh, we could work on our Geralt outfit instead. We are well progressed within the line art phase. So this is the Geralt outfit. Okay, so we've started this one. Sent you a chibi idea. It's my main OC. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that'll be, if you guys vote on a chibi, we will put Jet's chibi on there and any other chibis that you guys want. Okay. I read that song request as a command. Nothing. I will never command you to do anything, sweetest Jazzy. You are far too lovely and far too kind for me to ever command you to do anything. All right. I think that's probably it. I think that might be all of our options for today. Let me put that poll up. Girl, you have more whips than I do? Oh, you have no idea, Space. There are some that I can't put up because the client has asked not to. Ah! Sorry, I've got the poll pulled up. I can't see who just screamed at me, but I respond with the equally abrasive scream. What to work on today? So we've got chibis, which you guys can choose later. We've got horror starting soon. We've got... I can't fucking type, bruh! Okay. We've got... Yuki Ref, we've got Geralt's outfit, and we've got Sedu, actually we'll say Sedu Tavern outfit. Okay, guys, there you go. That is, that last one, oh, that was a Fulcrumian, yeah, Fulcrumian, yeah. Fulcrum, I'm calling you Fulcrumian now. Thank you very much, Fulcrum, I appreciate the, goat scream. Outstanding Obtuse, how are you, sweetie? Thank you so much for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge. I really appreciate it. Welcome on in. My day is going great, especially now that you're here. How are you doing? Yay! Is right. All right, sweeties. So you guys, for those of you who are new here, or to my beloved real life old time friends, if you haven't spent much time here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you do not wish to subscribe or you cannot afford to, you do not need to, in order to not miss. Okay, we're having another raffle next week. Holy shit! Oh my fucking god, sweetheart! You're just collecting these chibis at this point, darling. Holy fuck, sweetheart! Okay, sorry guys, wait, we gotta count. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One, remember to vote in both. Okay, hold on, I forgot English. Remember to please vote in the poll. Okay, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, I had to think about that. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and a huge resounding 50. Thank you so much, amazing Umbra. That is insane. Thank you ever so much, darling, for the unbelievable, breathtaking, fucking astounding generosity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Holy hell, a level 9 hype train from that. Ah! Far out. Oh my god. You guys, that is crazy. Thank you so much. Sweetest Solar, welcome in. I'm sorry, I'm just a little lightheaded. That's crazy, darling. Thank you so much for that. Never changed how? I couldn't if I wanted to. I couldn't if I wanted to. I'm glad you guys like me as I am. There might be a problem if you didn't. Also, Radical Riot, I am so sorry. I missed the Pat. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honey Bunny. And thank you for my pal hat, sweetest space. 47 viewers, 50 gifts. This is not how we grow the motherfucking pouch. I don't know. I think that is how we grow the motherfucking pouch. Thank you for the care package, Nix, Matos, Celeste. Holy crap. Oh my god, Umbra, that is... Thank you so much, honey. That is so fucking generous. You guys, the poll ends in 1 minute. Please do vote. It looks like, ooh, it's really close between the horror starting soon screen and the Sedu Tavern outfit. Let me give you guys a quick, hopefully I can get this, I can show you this before it ends. Here's the horror starting soon screen, and here is the Sedu Tavern outfit. Right here. So those are the two that are like neck and neck. Oh, Sedu Tavern outfit is outranking horror starting soon screen by 2 votes. Does anybody want to bring the horror starting soon screen back up? Sedu Tavern outfit's at 8. What have we got? Have we got anyone who wants to boost the horror starting soon screen up? We got 30 seconds left on the clock. Just returned from work and saw a hype train. Had to send it. Umbra, you fucking sure did, sweetheart. Thank you so much. To the fucking moon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, darling. That is unbelievably generous of you. Holy shit. Thank you, sweetie. Remember, you now have 2 cheapies. You have the one that I'm already working on, and now you got another one. So it's just a tiny little way to give back some of that incredible generosity that you've just shown again. Thank you so much. Joyce JT, welcome in. How are you? Sedu Tavern outfit it is. Okay. I'm down for that. I think this is going to be really cute when it's all done. All right, darlings. We got to go on a very quick break. Actually, our hype train's only gonna go for another 30 seconds or so. Pals! Oh, fuck! Ah! I'm sorry, Matches. I somehow did not hear it until it was too late. I'm catching the spirit, pals. The spirit, pals. I'll let that hype train run out, and then we'll go on a quick break. Holy shit. Thank you so much for, like, single-handedly propelling that to level 9. Amazing, Umbra. Oh! Yes! No! Fuck! I didn't catch any. Fantastic. Thank you for the pal attack. Thank you guys once more for the 51 sub gifts, the level 9 hype train. Absolutely amazing. Okay, we're gonna go on that quick break. It's only 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you very much. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you very soon when we will be working on our Sedu Tavern outfit. Mwah. Mom sound, you sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care back. Rawr. Oh, cute. Rawr. 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 Dinosaur. Rawr. Oh, they're so cute. pallet tack, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Oh! Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. Never ever. Sorry, that's just a really fun sound. Oh? And standees and clothes and desk mats. You could write off the car as a business expense though. I don't know if I could write off the whole car, but definitely the wrap job, yeah. Y'all thought I'd forgot about the whipper. The whipper!
I would go for your butt,
Hello,
probably.
motherfucker.
I would go for your butt. Definitely lovely little bit. Hello there, wonderful nobody. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, we're stuck. No! No, I'm invisible. It seems you've been detected. No, not me. Not me, certainly not. Long live TauTassieTiger, the one true Vtuber. That's right. You tell all the other Vtubers that save them. All better. What did you say? I hope someone clipped that. Hashtag evidence. No, the bell would never betray me. Would you? And fishy. Now big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's Jesus Christ. So sorry. That was so creepy. Boom.
Off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. Welcome back. How are you? Good to see you again. I missed you lots. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Abby's for you. Yee, good Aussie. Sweetest so Jassy. Welcome back, darling. How are you? Nix, Matos, Slash Jam Slice. Abby's for you. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back. Sweetest so Jazzy. Amazing Umbra. Politely. Precious Politely. Welcome back, darling. It's good to see you. Sweetest Shadow. Welcome back. Amazing Umbra gets uppies too. Yee. Good Umbra. All right, you guys, let's get started on our this reference sheet. Let's do that. Dearest Dustin, welcome back, sweetie pie. Ro, hello, Radical Ro. How are you? Terrific Tiger. Is this a new outfit? It sure is. It is one that the magnificent Sedu, our local art historian, made, and it was voted on in our contest last year, a whole year ago. Excellent work on the boss, you guys. Well done defeating it. Yeah, and so I just need to re-illustrate it from like all the different angles so that my 3D artist can create it, you know? Hello! Hello! Hi, lovely love! Did it make it through to you that you have just won a chibi? A second chibi? Sweetest Sucku! How are you, sweetie? Beautiful band. Welcome back. It's good to see you again, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming back to us. You're fluffing kidding me. I'm not fluffing kidding you, but even if you did sleep in, you still win a chibi. You did. You got your 2 chibis. Can we bring your idea to life now? May I have that reference? No reason. No reason at all. Radical Ro, would you like this reference sheet once it's all done? I would be happy to provide it. Did you sleep well, though, lovely love? Yes? Okay, I will do that for you, sweetest Ro. You guys, if you haven't seen the magnificent Ro, give me just a second. I need to make sure I don't, like, fucking dox myself, but, okay, hold on. let me show you guys. I think a lot of you have seen this, but some of you may not have. Ro is a really tremendously talented artist who has done some really amazing things, but because I'm a fucking narcissist of some kind, I guess I'm just going to show you the thing that she did for me. It is actually really amazing. Hold on one second. I don't know how to parse anything out. I don't know where any of my shit is. Bear with me, 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 bear with me. Hold on, we're almost there. I'm just looking through the, yes, there it is. Okay, let me show you guys this. It's amazing. Look at this. Look at this. This is Ro's artwork, you guys. We fucking love Ro in the chat. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. And you did make it in time for your request from last week. See, Lab, it's not that bad to sleep in. But yeah, this is, thank you for the lurk, lovely little bit. I really appreciate it. But yeah, this is beautiful Ro artwork. She literally rated in one day and I was like, oh, art tax? And she was like, yeah, sure, here. And she sent me this and I was like, okay, I didn't sneeze, but I was like, oh, she set me up. I walked right into that one. Whoa, that's awesome. Hi, Fabulous Farno, welcome in. Lost my streak somehow, but that's okay. I'll get it back and get more streaks. Thank you for the blessing, Fabulous Farno, and thank you so much for the uppies as well. Don't worry about losing your streak, sweetheart. We always just love having you here, regardless of how many streaks you've got. Thank you so much, though. This is so beautiful. I absolutely love this piece. So gorgeous. Look at this adorable, sultry glance. I wish I was capable of being so sexy. Thank you so much for that, though. It's so pretty. I have $15 to spend on a game. Should I get Stardew or full Tiny Glade? The only thing is Stardew is multiplayer. I like Tiny Glade more than Stardew, but that's because I don't have a lot of time to spend on things. If you have a lot of time to spend on a game, probably Stardew will be more fulfilling. You are already that sexy. Oh, Ro. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. No wish needed, Tau. I don't know. I don't think when people think of sexy VTuber that they think of TauTassieTiger. Tau has aura. What color is my aura? I feel like it's like probably piss colored. Yellow, perhaps. Or should I say pineapple? Pineapple's probably more flattering than piss colored, huh? The tavern is called Tassie's Tavern. That's right. That's true. It is gorgeous work. It is, isn't it? So pretty. Yellow and blue, like your eyes. Oh, corn colored. Why didn't I think of that? That's actually better than pineapple or piss. Any color goes with khaki. Politely, you are correct about that. That is actually very accurate. Okay. Let's see here. You know what I might actually do, because as you can see, I was working on this off stream. I think it might be best if I start working on the, obviously I still have to do all of the work on the side views, but I think we might actually ink and start working on the front views, just because I think that's probably more entertaining than just watching me work on this. You're the sexiest VTuber I follow. I think I'm flattered. It's not really the name in the game of the channel or the vibe or anything, but I don't know. I mean, I suppose there are just like sometimes there are, people or characters that you're like, oh yeah, there's nothing that you inherently do that's sexy. I just think that you're hot. I just counted my subscription. I have 18 and all but 3 are gifted. People are too nice in this world. Beautiful band. You join that club of very kind people and we're very grateful for it. I'm going to use the same reference I've sent to Sedu, but I've requested a couple tweaks to be made. The only thing I will ask you to change is to make it more chibi. They will both be different, though. Okay, I'm not going to ask you to draw the exact same thing that Sedu is drawing. Okay, all good, lovely laugh. It is the color you suggested, but it also has some of your dark red streaks mixed in. This aura is called Please See a Doctor. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. That's why I put it in quotes, in quoting the other pals. Aha, I see, I see. Hey, Tommy, welcome back, sweetheart. How are you? It's good to see you again. Oh, sweet as
Closing on 3 years. We better start prepping for the anniversary.
We better start prepping for the anniversary. Sweetest Star, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for 33 months. That is crazy. Imagine the determination and the patience that one has to have to not only be subscribed to me for 33 months, but also to be my mod, and also to be my manager, and also to be my friend. Man, that's a lot of patience. Thank you so much, Sweetest Strat. I really do appreciate it. Hello, motherfucker. How are you, lovely lady? Great to see you. Thank you for pinching my nose. Rough sketch phases are going brrr. I do love rough sketch phases. They always feel really lively. Even on something that's kind of kind of sedentary. Is that the right word? Sedentary, like this. I am fine, and finally have internet. Let's go, Strat. You have the power. Although, Strat, I do feel really bad for you because first it was your computer and then it was your internet, and that's rough. Thank you for the care package, Asamazia. Strat is the king of staying locked in. He is. He is indeed. Your aura is like a mauve that leans more purple. Ooh, I like that, Space. Is there a meaning to having a mauve that leans more purple aura? Tau, I've been writing such unfair death battle matchups on the fandom wiki. Fanon, Skeletor versus Shredder, Yukimoto versus Ryuga, Maxwell from Scribblenauts versus Momo Yorozu. I hope you're having fun with it, though. It's going all right. Just taking a break from drawing. Fair enough, lovely lady. Sometimes it's good to take a little break. Is this something that's close to your register for singing? This song? I think it probably is, hun. I actually do like a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot of, I have an Oh Wonder song that I really like called Technicolor Beat. In fact, I'll cue that one up. I really, really like Oh Wonder. I find them very relaxing. Because I'm the boss, I get to, I'm gonna put Technicolor Beat on there. I actually have three I have 3 versions of Technicolor Beat somehow in my playlist. Hazy! Hi there, Exceptional Hazy. How are you doing, hon? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How have your Pokemonings been? Just want to say again, everyone that took part yesterday in Peak, thank you. Seriously, that's the most fun I've had in a while. That's great to hear, Awesome Ozzy. I would love to hear some tales from the Peak, but I've never actually played it. Okay, we have a freeze. Hold on. I've never actually played Peak, so I don't actually know what the, excuse me? I don't actually know what the, like you guys will probably tell me something and I'll be like, ha, that sounds funny. I don't know what that means. Hi, Cutie Hazy. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? What did you do most recently in the world of the Pokemans? Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Cutie Cyber. Welcome in. How are you? It's great to see you. That was fun. Kind of wish the first one had went well. The first one? What do you mean, Swedish Shadow? Were we just talking about this and then I'm going to be like, oh shit, sorry. Yeah, we were talking about it. It's best to go in blind. More fun to play that way. That's fair. That is fair. Oh, I also need to resize. Oh, actually 14. Jesus, 14. That's fine. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay. Let's do some line art. That's very thick. I want to play Peak with the community. Can we do a Peak night? Beautiful band. They actually already did one, but I think they're having another one on Saturday. If you just join the Discord, if you're not already in there, which I think you are, but if you're not, go ahead and join. They're going to be hosting another one. I think Strat will be on Saturday. Good start here, being a Tau stream. Aw, Cutie Hazy, I'm so grateful. Did you sleep well, hun? Did you have a really late night? Hazy, are you one of those Aussies that needs a coffee to get started in the morning? Cursed, how are you, Cutie Cursed? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to send you my idea right now so I don't forget. Please do, Lovely Laugh. Please do. Oh, you're referring to last night for Peak. I got you. I'm doing mostly good. I did a dumb thing at work, which resulted in a delay by over 1 hour. My bad. Cutie Cyber, I'm sure that it was a mistake that many people would have made. I certainly would have. I don't even know what it was, but I bet you I would have definitely made that mistake. Do you want to tell us what happened, or do you want to just kind of keep it hush hush? Very late, but all good now. Were you streaming last night, darling? Also, I'm just gonna switch our stream info real quick. Hold on. I love this song. Oh, you watched the direct as well? Did you watch it on stream, Hazy? Tell me if is there anything that I should know about from the direct? Was it a surprise direct? I thought I saw someone say it was not expected, or maybe they just didn't expect it. I'm not sure. I wasn't organized. I watched after I hopped offline. That's so fair. How many Pokemon did you catch last night? Lovely Hazy. I'm in Discord, but I can't see any channels. Ban, did you carefully read the rules? Because there's a keyword, and if you don't put it into your verification message, then we will not let you in. It was okay. I'd say it wasn't breathtaking. Got 5 last night, 4 new ones. Which ones did you get, Hazy? You guys, in case you haven't come in during our Pokemon streams, Hazy is a genuine Pokemon master. So much of one that he was like, you know what? I've caught all the other Pokemon and I know all the type matchups and I could like do this in my sleep. But I'm going to make this harder myself and I'm going to complete a shiny dex. So that's what he does. He's a lovely Aussie streamer who does lots and lots of shiny hunting, and he's very, very sweet. Please do check him out if you're into Pokemon in any capacity. He's always willing to have a little chat, and yeah, he's a delight. Did you get the dedicated song request from me? Which one are you looking for? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm so sorry. We run as one. I did not see that. I'll cue that up right now. Thanks for checking, Sweet Storm. I appreciate it. I didn't get that right. No, I didn't. Okay. Trico, Grovyle, Clauncher, and Alpha Clawitzer. A shiny Alpha Clawitzer? Very impressive. Very impressive, Hazy. That's incredible. Yeah, shiny hunting. Yeah, exactly. Trico, Grovyle, Clauncher, and Alpha Clawitzer. Wow, good job, Cutie Hazy. I'm very impressed. Excellent work. Precious Politely, Alpha Tau. This is what Alpha Tau looks like. Be back in a bit. Gotta go get breakfast. All good, darling. All good. I cut my hand. Oh, fuck. Cyber. From my knuckle past my wrist, and bleeding in a bakery is already a no-no. So bleeding in the mixer is a big no-no. Blood on the batch, which was enough to make at least 180 to 200 rolls. So it had to get tossed out, and a mixer needed to to be taken outside for a deep clean. Cyber, can I ask how you sliced yourself up that badly? I hope you went and got, that sounds like a stitches type of injury, no? Alpha Tau sounds nice. Would you catch me? I wonder what a shiny Tau would look like. Would shiny Tau have like blue skin, white hair, blue highlights, maybe a pink Waratah? We should work on making a shiny Tau. Do I Want to Know is a great song, Ozzy. I'll cue that up for you right now. There you go. Cue that up. Gorgeous Gundam, welcome in. How are you? It's great to see you. I'd catch you in a lure ball if that's the case. I would be so easy to catch in a lure ball. The lure ball. There's some corn in here. Boop. Hazy, I feel like you'd be a great Pokemon master. I will join your team. What typing would I be? I feel like with the hair and the red, maybe it'd be like a dark fighting? What do you think? Shiny Tau would be a dark red. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Hi, Little Mac. How are you? How is the carpet in your house doing? Well, I don't have a lot of carpet, so the places where we do have carpet is good. With cord in hand, yeah. Would Alpha Tau be a mythical Pokemon since she's the last Tasmanian Tiger? Good point. Dark fighting was what I was thinking. Amazing. Okay, Hazy and I have the same concept of this, and since he's a Pokemon master and I am a Pokemon peasant, I think I would be dark fighting. I am dark fighting. Let's go. I think that would be that's a good typing, right? Dark fighting, is that a reasonable typing? Are there any Pokemon that are dark fighting? Surely in 850 or however many there are there's one. We had a song on the radio, so I was bopping along to the song. Oh, and to pull the dough out of that mixer, you need to reach in and scoop with one hand and then cut underneath with the other. Basically, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Cyber. Oh my gosh, hun. I hope you're okay. Did you get the cut all cleaned and stitched up and stuff? You'll have a pretty cool looking scar probably, right? I can't recall if this was my request or not, the Who is on my playlist. I think this is actually a Patricia one, if I remember correctly. I already put dark fighting in lore a bit ago. Oh, well, there you go, Nix. Okay, maybe that's where I'm getting the idea. I just figure, like, design-wise, I'm dark fighting looking. Ooh, we're reading a recipe. All right, we can do that. 45. Ugh. Sorry, just had to grab it. Tau would get distracted as a Pokemon. Ooh, shiny. Oh, wait, that's me. Ooh, shiny. Oh, wait, that's me again. Probably true. Oh, Scrafty line is dark fighting, but I'm more thinking ghost fighting since you're channeling the spirit of extinct animals. That's also a good point. Oh, that's a good point, Shadow. I do like the delve into the lore there. It was my offhand, so it could have been worse, I guess. Oh, Cyber, I'm so sorry, hun. I wish that I could, I don't know, wrap up your wound. That sounds terrible, darling. Wild Thing by X, I will cue that up for you. Outstanding Obtuse. Well, sweetie, please take your time and relax. And if you need to like not type or something, Cyber, you know we just love having you here, even if it's through lurking. Yeah, we have a lot of music from last week, Little Mac. Okay. Sorry, Sako and I disappeared for a second. We're on FF14 doing dailies. That's okay, Amazing Ro. All good. What dailies are you up to? Okay, 45. Let me see here. That's 50. Okay, 45. 45. We have deviled eggs. Johan stopped by the Forgotten Night in Ishgard when I spotted a familiar face. A tall, silver-haired Al-Ra, clad in dark, spiky armor. I remember some Moogle friends embarrassing him a while back, so I wanted to offer an apology. I ordered some deviled eggs and brought them to his table, but the look he gave me made me too frightened to speak. Kupo! I only got a couple words out before I flew right out of there. What a dark, brooding night. Difficulty? Easy. Prep time? 10 minutes. Cook time? 20 minutes. Yield? 12 deviled eggs. Dietary notes? Fish. Equipment. We need a medium pot with a lid and a medium bowl. We need 6 eggs, 3 tablespoons or 40 grams of mayo, 1 tablespoon or 20 grams of mustard, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of fish sauce, 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of fresh parsley, minced, salt, pepper, paprika, and sardines, but those are optional. Firstly, place the eggs in a medium pot and fill it with enough water to cover them completely. Cover with a lid and set the pot over medium-high heat. Bring to a boil for 7 minutes. Secondly, remove the pot from the heat and place under cold running water. Transfer the eggs to the ice bath and let them sit for 3 minutes. Number 3, we should carefully peel the shell from the eggs and then cut them in half. Place the egg yolks in a bowl with the mayo, mustard, and fish sauce. Add the lemon juice and fresh parsley. Flavor with salt and pepper to your liking. Our final step is to fill each of the egg whites with the egg yolk mixture. Garnish with paprika. For an extra fishy kick, top them with sardines. I've never heard of sardines on deviled eggs, but I won't knock it till I try it. Corn by the cast of Shucked. I'll cue that one up for you, Little Mac. Thank you so much for the request, lovely Storm. I appreciate it. Also, Cutie Koi, welcome in. Thank you so much for contributing to the movie night and the community game night. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good news is that it was on a Thursday. Bad news is that it was on a Thursday. Thursdays and Fridays are our busiest days of the week. That's bad news. But it means that we have more hands on deck, which is good news. That is good news overall, but I'm mostly just concerned about your injury, sweetest Cyber. Trials, normal raids, heavyweight stuff. Extreme. Extreme. Hi, Cutie Koi. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Doing good. I'm happy to hear that, Cutie Koi. Very happy to hear that. Oh, I see. Hold on. It'll be fine. Taken off production line until it's completely healed, so now I'm up front again, dealing with people. Yay. Oh, Cyber, I'm sorry, hun. I'm very sorry. Hopefully you don't have anyone who's being too disrespectful or anything. I sent you my idea, Tao. Look at that whenever you get the chance. No rush, but it would be helpful if you check soon, because the message I pinned may not load. Oh, good, lovely lab. I'll check on our next break. Did you like the story of Lucien Almonte? Finally, some lore for my OCs. Yeah, it's very interesting, Jet. Very interesting indeed. I don't know if you saw my post in Discord about it, but you know about a Costco potentially opening up in Hobart? I have heard something about that. I don't know if it's going to happen because they've been expressing interest in that for a while, but I haven't actually seen any real developments on it. It would be nice though. That would be cool. A Costco anywhere in the state would be really nice. Someone say lore! Jet is talking about one of his OC's lore. Last I heard is they're showing interest. Yeah, I think I heard about it a few months ago, but I haven't heard much else since then, but that would be really nice. I would love to get like an IKEA out here. I'd love to get like a Costco out here. I'd like to get, there's actually quite a few things I'd like to, I want to get Guzman and Gomez out here just so that I can give my authentic thoughts, because everyone's like, oh, Tao, you gotta try Guzman y Gomez. It's the most authentic, like, Mexican food that we got. And I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound great to me. Doesn't sound likely. IKEA would probably be fantastic. It'd be fantastic. I would love a freaking IKEA. That'd be so good. I realized my streak wasn't updating. How to restart Twitch? All good, all good. Oh, and Oporto, that's true. But I have had Oporto. So well, and I've had a little bit of Guzman y Gomez, but there's a lot of stuff there. Just a word of warning, opening day for any Costco is hell. Give it a few days if one opens up before visiting. I believe that, Red. I very much believe that. Yeah, no, we probably wouldn't. We'd have to figure out what we would want in Costco bulk sizes before we could go. I have a grudge against Guzman y Gomez. Is that because they're a competitor to Oporto? I saw a video from when a Costco opened overseas once, and people were fist fighting over meat deals. That's insane, dude. Oh my god. It's kind of funny, but I'm worried that people might have gotten hurt, so yeah. But god, people get so, I've seen some videos. I think they were actually in the US, but I've seen some videos of people doing the Pokemon card scalping, and I'm just like, dude, can you guys not have like any amount of chill? That's insane to go desperately scalping Pokemon cards from like Costco. They took over my childhood dine-in Pizza Hut. Okay, I can see why you got a grudge. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm 18 hours behind Australia, so depending on how it works out, it might be okay. It just depends. Oh, for the next peak game. That's so far away. Wait, Saturday? Saturday is so far away. Tomorrow? or did I miss what we were talking about? That happens frequently. Sorry. I've seen that before, Ozzy. A vape shop took over one of the Pizza Huts, which had the distinct, unique roof shape, but they repainted it in a horrifying, ugly Hulk green and purple? Kind of a shock to see a Pizza Hut in that color. Yeah, that's not appetizing. That must be really trying to drive away the people who want to eat things there. They're just like, nah, nah, nah. You do not eat. We inhale. Oh, Valiant Vash! Hi, sweetheart! How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. You're finally home from work. I'm so incredibly burnt out. Oh, Vash, I'm so sorry, hon. Do you at least have tomorrow off? I hope everyone is doing well. Big hugs and love to big hugs and love to you, sweetie pie. I'm so sorry that work was so exhausting. I really hope we can help you to de-stress and stuff. If we aren't going to help with that, please go ahead and do whatever will. If that's a different streamer, if that's watching TV, or if that's just a fucking nap, I don't blame you. But if you want to stick around, you know it's always a privilege to have you. Say for community game night, have you guys thought of playing a Gmod Trouble in a terrorist town for it? I don't know if that sounds like something our community would necessarily get into. Hi there, precious Patricia. Welcome in. How are you? That's okay. No worries about not being able to necessarily stick around. Yeah, cool. I'm all caught up. I was just like, did I get everybody? I did. Probably no for the Gmod. Yeah, I will say I actually do owe you guys a I think it's a hide and seek Gmod thing. I still need to learn how to do that. But it's not gonna be a terrorist whatever. All right. Ooh. Sure thing, dearest Dustin. That is queued up for you. I suggested a song right on top from the equipment. That is true, Patricia. That is true. TTT is a deception game used to watch chilled chaos play. Looks pretty damn fun. TTT. That's me. I'm TTT. That sounds fun, you reckon, sweetest Jazzy? Being here is home to me. Always brings me so much joy and peace. Able to relax and have a good time with everyone. Valiant Vash, I hope that you realize that you give back just as much as, sorry, I just got a text. Sorry, that's what I was saying. Vash, it is always a pleasure to have you. You give back just as much as we give to you by you just being here. So thank you so very much for being here. And I'm so thankful that you feel like this place is home to you. It feels like home when you're here. TTT is like Among Us before Among Us. Oh, gotcha. You guys are trying to sort prop hunt. That's it, prop hunt, which we still haven't done. So I do need to do that sometime. Essentially, Trouble in Terrorist Town is an FPS meets deception game. Yeah, probably not going to do any FPSs that are not during the one time when we have an FPS. In fact, let me go see how much Village costs real quick. Hold on. Let me see. God, why is my computer lagging? Oh,
girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus.
Yay! Thank you for my song, amazing apparition. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Oh, how interesting. They have a demo available for Resident Evil Village. We won't do that because I think that the demo will probably not last for 6 hours, which is what I owe you guys next week for our FPS stream. But it is an option if you are interested in trying out the game. Let me see here. Space, has anyone ever said angles are hard? Because if not, I'd like to make that statement now. If so, I'd still like to make that statement. Yes, I think I have heard that at least once. Space. Why is Jesus not beeped? Well, Jesus is generally not considered a curse word. It's kind of like, why is strat not beeped? Why is band not beeped? Because those are not curse words. Those are names. That brother. That I just wanted to pay tribute to you, especially right now. I was gonna do it anyway, but because you've had such a rough day, I just want to remind you, you are an amazing judge of character, and you have brought in some absolutely astonishingly awesome new pals in Umbra and Clever Coldy. And Coldy's lovely partner. I am so grateful to not only have you, but to know that you think so highly of this community that you wanted to recommend us to your amazing quality friends. So thank you so much for that. Precious Patricia, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. Job is a dirty word. That's true. I have to go to my... Oh yeah, I have a beep now. A demo for Village RE7, not a demo for RE9. I'm not sure if the other ones have it, but since it looks like you guys are probably gonna... Let me see. We'll go look at... Let's go see how our votes are going. So... Oh, it is getting a little bit closer, but it looks like we are probably going to be doing Village. We got 15 votes on Village for our FPS, and it looks like we're going to be playing Luigi's Mansion 1 for our horror game. I do love that you guys chose probably the least horrific horror game for me. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. It will last 6 hours if you scream long enough. Goku made it 10 episodes by just screaming. Well, that is true. It's a very good point. Much like Jesus, Tau is not censored. Coincidence? Oh, Jesus is just a username. I prove exactly, Ben. Jesus is a username. Have you bought Village yet? I have not yet, Alex. I'll probably wait until I know which day that we're gonna play it and then download it the day before. Village you probably enjoy. Not sure on Bio though. Well, you guys are mostly voting for Village, so I am kind of excited to not be as scared as with Bio. I probably will still Bio myself when I play a Village. Sorry, that's so gross. I expect it though. That was bad. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Sorry. Can I just rewind the clock there and just like subtract that from all of your ears? Unlock for a sec on that one. Listen, I am so spooked about horror games, dude. I've been meaning to ask, now that I have a computer, I can set up Final Fantasy. Question, how do I do that? Sweetest Space, do you have Steam? Wait, Tau, I'm getting a code for the RE Village. Oh, from Humble Bundle at the end of Feb. Though I have asked someone else already, they have yet to get back to me. They declined the code. It's yours. Oh, that'd be amazing, Alex, if you're sure. I will say that we will be playing it next week. So if we can't get it by then that's totally fine. Don't even worry about it. But that's really thoughtful of you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I will applaud that attempt at a pun, but let's not try such stunts. I am not Macheka. I am not you. I do not have my degree in punnery. I'm sure there's a pun that I could come up with for that. No, not me. You guys. Good. Also, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. Wasn't able to finish the decals on my latest model before stream today, but I will still share the progress pics I did take. Most Thursday evenings is when I do the decals after I get home from parade, and the reason I couldn't finish it is because I had to stay behind for an extra hour as I have received a semi-promotion. Congrats on the promotion or semi-promotion, Precious Patricia. Should I be glad I missed that? Yeah, you probably should. That was a terrible joke. I need that on the back of my shirt. Stay back or I will bio myself. That's that would be a really funny shirt. I do have Steam. Okay, so Sweetest Space, if you go to Storm, Tao's pun vocabulary is punnet-sized. That's true, though. Oh, man. Sweetest Face. On Steam, if you go to Steam and... Hold on, I'm just opening it real quick. All right. So if you go to Steam, and then in the search, you go to Final Fantasy XIV, right here. Then you should be able to buy it, or not. Well, actually, don't buy it. Get the free trial. Do not spend any money on this. You don't need to. So just do the download. And this is a 30-day free play period. It's much longer than that. There are some sacrifices you must make, but none of them are things that prevent you from playing with us. It just means that you can't, like, I don't know if you're able to send friend requests or send party invites, but you can accept them, I think. So, yeah, those are just a couple of the things that are a problem, but it still opens up the whole game to you for, like, until, like, level 80. So, yeah, just go over here, download the free trial, and it'll show up in your library, and that's it. Yeah, you also can't go beyond a specific level. Yeah, but I mean, think of how long we've been playing, and if I hadn't already spent money on it, I could technically still be playing for free, technically. You say Village is not as scary. Don't quote me on that. I don't actually know that. I've watched someone play Village, and I was like, I'm so grateful I'm not playing this. I'd be screaming my head off, but I'm gonna play it now. I could suggest a course to be a professional pundit. Good job. Level 80, I thought it was 60. I think it's been upgraded, Alex. I'm pretty sure it's been upgraded. Save background of bio myself needs to... I do want that on a... Actually, I want that on my car bumper. I think that would be even more handy to have it on the car bumper. But yeah, Tao, I can get my Humble Bundle codes right now if I pay my sub early, though I don't know if that means more money out of the bank. It's only like $11 to $14, but still. Oh no, Alex, like I said, please do not do that just for like just for the sake of us. Like, I'm happy to, you guys have been so supportive. I can definitely afford this game for you guys. Yeah, do not put any undue pressure on yourself, sweetheart. Like, it's obviously appreciated if you get a key and you feel like giving it to us, but like, don't put us at the forefront of your mind. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. Okay. Tao the Tasmanian Rapunzel. Well done, beautiful band. I need a pic for the thumbnail. Zoom out. Oh, okay. Did you get that? Wait, this one's the reprise. This is from last week. I think I need to fix that. Hold on. Corn. Hold on. There we go. I fixed it. I got it, but the quality is bad. Once more, please. Ah! How's that strat? Do you have Humble Bundle Tau? If you decline my code and prefer to pay your money instead, check to see if Village is less a price than Humble Bundle. I'll have a look on there and GOG and stuff like that. Lovely Alex. Thank you so much for the recce. I appreciate that. I don't have like a subscription to it, but I have used it before. Been a while, but I have used it. We are so close to 850 subs on YouTube. I am excited as we approach 900. Me too, Sweet Strap. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. You guys, thank you so much for the amazing support that you've shown both on Twitch and over on YouTube. As Strat just said, we are closing in on 850 subs on YouTube. That's awesome. Also, any update, Strat, on our watch hours on there? I love theater vocals. I know they're very good, right? Tau Diamond play button when? 850 subs. 850 subs. 850 subs, exactly. Thank you for the congrats. I call it a semi-promotion because I've been given a squad second in command position, but haven't been given a higher rank. Service is being atrocious, and I missed the last few minutes and have been waiting to send the first half of this message since I sent the original, so I will be off for now and we'll come back later. Have a good one, Precious Patricia. Congratulations. Tau play button would be amazing. That would be really cool. I would freak out if we ever got to that point. 850 subs means a corn play button. Yeah. Someone reach out to their YouTube rep and tell them that they owe us a corn play button. Assuming that the Hear My Hope that played was mine, how far away are the other ones from last week? I believe they were Hell's Greatest Dad and More Than Anything. Let me check. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Hell's Greatest Dad and More Than Anything. Looks like pretty far. I'm still scrolling. Okay. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 songs away. Hell's coming with me. You got it, cutie Cyber. That is queued up for you, darling. We are just around 700, but it does take time for that to update. Okay. Ooh, that's still very exciting. Thank you guys so much for your help. Excuse me, sorry. Since I wasn't around for the beginning, do we have any song by you know who in here? Wait, by you know who? Oh, Amelie. We have a bunch of, I think we still have quite a bit of music from last week. I'll show you guys, hold on, let me show you guys our queue. So we're up here, right? This is all from last week. I think that today's ends up being like around here or so. But yeah, we have all that still. Welcome in, Raiders! How are you, Jaxie? Welcome in! How are you doing, darling? Welcome, Raiders! Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Welcome. You guys, how was Final Fantasy 14? And Magnificent Mobs, how are you? It's good to see you. I am doing well. How are you? You guys, this is Jaxie Guillotine, a sprightly Lala tank, who hath graced us with their presence from the realm of Eorzea. This trans disaster maid, I love a disaster maid, clad in digital finery, embarks upon their first journey through the MSQ. Will they conquer the trials ahead, or shall they fall to the whims of Shiva and her icy embrace? Only time shall tell. Welcome in, sweetest Spooky Ral, and Cutie Kaz the Pup, welcome in. Maid raid. Welcome in. How are you? Hello, Joyce Jaxie. It was good. I cried. What, without spoilers, since I've only just finished, A Realm Reborn. What has happened? Has somebody died? If it's something that I have not reached yet, don't tell me who, but I'm so sorry if someone's died. But welcome in, lovely Jaxie. Thank you so much for the raid, honey. Like I said, if you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd really love to have you. I'm not going to tell you at all. You're not far from it. Oh, Make me cry. I can't wait. Not you. You don't have to make me cry. The game will hopefully do it. But lovely Jaxie and community, would you like to let us know when your next stream is and what you will be streaming? And while you do, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But I hope you enjoyed that, and you will be streaming at 4 p.m. Pacific. We're playing FF14. Amazing! You guys, please do check out the lovely Jaxie, who will once again be playing Final Fantasy XIV at 4 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, Jaxie. Sweetheart, if you need to go and do anything, I'm not sure what time it is for you, but darling, if you need to like go shower or get meds or get food or get drinks or water or go to bed, whatever you got to do, please make sure you're taking good care of yourself, because I promise I will take the best care of your lovely community. Fia, I hope I'm saying your name right, fabulous Fia. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, and Cutie Kaz, you as well, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you very much, honey, for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to lurk a bit, but came here for the positive vibes. Oh, well, Joyce Jackson, you know, I'm happy to distribute those generously. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, sweetheart. I promise to take the best care of them, okay, until you come on back from. You did, Fia! Amazing! Yay! I'm so happy to hear it. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Ooh.
I like cone.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn!
A big nose. It has a
Can't imagine a more beautiful thing. Woo! Thank you for my song, Joyce Jackson. I appreciate it. Thank you, cutie pie. I'm just putting some songs on here, which of course your lovely community is always welcome to contribute to as well. Just please make sure that you read the pinned message in the chat. Sorry, Don't Mind at Night. Hopefully I got the right one here. Oh, and Jaxie, you get to pick a song on behalf of the lovely Red. Is there a certain song that you would like me to queue up for you, darling? You don't have to redeem anything since, ow, fuck, that hurt, sorry. Just hit my leg. Since Red has redeemed one for you. The song that Saba just requested reminded me of this absolutely beautiful Has Been Hotel fan-made song by Caleb Hiles. Is it on Spotify? Ow! Hey! No! Why? What did I do? Ow! I'm gonna sketch out some overlays. Oh, very cool set of space. No worries, darling. Quick reminder for anybody who wants to share their artwork, you are welcome to do so in the Discord. And if you would like any very gentle constructive critique, or if you would like any redlining, I'm happy to do that, okay? So don't hesitate to do that. To let me know if there's something that you would like me to look at. It does have to be in my Discord, in the Pouch Pal Discord, just so that I have easy access to it. But did you see my song request? Yes, I did. You didn't put who it's by, though. So I queued up the one that came up. Ow! Which was by Brad Knobber. Is that right? Did you take that care package? I wasn't watching. I don't know if I did, but I will drink it now. Ow. Thank you very much, honey. It is on Spotify. Go ahead and request it, sweetie. Empath demo. How long is this one, Little Mac? If this is more than 5 minutes, we're trying to keep things down from that amount. That is the one? Okay, cool, awesome. No cursing redeem is gone. Oh, wait, is it gone? Just redeem bad towel every time you curse now. No! Hold on, I have to, 1 second. I have to go find out why the no cursing redeem is gone. Did I forget to turn that one? Did I forget to turn that one back on? No cursing, no cursing. Oh my God, I forgot it. I'm so sorry. Okay, it's back up there now. You can stop beating me up. It's 4 minutes? Okay, that's all good then. Sounds good, sounds good. Orca! I love that you just jumped on it the second it became live again. You're like, ah, yes. Ooh, Orca. So Orca punishes me repeatedly, then says I can't curse, and then goes, uppies, please. Well, you know what I have to say to that? Uppies for Orca. Yay, good Orca. Also, Tao, I got my tooth fixed. Oh, let's go, Alex. I'm so happy for you, honey. Congratulations. Are you feeling much, much better? I certainly hope so. Wash it clean. All right, I'll cue that up for you, lovely love. There we go. Queued it up. Yes, I'm just trying to get you on the straight and narrow, Tao. No more cursing for you. No more? But that's what I'm known for. No one will be here if I stop cursing. Little Mac, I'll cue that up for you right now. Y is queued up. And Vowie and Vash wants 5 minutes of woo woo wee wow baby talk. Okay, here we go. Is that Quote Fundo? You can always see who is singing and what the song is down below in the middle of the screen. It's by the High Kings, this one. Evo! No cussing ever! I would love to get back to eating normal Evo. I'm getting tired of eating soft crap. Hopefully it won't be too long now. I was gonna find a Tom and Jerry gift to put in memes that coincides with all the bonks in the back of the head, but couldn't find a good one. That's okay. It's the fun that counts, Ozzy. We have to take the break once you're done with this redeem. Okay, sounds good, sweetest strat. We will. Stella! Hello there, sweet Stella. I promise I don't normally talk like this. If you bear with me for 4 more minutes, I won't talk like this anymore. But welcome in, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. 2 minutes. Oh, wait, the 2 minute probably for the cursing. No cursing. Got it. But yes, sweetest Stella, thank you so much for the follow, darling. I really appreciate it. I very much hope that you have a wonderful time with us, and if there's anything we can do to make your time even better, please don't hesitate to let us know. I'm here for the voice now. Okay, I've decided I will always talk like this now. Stella likes it, so we gotta keep it this way. Tao, can you by chance help with animation? I can a little bit, Space. I'm not a great animator, but I can try. What do you need help with, Ulu? For every curse equals 2 pats for Koda, don't you worry. He gets 1,003 pats every single time that we go on a break. I go. floating cat, aka me? Oh, so what kind of floating are we doing? Are we doing like floating in the air? Are we doing like running and floating? Are we doing like floating in water? What kind of floating are we doing? This is probably the single most patriotic song that has ever been requested on this channel. Floating in Tao's voice, precious. Oh my goodness, precious politely. You're so sweet. You make me blush all the time. Oh goodness. Floating in space, but more or less just an up and down. Oh, in that case, all you gotta probably do is get the white no, that's for the cursing. I can't say fuck again. Wee. A fuck-a-woo. Okay, 2 minutes for my woo talk though. So space, if you get the white program, you should actually be able to just here, let me show you something. Hold on, I will show you in our dreams, our Pocket dreams. Where did it go, Woo? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to just actually, this is a perfect example. We're going to use storms. We are going to use storms. Let me see. Okay. We are going to use storms. Ooh, this is gonna be odd. There we go. Okay. They're all perform. There we go. Okay, so like this is called Procreate Dreams, and it actually has a function where it's called Perform, where you literally just take your hand and you, if I could do it right, and you move it around. See, so this is me actually moving it around with my cursor, and we stop, and so now I take my hand off and we can hit play and it just follows it. So if we were to make this look more floaty, I'm going to show you what I actually did for it. So you can see that gentle movement, that is also, that is perform, but it is is like a more gentle maneuver, if that makes sense. Let's see. Tao sounds very different. Yeah, I Ow! That's so rude! Orca! Tao, bad Tao, did you send no cursing at 1 per stream? Oh, is it only 1 per stream? I don't think it's 1 per stream, but I think it's got a cooldown so that I'm allowed to curse for a couple minutes before you redeem it again. Let me see. Women redemptions per stream. Oh, I have women redemptions per user. Yeah, I do have women redemptions per user. I do have that. I'll limit it to two per user. Let's see. Kawaita? Oh wait, sorry, timer's done. Okay, sorry, my bad. I was just having too much fun with that. Okay, Kaleida is queued up for you. Lovely Caution, welcome in. How are you? Normal speaking time. All right. Oh, Daughter of the Sea is finally playing. Oh, is this the one that you? Oh, nom, 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me. Beautiful bubbling. I'm not allowed to curse again. Okay, we do actually have to go on a quick break. I knew you liked the voice. I get to sound so whimsical with it, Stella. How can I not like it? You guys, we are a bit overdue for a break. For those of you who are new here, like our beloved new followers, the sweetest Stella, the cutest Kaz, and the fabulous Fia, and anyone else who came with the raid or who happens to be lurking, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe to the channel, you don't need to. You won't miss any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, therefore no content being made, and I suggest you do the same because it's healthy for you. But also that's when I run those ads, so that way you don't get whacked by them in the middle of the stream. Wouldn't that be nice? I'm heading out. Good night. Oh, have a good one, lovely little bit. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take in medications and vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. And I'll see you soon. Mwah! Never ever. Sorry, that's just a really fun sound. You sound like Raven from Cartoon Network Teen Titans. I am so flattered. Oh my God, when you do that voice, oh my God, I could totally see that. Robin, you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm going to my room. Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome.
Ew, 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 ew.
We could surely do some kind of a remix.
Hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our Lady, Savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my God, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
My
Lady.
That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with persona. Not feeling well. Wobble jokes. You're welcome. Murder! But affectionate. So, murder? We will. Hanging in there as best as I can. I'm so proud of you, fabulous Frostbite. Keep on keeping on, sweetheart.
Meowder. Meowder.
What is a Vtuber? Oh, so Lita, a Vtuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my God, I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. It's extra funny when you say capitalism. Maybe I should make that another command. You have so many commands. Capitalism. I'm amazed you figured it out. Oh, yikes. Let's go after him.
I think we should get some proof before we do that. I tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Makoto, that's because you laid down the traps and then you put fucking caution tape and then sirens and then signs saying there are traps here. What are you doing? Well, and standees and clothes and desk mats. You could write off the car as a business expense, though. I don't know if I could write off the whole car, but definitely the wrap job, yeah. Y'all thought I'd forgot about the whipper. The whipper!
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely lovely little bit. Hello there, wonderful nobody. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good idea. Words I've heard Tao say: liquid, sus, bucko, subbies, baby, coda, woda, and of course, etc. Fuck. Oh God, etc. Done. Shining that dome for some good luck. Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. Thank you for the pallet tack, lovely. How many times do you want me to Cutie pies, welcome back. All right, let's see here. Welcome back, next Mato Slice Jam Slice.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Valiant Bash, welcome back, sweetie pie. Uppies. Yee. Good bash. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Yee. Good Aussie. Let me see here. Awesome. Precious Politely. Welcome back, gorgeous. How are you, sweetie? Lovely love. Uppies for you. Yee. Good love. Sweetest so Jassy, welcome back. Dearest Dustin, welcome back. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Konnichiwa, Yuki-chan. Beautiful pouch pals, go mene. I slept late, finally could. Oh, please don't apologize, sweetie. And we'll have to leave in about an hour for some appointments. But until then, I am enjoying any voice, curses or not, of our pretty lady. Pretty lady. You're a pretty lady. Cutie Yuki, thank you so much for coming in. I hope that you feel much better. Thank you for the head pat. Outstanding work. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Good Umbra. I was gonna bad Tau again, but I thought you deserved head pats this time for being a good Tau. Thank you, finally. Beautiful Brennan, welcome in. How are you? I'm not allowed to say, I'm just gonna say hello, mother. There you go. I'm not allowed to curse. Did you check your DMs? Because I just want to know if I need to resend the refs. Oh, sorry, Hannah. I got a call like right as I went to break, so I haven't actually looked at anything. Thank you so much, Sweetest Sir Jazzy, for the pound. I'll check right now. Hold on. Nath, probably Nath, not Nate. Fucking Nate. I remembered Tau's imaginary friend's name. It was bothering me for a while. My imaginary friend that I'm getting married to. Let's see. I just realized I'm listening to the Bad Bunny since 2018. Nice. Gosh, poor busy Tau. Hope she gets you some breaks. Thank you so much, Precious Politely. You're so sweet, honey bun. That's okay. I'm very happy with my precious pals here. Okay, let me see. Pinned a message. What message did you pin? Oh yeah, I can see these. I can see all the things that you have pinned, sweetie pie. Very good. Excellent. That lucky MF. Oh, trust me, I'm a lot. I'm a lot. All the images are there. They are lovely, love. They are indeed. So the sandpaper rocking out. Let's go. Marrying an imaginary friend. She's crazier than I thought. Correct. You have no idea. Okay. Let me see here. Let me see. What did I think that Space had a question, but I don't see anything in the art channel. So maybe I'll just wait in the Space. I'm gonna go back to if you're still here, I'm gonna go back to my art stuff, but let me know if I can help in any other way. I tried looking for alternatives for the auto song request thing, and unfortunately that seems to be the only way to do it. Yeah, there is an alternative sorta, but we would need another bot for that. Yeah. I mean, it's all right. It's fine. We're fine as we are. Oh, you're typing out? Oh, all good, sweetie. All good. All right. I heard if you kissed an imaginary friend, they become real. Don't know. Mine always ran away when I tried. Yuki, I'm sure that's not true. Have you gotten a chance to look at the reference sheet sketches that I did for you, sweetie pie? I did let the community vote on them, but they wanted to work on this outfit. Just wanted to make sure that you knew that I did keep my word. I did let them vote. What is this song? Totally forgot. What exactly are we working on? Strat, my 3D outfit maker is almost done with our loner brother artwork. And so and she says that she's ready to start work on our other outfits, which I was like, oh shit, I really want to get this one done as soon as possible. Excuse me. And so we are actually working on Sedu's design that you guys voted on, so that this can be made into an outfit. Thank you for the blessings, cutie pies. I appreciate it. Awesome Aussie, Nick's my slice, jam slice, lovely laugh, cutie cyber, terrific tactics, hazy. Bless you in your new outfit too, sweetest Strat. Ram, how are you, sweetie? Radical Ram, welcome in. How are you? So good to see you. Wheels, Foo Fighters, you got it. Aussie, I'll cue that up for you. There we go, darling. There we go. Oh, you sent stuff to the art and Discord. Oh, perfect. Let me have a look. Okay, the test will be different, but my questions are in dreams. Sorry, is dreams the best place to do the floating? And what would be the best way to separate space from the image? I can separate the layers and clipping masks the lighting, but I don't know that will do what I want. Oh, I don't think that'll do what I want. So for animation, you always want to make sure that the subject of your animation is separated from the background. So unfortunately, the best way to separate space is probably going to be to very, 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 very carefully cut around it. And then you'll want to cut that out of the background, and then you'll want to recreate the background behind it, because it won't like auto complete the background unless you use AI, which obviously very against that. So, oh, fuck, hold on. I'm getting that call again. Give me just a second. Sorry, guys. 1 minute. Woo! Sorry about that. That was that was long. Sorry about that. Hi, I'm back. Ooh! Fabulous frostbite, pretty lady. Yeah, yes you are. Thank you so much for the 125 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you, fabulous frostbite. 125. That's insane. Thank you, lovely. Thank you. Also, let me take it or leave it. Let me cue that one up real quick. So I'm just catching up with everything that I have missed. Let's see. This one's for Cutie Caution. Si fail a tu mama. Mama. There we go. You're pretty concentrated on that? Yeah, because it was on my phone and I only have like my work phone, as in my phone for stream, and my personal phone are the same. So as soon as I tab off of it, I just freeze up because it's like my webcam. Amazing Umbra! Welcome back, Ubbies. Good Umbra. Awesome Aussie more Tigers. Hello there, Joyous Julius. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Can't believe I mentioned one of the stream clips. Of course you are. You've been around for so long. You absolutely deserve to be mentioned, Cutie Pie. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Sorry, I totally missed that. I typed and ant. I don't know what and ant would be. Welcome back, Nix, Mato Slice, Gem Slice, Ubbies. Yay! Good, Nix. I'm gonna fly out for a bit. I will make slop and return and reset it a bit. All good, Joyous Jet. Have a good one, hun. We'll see you later. Awesome, Ozzy, you want some Ubbies? Ubbies? Yee! All good, sweetest Sandpiper. Are you gonna lurk? Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I really appreciate the lurk. Enjoy. We'll miss you. We'll see you soon. And back, and head isn't hurting as bad. And Zelda got you Macas. Nice. Let's go, Zelda. Know how to make the partner feel good. Let's see. Okay. New stuff in the Discord? Okay, one second. Let me go check. Do I have the right idea? Let's see. So background is space, middle ground is word or character, foreground is space environment to make things in the middle ground not seem like stickers. Light, shadow between middle and fore. It kind of depends on how complex you want to be with the light and shadow. You probably don't need to be too worried about it unless the light source is like revolving or something. Obviously, the more individual definition that you give it, the more it's going to look like realistic or like well animated. But you basically have, yeah, background being space, middle ground being the word and character, and then the foreground being like some kind of like little stars twinkling or coming past. That'll make it look really, really good. Yeah, that'll be really good. Yeah, that's I think you got it, sweetie. I think you've got it. I can't exactly visualize what you're thinking, but if you send through like an example of what you're doing, or like when you're like halfway through or something, I can give you a better idea. Let's see. That helps a lot. Yay! I'm so happy, sweetest face. No worries. My pleasure. All right. Let's see. Hi there, fabulous Farmine. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Boop. I think I just need to talk the idea out. Yeah, that's totally fair, sweet space. Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Cutie Cyber, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, John. Appreciate it. Oh, Coda says hello. Fight till I'm good enough. You got it, cutie cat. I'll cue that up now. There we go. Bork. Hello, Coda. Hello, Coda. Cutie Solver, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge, Charlotte. Much appreciated. You guys, this is probably a good opportunity for me to remind you, please go ahead and vote in the poll on the Discord in the events and schedule channel so that you can tell me which version of Luigi's Mansion and which version of Resident Evil we should play. Sweetest Strider! Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I have my song in there, so I will consider my work done. Sweet enough. Sweet enough. Fair enough, Sweet Strat. There we go. Fabulous Frostbite. Thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night challenge, darling. Cutie Kappa, thank you for contributing to both of our goals as well. Sweetest Strider wants some appies. Appies! Ah! Good Strider. All right, let's see. Tata, just checked your message. Both outfits are absolutely gorgeous, just like you are. It is really hard to choose. That's okay, lovely. Okay, take your time in deciding, sweetheart. Or if you want to combine both, or if you want one that has, if you'd like one more, if it had like a cloak, or if it had, you know, whatever. At the sketch phase, you can change whatever you want. It's just once you approve the sketch that we can't change pretty much anything that's been established in the sketch. So like if we do the sketch and then you approve it, and then I do all of the line art and stuff, and they're like, oh, actually, Tao, can we add this? And also I want, you know, big boots on her, and I also want cat ears, and I also want, you know, then I'll be like, I'm sorry, that'll cost more. Just because once we've done the line art, it's not as easy to change. But yeah, I'm really glad that you like it, sweetie pie. Cutie Saliva, thank you for the Wolf and Sheep's clothing, which is now cued up. Pa. There. Don't get me wrong, I'm very happy to spend some time here, but I feel like there are people missing from my followed/live channels. Wait, what do you mean, Space? Like, that you want to go see? That you can always, you never have to be here if you don't want to be, sweetie. I'll need to I read that as corn. I need to corn Tao. Please corn me. No, you are welcome to get stuff from me, precious politely. I would love to draw you. I would absolutely love to draw you. Holy Orders has been queued up for you, Magnificent Maid. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see ya. Ooh, delicious. Thank you for feeding me, sweetest starter. So desu ne. Wakato, that is understood. Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it, cutie pie. But yeah, at the sketch phase, you can change anything you want. Anything you want. I just meant I feel like less people are on the normally expected around this time. I gotcha, Space. Okay, all good, honey. Got it. Must prepare to corn Tao in the future. Thank you for the bounty, cutie cat. Huh? Now to find out what that would mean. Probably feeding me. Yuki, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Night Challenge and the Movie Night Challenge. This is your live demo. I'll cue that up. Thank you for the care package. Awesome. Ozzy, much appreciated. I'm doing well, thank you. Got you tabbed up on my laptop while I'm working, but came in to say hi and request a song for the pals. Yay! Oh, Magnificent Maid, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. An excellent song indeed. Yeah, I hope that work is going all right though, sweetest maid. I've been so good this year. Blake Shelton, you got it. That is queued up for you, sweetie pie. Cutie Croc, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Just getting started, but not too bad so far. Hope stream has been going well. It has indeed, Magnificent Maid. It has indeed. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you. Windows decided to update my laptop without asking me. Stopping the YouTube art VOD playlist. Humph. Oh, no! Thank you for keeping an eye on it, Ozzy. Check your DMs. Okay, give me just a second. Oh, sure. Okay. All good. All good. I'm doing good. I just woke up. I had the best sleep of my life because of my wife. That's good, Croc. I'm happy to hear that. Very good. So for people who have Apple phones, what y'all think of the new glass style? I turned it off. I noticed that it was draining my battery a lot more. Like, it's kind of a cool concept, but I also feel like with all of the icons and stuff that I've got on my phone, it looks like it's like too much, I guess. It's a bit like looking through distorted glass when you go to like a department store or something to me, and you're just like, I don't know what's going on in there, but there's like a bunch of like booths and a bunch of different bright colors, and I can't read anything, and there are people walking around, but I can't distinguish anybody. That's kind of how it felt. I think it's a cool concept, but I don't think it works for me. My final request, the wolf song. Ooh, you have got it, Cutie Sliber. Cue that up now. There we go. Thank you so much for the lurk, sweetest Strat. We'll see you soon, okay? You can turn it off? Yeah, I turned it off. Yeah, I turned it off. It's also, it makes it much, it's better for the battery as well. You love it, Croc? Good. I'm glad you do. Yeah, okay. Where can you turn it off? Oh, where can you turn it off? I think, where did I find it? I found a video on it, but let me see if I can find you how to turn off glass mode iPhone. Okay, so if you go to settings, accessibility, fuck off, what is that? Sorry, not you guys. I'm just getting a pop-up. Go to settings, accessibility, display and text size, and enable reduce transparency. Yeah. Like, you won't be able to reduce it entirely, but you won't get that insane, like, warbling thing. Gotta do my dailies and Arc Nights. Oh, all good, Cutie Cyber. Thank you for the lurk, hon. We'll see you soon. Amber, how are you doing? I have a really good job update if you're up for hearing it. I'm happy that did you get a new job? Is that what it is, Amber? I'm doing well. I don't mind liquid glass, but I really like the tabs on the tablet. I use that feature quite frequently. Yeah, I'm still getting used to the fact that you can like the tablet almost has like an actual like Mac OS look now, because you can move windows around, and it has like the exit, minimize, and maximize buttons that are very familiar if you've ever used Mac OS. Yeah. Supposed to be linking up with a recruiter of G1 Security, which is a local security company, to fill out paperwork. I've got my work clothing. He's supposed to be giving me some patches to iron onto my black polo shirt, and I should be starting within the next week. That's great, Umber. Congratulations. How good. I hope you love the job. I do have an Apple keyboard with my tablet though. Oh yeah, that would be helpful too. The warble effect being gone makes things so much easier. Yeah, I agree, Little Mac, I agree. I agree. Whoa, that was a loud start. We might have to skip this one if it keeps doing this. True. I have a lot of experience doing security. I have like almost a year of experience doing security. How's the weather where you're at right now? It's nighttime here in South Texas. It's 60 degrees in South Texas Fahrenheit, that is, and it's very calm breeze. It's nice. That sounds lovely, Ember. Actually, it's not boiling hot for once out here in Tassie. Let me see. It is currently, what is the temp right now? It's 23, so that's pretty good. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit, but trust it's better than it could be. I don't know why Apple decided to do that. Oh, I don't know why they do a few things. They do a lot of things, and I'm like, you sure you wanted to do that? Okay. Hi, sweet Aseti, welcome in. How are you? Okay, sorry, this one's a little screamy. I'm gonna skip it. Trap Queen, Fetty Wap. Okay, band. Yeah, it's Ice King. Vash! Aw, sweetie pie. Thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to Sweet Saddle. Thank you, darling. That's very generous of you, Valiant Vash. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity and kindness. Thank you so much. Yee! Thank you, darling. Dying on the inside, I'll cue that up for you. All right, that is queued up. Poggies! Poggies indeed! Thank you so much, Valiant Bash. I really appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. Yo, 1K Poggies! We're at 1K again! Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Holy, thank you so much. Ah! Ballin'. Ballin'. Congrats on returning to 1K! Yay! Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. Wow, look at that go. So what, we were at like 999 and then you got it. You bought that one sub and then boom. Ooh, Asian Kung Fu Generation. I love them. Sure thing, beautiful band. Cue that up for you. There we go. That is on the queue. Raffle time yet again. Yeah. amazing Umbra just like in the first like hour of stream just gifted like 50 subs. Boom. So we are already we're already having a raffle next week, and we've had some very generous pals gifting subs to each other as well since then. So yeah, we got another raffle next week. Let's go. Thank you so much. Umbra's 50 bomb got us there, I think. Yeah, exactly. Yippee! Raffle bonanza. Raffle time next Friday! Hell yeah! Umbra, you better be thinking about what you want for your next chibi. Después de la playa, alright? Cutie cushion. There we go. That is queued up. Yep, cool. Umbra joined the VC soon after, and I said, dang it, Umbra, I knew it. Ram! Radical Ram, sweetie pie! Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to Cutie Caution! Thank you, thank you! Oh, darling, I really appreciate your generosity and kindness and dedication. Thank you so much, Radical Ram. Thank you very, very much. It means the world. I really appreciate it. Thank you! Wow, that's jacked. It sure is, because it's the jacked Ram. Got up your Spanish there? Listen, I have not spoken Spanish in 6 years. You're gonna have to give me a break for the rest of my entire life. No, yelling. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe we don't do Devin Townsend anymore. I think every one of the songs I've skipped today have been Devin Townsend songs, so maybe we don't request Devin Townsend anymore. I don't like the yelling that happens. I'd give Tao a break if I could. Politely, can you speak Spanish for me, please? Hi, Vulture, welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you, honey bun. Umbra, thank you for contributing to the Discord Community Game Night Challenge, darling. Appreciate it. Cringe, rude, rad. Claro que sí. Claro que sí. Claro que sí. The Devin Townsend screaming without cats flying at the screen. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do any more Devin Townsend. Yeah. I might actually go through and delete any of them because I think I've skipped 3 songs and all 3 of them have been Devin Townsend. There's just like, I don't know why, he likes to scream like randomly and it freaks me out every time. There are a bunch of them that don't have screaming. I just forgot those songs had screaming. Yeah, but Little Mac, I mean, you've said that a few times now. I think you said it last week and then week before, so I think we're just not going to do anymore because I think you forget about which ones have screaming a lot. It's not in my wheelhouse, but I'd say anything you need me to. Thank you, Precious, politely. I'm a laugh if they're related to Pete Townsend. Who's Pete Townsend? He's really progressive. Progressive like politically or like musically? Soldier Poet King, you got it. I wish I could speak Spanish. I've never been able to like speak it very well, but I've been able to. I grew up like with mostly Latin American friends, so I have I used to be able to understand it quite well, but now after living in Australia where there's like a very small portion of the population, especially in Tassie, who speak Spanish, I have not had any practice and I've forgotten practically everything. Oh, progressive metal, got it. Prog metal. Don't request Bell Witch then, noted. All right, fair enough, Ram, fair enough. Progressive as in his musical style. Got it. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Dude, I'm allergic to something in my room. I'm sneezing constantly. Gesundheit, Frau Tau. Thank you, Julius. West. Thank you, lovely lab. Yeah, something's got me right. That's what I'm saying. Hey, I'm like, fuck, what is happening in here? Thank you for the blessing, Joyous Jazzy. Thank you, Sudasaru. Thank you, Cutie Caution. Bless you and your artwork too. Thank you, Sweet Strut. Allergic to Devin Townsend's son. That's pretty funny. It's possible. It's possible. I have been known to sneeze when I get surprised, so maybe the surprise happens when he yells, and then I'm like, achoo, fuck. You shared Riz? Let me have a look. 1 second. I'm just going through the. I'm just going through and deleting some of these songs. Okay. Thank you for the blessing, beautiful Bublin. Let's go have a look at the beautiful Sedu's artwork. Oh, Aspen's OC is very cool, looking good as always. And then Ina Trisha, Toon. This one's cool. I love the like geometric shapes. Hope that might not be much either in regards of screaming. Like, this is fine. So metal instrumentals don't bother me. It's when there's like screaming and yelling that bother me, which is very ironic because one of my favorite things to do in voice acting is both screaming and yelling. Oh, and crying as well. But yeah, I can't handle it when I listen to music. I just saw the new horror movie with Daisy Ridley, We Bury Our Dead. Was surprised to see it set in Tasmania. Is it really? I did not know that, and I've never heard of that. I am sure you would have survived the events, though. Do you reckon, sweetheart? Sweetest Solo, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Yuki, that is so interesting. So, We Bury Our Dead is it's a new movie? Like it's in theaters now, or? One thing I can't stand in songs is when the lyrics are repeated after each other thousands of times, like a broken record. I understand that might not appeal. Personally, for me, it doesn't bother me that much most of the time, because a lot of the time with those, it's like a electro type song, and I generally listen to the instrumental of that more anyway. But I can totally see that. Isn't that music in 2026? Yeah, it kind of is hazy, actually. I'm sorry for jump scaring you with the screaming. Devin gets very mixed with his vocal style, but I won't request him anymore. Okay, sounds good, Little Mac. That's all right. Thank you. I think it was on Netflix already. Oh, okay. I'll definitely need to check it out then, Yuki. That sounds interesting. Let's see. Hotel for PAX is booked. Oh, that's awesome, Cutie Kata. I'm kind of bummed. I might not be able to go this year after all, because it's right at a time where we might be doing something else. And unless we wind up having some, like, one of our friends join us, we probably can't like afford the place to stay, like the lodging. But yeah, even if we could, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get away at that time of the year. Unfortunately, we'll see. We're still talking to some friends about maybe joining us, but how do you feel about Skillet? It kind of depends, Solo. I like, despite my little rules about like no screaming and stuff, there are a few songs that I reserve the right to cheat on because I heard the music way back when I was way more of like a metalhead type. So like Monster is one of those songs that I actually listen to on a semi-regular basis. But if a pal said, oh, this is really loud, I'd be like, oh shit, yeah, it is. Sorry, I'll skip it. But I would like that song. I have the same relationship with some of Linkin Park's music. Like, if you were to show it to me for the very first time ever, now, I'd be like, that's really loud and screamy. But because I listened to it when I was a kid, I've got, like, massive nostalgia, right? So, It is not a blanket rule. It is just for anything that I haven't heard before. And if I realize that, oh, this is not the vibe for the pouch, and then I'm like, oh shit, yeah, we gotta skip that. It's okay, it was almost over. So fair, honestly, it can be expensive. We are choosing a different hotel this year because Zelda is working, but the one we chose last year is def's good and affordable. Just a slight walk to the con, maybe like 15 minutes. Yeah, where we stayed last year, it was like a 15, well, I think it was more like 20, 25 minutes, but that was all right. Monster by Skillet is one of my favorites. Yeah, you with Slipknot? Yeah, fair enough, Cutie Caution, fair enough. But you also just generally like music with screaming in it, don't you? Been good, thank you. How are you? I'm doing very well, Suda Solo. Thank you so much for asking. Looking at this color book, you are not very good staying within the lines. I suppose if I weren't making my own coloring book, you would be right. Monster and Animal, I have become, Animal I Have Become by 3 Days Grace is a great combo. I also really like Animal I Have Become. That's another one that I have as one of my personal like. But again, it's one of those things where like, if someone requested some of that music, I would be like, oh, I'm going to leave the song because I'm enjoying it. But if someone were to even comment on it, like even if they're like, oh, there's streaming on this, Tau, you're okay with that? I'd be like, oh, yeah, I am. But it's not, it is out of the bounds of what I requested you guys request. So even though I like it, I'll skip it. You know what I mean? How do I create a custom canvas size in Dreams? You'll need to go to, hold on, I'll show you. Raw, darling, indeed. Okay, so you'll want to, go to the upper right and say empty canvas. Hold on, let me bring this up. You'll want to go to the upper right, when you first get in. So hold on. So up here, right here, and then you'll hit plus, and then, you'll say empty. And then you'll, hold on, I'm trying to make sure that you can see this. And then you'll go to this one, I think. Yeah. You'll go to this icon, and then you'll say, stage. Nope, sorry, that's not it. Hold on. Hold on, before I confuse you, let me find it. Resolution, there it is. Okay, so then you'll go over to project, and then you'll go to, resolution, and then you can change it there. Fair enough. All right. Enter Sandman by Metallica. Ooh, nice. You got it. Cue that up for a lovely lull bit. That's a great idea. Enter Sandman. There we go. Cued that up for you. Let's see. I love you for dealing with all the Amma covers. I was planning to give you a break for today, but it just happened to be on the list from last time. Exactly, sweetest Strat. Exactly right. And listen, you're always allowed to request whatever you want, sweetheart. Amen. Dap me up, twin. The stage icon in real life. It's the stage icon in real life. Found it? Awesome. Excellent, Suda Space. Excellent.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Whoa! They totally did!
I actually, hold on, I'm just gonna give a little shout out to Lovely Save. I spent some time in Save's channel yesterday. Just as good as always, guys. He's just as much of a delight as always. Please go check him out. He might actually be live right now, I think. Oh, friends is queued up for you, sweetest Seru. Let me see here. Before I forget, it's like the threshold. Oh, wait, before I forget, it's like the threshold because it's just Corey Taylor doing more of a yell instead of screaming. So do you actually not like screamy stuff as much, Cutie Caution? I've always thought that you did like it. Break time? Okay, yeah, let's go on a quick break. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. And, you know, if you want to go watch someone for a minute while I'm on break, maybe go check out Save. Love ya! Mwah!
Murder? We will.
Well, and standees and clothes and desk mats. You could write off the car as a business expense, though. I don't know if I could write off the whole car, but definitely the wrap job, yeah. Y'all thought I'd forgot about the whipper. The whipper!
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely lovely little bit. Hello there, wonderful nobody. Welcome in. How are you doing? You sound like Raven from Cartoon Network Teen Titans. I am so flattered. Oh my God, when you do that voice, oh my God, I could totally see that. Robin, you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm going to my room. It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy, thank you for a gigantic Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? Oh no, wrong one! No, do bubble beep! No, fuck! I pressed breaking clip instead. Oh well, it's dead. Oh, it's not dead! No, but now it will be. They should let me do the sound effects for Pokemon. Bubble beep!
Like, hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady, savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my God, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
What is a flesh tuber? Oh, so Lita, a flesh tuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my God, I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Everyone, I love you. Thanks for the suggestion. Say hi to stream. Hi, Pouch Pals.
Hi, stream.
Hello, stream.
Hi, stream.
Hi, stream. Ooh,
Ooh. I can't do that.
Oh, wow, that was pretty good. Everyone says hi, Kitty Fuzz. All right, I must away, but good suggestion. Ciao. Mwah. My lady. That's how you say pretty lady with water or liquid. Ordinarily, I'm the one that helps you out with Persona. Increase SP cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Hello, 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 cutie patooties. Welcome back. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, you beautiful being. Abbies. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, beautiful band. Welcome back, Nix Meadow Slice Gem Slice. Abbies. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back, lovely la. Abbies. Yee. Good laugh. Sweetest So Jazzy, welcome back. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Sweetest Strat, welcome back. Yuki-chan, welcome back. Cutie Kata, welcome back. Sweetest Sadie, welcome back. Clever Cozy, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome back, Outstanding Umbra. Yay, we're getting the whole Vash party in here. Fabulous Frostbite, welcome back. Precious Politely, darling, welcome back. Joyous Jaxie, welcome back, Cutie Pie. Umbra! Abbies for Umbra? Abbies. Yee! Good Umbra. Oh, thank you for the care package. Lovely Loudon, welcome in, honey. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much, honey. Is that Alvin and the Chipmunks I hear? Sure is. Sure is. It's from last week. I forgot who requested it, but it's good shit. Cutie Kata. Bees for you. Yee, good Kata. I'm good. Happy to see you. I am so happy to see you as well, lovely Loudon. Thank you so much for making it, and thank you so much for taking good care of me and getting me that lovely care package. Appreciate it. So what is the drawing tonight? We are currently working on getting last year we had a tavern art competition in the Discord where I gave you guys a base, and then you guys made a Tassie, like a Tassie tavern wench type of outfit for me, and Seru, and then I let you guys actually pick the winners. So I let you guys vote on your favorites, and so this is Seru's. And so what I'm doing here is I am actually just making it friendly for my 3D artist to create for us. Yeah. You have my permission the next time you wish to use the accent. Strat, did you hear my attempt? It was so bad. How can you give me that permission? I'm ruining your accent when I try and do an Indian accent. Fabulous Peppa! How are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for contributing to the Discord movie and game night challenges. Bill Conti, sure. That is queued up for you. Lovely caution. Oh no, Taukila killed me dead. Well, I guess that is my cue. Have to go to the doctor's appointments. 2 in a row, and then my first physio. As always, going to have Tau-chan in my ear, though. Many hugs to the Patch Pals, and see you soon. See you soon, lovely Yuki. Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I really appreciate it. You go take good care of yourself. Go tell those doctors everything they need to know to make sure that you feel much better, okay? Have a good physio appointment as well. Let's see. Bard fit in here. I thought she would be a barbarian. yes. No, I am a physical bard. There you go. For some accursed reason was singing yesterday and ruined my voice. Oh, ouch. Feather, are you okay? Piñas! Hello there, lovely Piñas. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh my god, do we have the whole Vash gang here? We got Vash, we got Piñas, we got Umbra, we got Cutie, Clever, Coldy. Let's go. How are you doing, hun? That reminds me, we've yet to set up another contest for this year. Not necessarily a Tau outfit, but some stuff you would have in your room, the one from the starting screen. Yeah, I'm currently a bit overwhelmed with all the stuff that I've got to get done, so I'm not sure if we'll have a contest this year. I might need the year to like get as much of this stuff done as possible. We'll see. Ozzy, you're gonna head off also. No worries, honey. Throw me into the car's driver's seat, please. You have got it. Ready? Uppies and whee! Drive safe, sweetie. I'm okay. I just never sang with like an impression or voice, so trying to sing with a raspiness wrecked me. It'll do that. It will do that. I haven't heard your attempt, but I bet it's great. What? Did you not? I sent you a. I did send you a. I sent you a voice note. What was that you almost called me? The same thing I usually call people with the C in their first name, part of their name. Cutie Coldy. Ghoul Town. Drink with the living dead, for context if anyone knows it. Not the best move as someone who doesn't sing. I have never heard that one, but it sounds like it'd be hard. Did you miss much? We're just working away, sweetest storm. The window is shut. Ow. Oh no, we didn't even check. You don't have to do anything extra since the art will get a space in the background for the starting soon screen. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Although I'm thinking I do kind of want to switch up our starting soon screen at some point. Would it be possible for you to give me a dreams rundown? On On the old version of Dreams, I would have said yes, Lovely Space, but they've actually they've done a major, massive update since the last time I used it. So I don't actually know where everything is at the moment. So I need to figure that out for myself before I can teach anybody, unfortunately. If there's any specific thing that you want help with, if you let me know that, I might be able to like go investigate real quick and find it out. But I don't want to be like, you know, okay, so this is where this tool is. Oh, shit, no, that's not where it is. Hold on, I don't know where that is. You know, because that'll happen a lot. Blinded No More by Sonata Arctica. Okay. Queued that up. Upload a background. All right, let me go see if I can find that. Okay. It is the same for this. So if you're trying to upload a background, let me make this smaller. Hold on.
Hello,
Okay.
motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Precious Possum. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. That's nice. Then we could have pals draw stuff for the new starting soon screen, and the winner's art gets added into with what you make, if that's possible to incorporate. Yeah, I'm just not sure what I want to do for the new starting soon screen. So I mean, we could do the contest, but I'm just hesitant because if we wind up putting it, you know, I don't know, in a, I don't know if it's like a pouch pal pile or something. It might not make sense to have like a full-size horse or something like that. So yeah, I'm not really sure yet what we're gonna do this year. Smiles Like Knives. I'll cue that up for you, Cutie Cata. There we go. Cue that up. Thank you for the head pat, Valiant Vegeta. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How are you? And Precious Possum gets uppies. Yee, good possum. Okay, sweetest space. So, if you go over here to this plus, you should be able to click on photo, which let me demonstrate without doxing myself. Let's say that I want to put, here we go. Let's say that I want to put this illustration for Yuki in the background. Then that's what the plus photo is, and then you can stretch it to be however big you want it. If you do it from diagonal, it'll scale it equally. And then down here at the bottom, that's where your timeline is. So then you can just do like another. You can hit that plus again, and you can add in another photo if you want to like animate that, or you can draw something, or you can make a flip book of it. It's up to you. Does that make sense? Troutrageous! Hi, sweetie pie! And hello there, Joyce Judo. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you both. Trout, did you see that you want a chibi? You want a chibi? I can only draw with a pencil, and I have no scanner in my house. Does a photo count as submission? Thank you for feeding me, Valiant Vegeta. Beautiful band. It depends on what we wind up doing, because if it's just like if it's a general design thing, it's probably something that we can work with for traditional. But if it's something that we're talking about like inserting directly into the starting soon screen or something like that, then we probably need it to be digital. I think I got it. I'll probably send something in the Discord soon. Sounds good. City Space. Awesome. All right. No little thing. I'm good. Making some blueberry pancakes, sausage, eggs, and potatoes. Yum. Oh, Jiro. Can we come over for brekkie? That sounds great. It's just a burning memory is queued up for you, cutie caution. Doesn't it sound amazing, precious peñas? Yeah, terrific trout. I did message you, but I think that since we're not friends, it might have gone into like the requests section of the Discord, of your Discord. Millions of kids cried out, no digital, no art for you, sucker! No. I try to make it as inclusive as possible. That's another reason that so far we've only done the outfits, is because at least then I can provide everyone with a template, and then you don't have to worry about, like, if you aren't good at drawing people, you don't have to worry about being judged on that, because everyone's like putting the clothes on the character rather than like a paper doll kind of thing, rather than me being like, okay, you get to draw this from scratch. Don't say a word. I'll cue that up. There we go. Cue that up. I'm envious of any artist, including you. Well, you know, Clever Coldy, you are also an artist with your voice. I just got sent, wheezes from laughter, a video about calculating the damage from 24 cows falling to the target in D&D. That sounds insane. That sounds insane. Come back, and the first thing I hear was putting the clothes on the character. You know, unclothed art is a no-no on Twitch, right? Only completely nude, but you can have like the bra and panties so that you can like it, not like to stream in, but you can have it for like something like this. It's a turnaround. Otherwise, no one would ever be able to do turnarounds. I'm excited to see the stuff you're working on for me. I can't wait to use it, and then I get to send you my OG design idea. I'm really excited to work on it, Strat. I wish that I had more time. Calling it a nuclear strike was the perfect thing. That's incredible, Storm. I love that. Is there a way to slow perform? I can't move as slow as I want the animation. Let me check. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So, the other thing is you don't, if you want it to just like be floaty, like something here, let me actually show you 1 second. So what you can do is God, this is so annoying to have to constantly, I wish that it would just capture the whole screen, but it just doesn't. Okay. So this is your timeline, right? So let's say we start from the beginning, and then I've got perform selected at the bottom. So if I do this, like that. Okay, so just move that around. So you can see down here, if we zoom in, these are our keyframes. So these are the major, the lighter pinkish red it is, the more substantial it is. So if you want to, you can drag this out like this. Do you see what I'm doing there? So you can actually grab it, hold it, and then drag it. Obviously you can slow this down, but you can see how much slower it gets right about there. It's nice, and so it is like very slightly moving right now. So you can change that by dragging that out. So it's a copy, so it copies the movement. Yeah, so it copies the movement, but like when you're performing, right, when you're doing the dragging performing thing, it copies the movement, but then it's up to you to drag those keyframes that you've already made out. So hypothetically, you could even do something like that really fast, and then go in there and grab it and drag it. Oh, you can drag that way out. So you saw how quickly I moved that, but it was just for like a fraction of a second. But now when you drag those far enough out, and then you hit play, then it's really, really slow. So if you do it like quite quickly and then you just drag out, and you can also delete keyframes, like individual keyframes, if you don't like how they wound up looking as well. My mom was like, who were you talking to for so many hours? It was a lot of fun and we got pretty screamy looking at people fall off a cliff. I love that. I'm so glad you had such a good time, Strat. That's great. This is my first proper Twitch since like 2015 maybe. Is this an anime thing or something else, the chibi? Yeah, so it's I'll show you some of my chibi work. Hold on. Hold on. All right, 1 second. Pulling up some chibi samples. Basically, it's a drawing of your choice of a character, but the character is not in what I call my full style, which is more like the stuff that you see me doing for like the horror starting soon screen, and also the outfit that I'm working on right now. Those are like full style. What I'm about to show you are all my, like, it's a chibi style, so it's much more, it's simplified and like cuter and chunkier. So here you go. So this is, hold on, there's a group of them. So like this, so you can see that this doesn't have like realistic proportions. This is for Cutie Cata. But it does have cuteness, not correct proportions, but very cute. So yeah, that's, so I can do like an OC, I can do fan art, I can do whatever you like, try out. Reckoning Day, let me cue that one up for you. Final question for now, how do I export? You found it? Okay, great. I was gonna say, oh, I can show you that, but yeah. Good job, sweetest face. Night Hours, hello. Magnificent Night Hours, how are you? I just got over being terribly sick, but I just got off work and my back hurts so much. No, I'm sorry, honey. Well, I hope that you, I hope you can rest a bit now. Very cute, like Tau. More cute, like Precious Politely. Did I just hear my name, or am I just head silly because headache is still there? No, I was showing Terrific Trout that I was showing them the chibi I did for you. It all makes sense with Vash's PFP. Aha! It's all coming together. Clever Caldy, task stream on one monitor, Discord VC on another, Pokemon on my phone, multitasking, level 10. Truly, excellent work. I'm gonna fail. You could accidentally like be like, oh yeah, Tau just said electric. No, wait, that's ground. Queen of Japan, sure thing. Cutie caution, I'll cue that up. There we go. That sounds like something I should be paying you for. Even smaller things take a lot of energy. Oh, well, Trout, the good news is you definitely already did pay because that was for the raffle that you contributed to when you gifted all those very generous subs while we were playing Pokemon, darling. Sound on the Discord, amazing. Let me have a look. Jiro, I'm getting back in art and I forgot how cathartic it could be. I know, right? You just don't even realize how excellent it is. Aha! Space, this is great! Yes, this is exactly it. Are you pretty happy with it? It looks great. Awesome work, honey. Awesome work. I love the outfit outline on the right side. Oh, this one over here? That one? That's so good. Excellently done. Very well done, cutie cat. I may try to smooth out the movement, but for now, I think it's pretty good. Oh, good. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it looks great. I think it looks great. I'm glad you like it, sweetheart. Pinyas, so this is, we do a contest every year, or so far we have, for an outfit for me. And right now, I have a 3D artist working on, and they're almost done with, my cowgirl outfit, which you probably haven't seen. I will need to show you that. 1 second. So we've got 2 outfits at the moment. One is the one I just showed you that I need to make this for, and the other one is this. So this is one that we will be having an outfit debut. Hopefully in the not too distant future, maybe for our anniversary, our stream anniversary. But yeah, isn't it good? I love. It's artwork by the design is by Lovely Loner. Got two friends attempting to draw lineups of our D&D parties. It's like a buffet. I love it's like a buffet. It really is. It really is. I'll probably be back, but I'm gonna go watch some other Tamagotchis. Okay, have fun watching Tamagotchis, honey. The cow. Yeah. Ooh, I like that. Isn't it cute? I really like it too. I think it's very creative. So now I'm doing the same thing that we did for that one with this one. Little more! Welcome! Oh, you have no points, so you can't bald me. Sorry, bud. Thank you for the lurk, though, lovely Little more. American Tau. You've oohed your last woo. You've oohed your last woo. I get it. Okay, hold on. Let me try that again. You've oohed your last woo. Ah! Ooh, woo! Thank you for balding me, lovely Nix. The maid is secretly an artist. Loner. True! Egg. Damn it. I have been egged. He egg. So this is what they mean when they say Tau is so smooth. I don't know anyone who thinks I'm smooth. I am so frenetic. More than anything, we made it, Lovely Lab. 3.5 hours into stream and we've got your song. All right, we're doing this the easy way. Work smarter, not harder. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Ah! Smooth brain! Yeah, showing off that smooth brain, clever Cody. Smooth caution. I'll cue that for you. There we go. Cue that up for you, sweetie. I think you're pretty smooth. Oh, thank you, precious politely. I'm glad you think so. When I was designing the tavern outfit, I was leaning towards barbarian vibes. I love it. I think it looks sick, Seti. Take the compliment. Don't you dare double it and pass it. No. You're smooth. It's one of my favorite songs from the show. Yeah, this is a really good song. I like it too. Okay, hold on. Okay. Yeah, okay, very good. Usually I charge like 10 gifted subbies. I haven't heard that line. Did you see the latest clip, which was out yesterday? I'm not sure. Can you send it to me, Strat? I'll check. I saw that. It's funny. I'm excited. I'll have to watch it. Does this chat have a pronouns command? It does. If you do ! pronouns, you should be able to access it. Sayu and Emily cover this. They're everywhere. They are, aren't they, Goldie? They really are. There are worse people to be everywhere, though. Oops. Okay. Great. Okay. No joke. Sayu is in Date Everything and now Marvel Rivals. Yeah, he's Deadpool, right? In Marvel Rivals. I thought the chat went by / pronouns chat. Oh, you sent it. Awesome. Thank you, hon. I wouldn't mind Alma covering every song, Tao. My unbiased opinion. I'm not surprised. Actually, you know what? I'm totally shocked at that strat. Wow. Wow. I had no idea. See, Emily sounds like you, Tao. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, but what I will say is that Nath was watching a short from Amelie yesterday, and I thought he was watching a clip of mine because it's one of those ones where she's freaking out about scuff, and I'm like, I don't remember saying that stuff. And I'm like, but that's classic Tao, you know, I always forget saying stuff. And then he's like, no, I'm watching an Amelie clip, and I'm like, oh, okay. Okay. All right, let's see. Where's the clippy? This is the clippy. Hold on, let me watch this. Oh, let me show this one on stream. Hold on. 1 second. We're pausing real quick. Let us watch this together. Hold on. I might turn this down a little bit for you. I'll make random faces for you.
Oh, boy, would I love to see that.
You like it? Do you like it?
I was not expecting that.
Yummy. Yummy.
I'll make random faces for you. Thank you, Strat. Oh, wait, no, stop. I'll make random faces. No, wait, stop. Oh, man. That's very funny. I do indeed have that screenshot. I'm so glad you do. Thank you for the blessings, cutie pies. You do sound pretty similar when you guys panic. I'll take that as a compliment. There we go. Now that is a tiger face. Yeah, it is. How is Bear doing? Oh, good question, Strat. So Mr. Bear, unfortunately, has a dead kidney, and his other kidney is infected, but they said that, because Nathan and I were afraid that we were going to have, like, weeks or months, but they actually said that if we treat the kidney that's infected with antibiotics, he'll last a few more years probably. So that's very good. That's actually very positive. So we have there's 2 kidneys, one is dead and the other's infected, but he's on antibiotics, and with the antibiotics he should actually be good for at least another 2 years. So that's good. That is good. Yeah, poor bear, I know, but we're both like way happier about the fact that he is doing much better than we anticipated when they said he has a mass. We actually thought, you know, it would be like cancer, but it's not. So that's good. We'll take what we can get. Glad he can stick around. Yeah, me too. Me too. Mr. Boobits. Angel, hello Angel, how are you? I'm sorry about the fur baby. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, that was interesting. Spotify just alerted me that some song that was supposed to come up, it said Spotify can't play this right now. If it's an MP3 on your computer, you can import it. I don't know what it was though. It just skipped it and went to this. Did you see Solo Song Request? Nobody Like You. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not. Oh, sorry, sweetie pie. Let me cue that up. Nobody Like You. Oh, do you mean Nobody from Kaiju number 8? Because that is by One Republic, but I just want to make sure that they don't also have a song called Nobody Like You. Draconis! Hi there, dearest Draconis. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Yeah, that one? Okay, cool. How are you, darling? I'm glad he's gonna hang along. Yeah, me too. Ah, thank you for the goat scream. Cutie orca. I'm good, chilling. Awesome. Excellent. Glad to hear that, dearest Draconis. All right. Okay, let's actually do some coloring. I think it'll be more fun if we just color stuff anyway. Oops. Teehee. Okay. Okay. Oh, those didn't get... Oh, well, that makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. Hold on. I shall fix. Oh, hold on. This booty is not in the right spot. You requested this a while back. Yeah, we're still catching up on requests. It's we had quite a few that we started with today. Tal, any recent anime you're into? Let's see, Clever Cody. I've been trying to get into Jujutsu Kaisen. I cannot do it. I am almost to season 2 and it is just background noise. I can't. I'm so over shonen stuff. But what else? Hell's Paradise. The new season is great. Really enjoying that. What else have I got for you? I haven't watched it yet, but I'm so hyped for the new season of Trigun. Stargazer, I think. What else? I actually can't think of any others that I'm watching at the moment. We're caught up with Spy Family, which is always very cute. It's more of a Nath thing, but like I think it's cute. Have you considered watching The Witch's Diary or something it was called? It's an emotional one. I don't know if I've seen that one. Is that dubbed? Have we talked about this? I'm glad you got the better news. Hopefully they can find a better fix for Nath. Oh, you mean for Bear? Nath is okay. Bear, well, Nath is as okay as he can be with all of his conditions, but Tau watched Bull Footy. It's fun and quiet. You know what I want to watch actually? I really want to watch Tamon's B-side. I'm not a big like romance anime goily, but it looks really cute. Cutie Coldwood! How are you, darling? It's so good to see you! What are we working on? We are working on another outfit for moi. This time it was made by Sudaseru. Bull Footy is an MMO anime. Oh, okay. Huh. I have not seen it. Is it like in line with like Sword Art Online or Log Horizon or something? Rom-com better than regular romance. That is true. I agree with that. I do agree with that, Precious Politely, for sure. How are you doing, Cutie Coldwood? It's so good to see you. Did you get my song request? Surprise and Click? I sure did. Thank you very much for Surprise and Click. I love that song. We're blending. Probably close to the Log Horizon. Okay. Is it closer to Log Horizon or is it closer to Grim? Fuck, what's it called? Grim. Fuck. What's the other? It's a very gritty MMO type anime. Grim Grid. I need to watch the new season of Trigon as well. I've been so busy. Work has been nonstop, working 6 days of the week with a lot of OT, so just been so drained. Yeah, I don't blame you, Lovely Vash. I don't blame you at all. SAO, but no imprisoning people in the game. Oh, okay. Hey, that's kind of interesting. Is it? Does it have a lot of? Does it have a lot of fan service? Because I really hate fan service. Grimgar, that's it, Orca. Is it Grimgar-esque or Log Horizon-esque? More like. Bull Footy is more lighthearted. Oh, okay. Yeah, Grimgar of Ash and something. Yeah. Sleepy, it's that time of the month and I'm dying. Just doing an eat, nap, bath cycle. Bathe, sorry. Oh, Goldwood, I'm sorry, sweetie. I hope you're getting, like, yummy food, though. How is Flex taking good care of you? He better be. Ah, Jesus. Ah! Sorry. I'm just throwing a fit. Don't mind me. No. Come on. He's home from work, so yes, taking excellent care of me. Yay! Good job, fabulous Flex. And it's so good of you to come on in, Cutie Coldwood. I'm so happy to see you. Have you watched the anime Kaiba before? I have not. Do you recommend it? It doesn't have any fan service far enough. Okay, 0 fan service. Super wholesome. Okay, Bull Footy, probably something I would watch then. That sounds adorable. I would like to watch that, pretty please. Is that on Crunchyroll? Bull Footy, and Shangri-La for that matter, is a simple play game, do cool thing, get off to rest, and then get back on later anime. So it's like slice of life meets like MMO, sort of? Throwing a fit? Why are you throwing the outfit? You're so funny, laugh. You are funny. This is from that outfit contest a while ago, correct? Yes, that's right, Cutie Cola. That is correct. Good memory. Yes, this is the winning entry from Sudaseru. And we're just getting it ready so that I can send it off to my 3D artist. And then they can make it up for us. And then I can wear it. Damn it. This... Hold on, I'm just gonna fix this. There. All right. Cute. Oh, this is gonna be so cute. Love this design. I like me some Shangri-La too. I like those not trapped in the game animes. It's a nice casual gamer, less intense pace vibe. Yeah, exactly. It's basically Shield Hero, but cute anime girls. Oh, cute. That sounds adorable. Rito, I'm sorry for the mess up. I was driving and the audio was delayed. Oh, you're okay, Ryo. You're all good. Yeah, Crunchyroll. Don't worry, Tao. If I give an anime recommendation, I make sure I know my target audience and what they're like. You know what? I believe you wholeheartedly in that, CD5. Obbies for you. Yee. Good Orca. No, you are an extremely considerate person, Cutie Orca, so I'm not surprised that you definitely take that into account. Sheesh, I do in fact have peak. I might have to. Yeah, Cutie Coldwood, please join everybody and make me jealous again. I prefer Shangri-La because it's a bit more action that I like, but Bullfree is cute. Aw, let's go. Funny? I was funny once. They locked me in a room full of clowns. Clowns made me funny. Funny, I was funny once. I highly recommend Kaiba. It is an anime with a cutesy art style. Yum. However, it is a very melancholy anime, which takes place in this futuristic world where people can freely switch bodies as long as they plug in their consciousness into the new body. It's also very short, only 13 episodes. Interesting. Okay. Very, very interesting. Does that have much in the way of triggering content or fan service? Both are equally unappealing to me. What? Solo, what do we talk about? The caffeine? It makes you crazy? Gotta be a new season soon. For Shangri-La? I've never seen Shangri-La. I've been hearing things about it, but I myself have not seen it. Okay. It's a good one. Got some funny stuff and a good story. I guess that's probably, I mean, it makes sense that it would be so popular then, right? Like if it kind of hits everything. Avatar the anime. Thank you for the care package, Terrific Trout. I appreciate you, honey. No fan service, but what do you mean by triggering content? Think about the things that are potentially triggering. The things that you would normally see a content warning for. If it's got anything like that, then... says you keep burping and you're the one who drinks soft drink. I love Solo and Lav just like... These are good chatties, I did tell you to give it a shot when it first came out, but I think you were watching Delicious in Dungeon at the time. That sounds about right, Strat. That sounds about right. Hi there, Joyous Josh. Welcome in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you again. I heard they did a live action of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Surely you're not recommending that to me, Orca. Surely you're not trying to single-handedly remove all credibility. Thank you so much, Terrific Trout. An average sibling combo. That's true, actually. That is true. Lav and Solo are basically siblings. She flicked me in the head, but let's be honest, it didn't hurt. Nani? Nani koi? You're doing great. That's wonderful, Josh. I'm so happy to hear it. Well, welcome in. What you been up to? We've known each other for 7 or 8 years. That's sibling. Yeah, that's about a sibling time frame. Never. Alive was blasphemy. That's what I thought. I was gonna say, I don't think that you want to suggest this right now. Now, do ya, Orca? Not much, just chilling most of the time. Oh, well, Josh, you know what? In such a busy world, it is such a boon to be able to just chill. So I'm really, really glad that you're able to do that, sweetie. Congratulations. Guess what, Tao? What's up, Pseudo Space? I hope you know Tao for more than I hope to know Tao for more than 7 or 8 years. Ah! Precious politely, I certainly hope so as well. It would be such an honor to know you for so long. Someone gifted you Stardew. That's great, Pseudo Space. Congratulations. You gonna go play it? Sorry, it's me yawning.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Whoa! They totally did! Thank you for the save, Cutie Caution. Boop, boop. Lab's making an angry face now. Oopsie. I cannot draw. I cannot draw is not what I meant to say, but you know what? I'll roll with that. I cannot draw. I need to get rid of both of these bits here. Ooh, Rayo, thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Vampire Bat Dad, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? I hope you're doing as good as you possibly can. It's so good to see you. I'm going, TPO, to at least look at it / set it up. The main reason I wanted it is to play with others, so I don't know how much I'll do with just me. That's fair, Space, that's fair. When are you gifting me a game? A game that I will potentially never touch just because you gifted it. And I want it in pristine condition. Even in the digital realm strat, you afraid that you're gonna, scratch the virtual disc? I will happily get you a game sometime, strat. You just let me know when you're going to have time to play it, and then I will get you a game. Mom, Solo is being mean. Now, both you get on your nosies. Gentle bapping. Be nice to your siblings. Art streams are every Friday, Thursday for me, right? Yes, that is correct. See to Space, that is correct. Kaiba doesn't have any extreme content. Oh, okay. It sounds interesting, Little Mac, it does. Tao, good to see you again. Sorry it took me so long to come back in. That's all good, Precious Patricia, welcome back. Mean, making excellent amount of amazing fun. That's pretty good, Solo. I like that. Jiddle! Thank you for the goat scream. Welcome. Or, well, you've been here, but thank you for that. Can't add extra data to a digital game card now, can I? You're going to be listening? Thank you so much, Pseudospace. Tao, quick! Give me a number between 1 and 7! 7. Gift Strat a Gundam game. It'll take 5 days before he breaks and plays it. That's actually probably true. Gonna be back in a bit. All good, Strat. Thank you for the lurk. I will get you a Gundam game sometime. Beware Kaiba will make you cry in certain episodes. I love a show that will make me cry. I don't know if anime has ever made me cry, though. Thank you, Tao. My pleasure, sweetest soul. Be nice! Be nice anyway. Flex and I saw Iron Lung last night. No spoilers, but I will be seeing again. Oh, so you enjoyed it, Cutie Coldwood. That's good. That's good. My parents, shockingly, who have never played the game, have no clue who Markiplier is, they hated it. They were like, Tau, do not see this. It's trash. And I'm like, well, you were not exactly the target audience. I'm so sorry to tell you that. All right, let me get this base hair done. Oops, that goes around actually. Yay. Okay, now heads or tails? Or tails! Tails. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood made me cry. Oh, I could see that. I could see that. I love cosmic horror and I love Markiplier. Yeah, that's fair. The running joke is I have a Mark shrine that Flex is unaware of. Okay, I can definitely see why you want to see that again for sure, for sure, for sure. Shared pictures of my unfinished model and art by next week art stream. It and my next model will be finished. Great. Looking forward to it. I will have a look in a moment. Let me see. Dap me up. Congrats, you have chosen Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon. Let's go. Are those your favorites? Did I just vibe out your favorites? Do with that info what you will. Oh, okay. If you don't know the game's lore, you'll have a hard time understanding the movie. Yeah, exactly. That's what I told my parents. I'm like, you guys just have no clue. They're like, oh, it was based off a game. I'm like, yep. Things are about how they're expected to be. I won't info dump. The group has encountered a moral/emotional small obstacle amidst it, and we do not really know how to react to it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Vampire. Well, you know, the community, the Pouch Pal community is always here to help, hopefully ease, even if it's just a tiny bit, ease a little bit of the burden. All right, let me go look at these. You just picked that game. Hope we can play that one sometime in the next 100 years. I also hope we can play that sometime in the next 100 years. All right, let's have a look at Patricia's artworks. Let's go look at these. Ooh, I like the black with the like green. That's cool for the seat. Ooh, gotta protect it. Oh, very cool. Ooh, very cool. I do like the blue bits on the sides, and I like the kind of like harshly gradiated nose. Very well done, hon. Excellent work. Excellent work. It is recommended that you play the game before watching the movie. Yeah, my parents will not play that game. They don't get it. They were like, Tau, we just don't understand this. Why don't people make movies for people to understand? I'm like, I'm not going to argue with you about this. Y'all don't even know what you're talking about, parents. There we go. All right. Oh, actually, I just realized something. Hold on, I'm just gonna check something real quick.
Okay, I know what to suggest for the next horror game stream.
Oh no, what? I thought your dad was super into movies. Oh, he is super into movies. He has recently been doing a triple feature 4 times a week. He is watching every single movie that comes out. He's massively into movies. It's like he's one true love, basically. But he hates Iron Lung. He said it doesn't make sense. And I was like, well, it's not really for you. He's like, well, it was out, so it should be, if it's in a theater, if it's in a public theater, it should be for me. Okay, Dad. Let me see, 1 second. I just need to check on something real quick. Where's that? Sorry, I just realized I need to check on this. Okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Great, okay, cool. Oh, ooh, Sorry. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I just exited out of it, but that's okay. Me, when my dad says he's not a fan of Bad Bunny, it's not for him to understand. Yeah, basically. Listen, you guys, we actually have to go on a quick break, sweetie pies. For those of you who are lurking or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to. You will still not miss any content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, therefore I'm not making any content. I run those ads. You should probably also walk away from the computer because it's healthy for you. Yay! And yeah, so we're gonna just do that real quick for 3 minutes. Oh, you're heading out to Sedu. Got errands to do? All good, darling. We'll see you later, okay? I hope that you guys will consider grabbing yourself something to eat or drink, having a little stretch, maybe going to the bathroom, or if you need to take any medications, please do that. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon.
Some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? I guess you know what to get your son for his birthday, Tao. Do you want your motorcycle with your Luigi? With your Luigi, my little baby. Mother, we will. The timing on that literally during like the one section, like literally 1 second where there was like a downtime between dialogue and music. Mother, will. Mother, we will. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Oh, save. I love that so much. It's fucking awesome. We could surely do some kind of a remix. What is a flesh tuber? Oh, so Lita, a flesh tuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my god, I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy, thank you for a gigantic. Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? Mother, we will. It would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's. Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry. That was so creepy. Boom. Okay, cool. We need exclamation point bark. If we do that, I'll be like, oh no, he's barking, but only one time, and then I'll glance over. Crazy dog. He is a crazy dog. He's my little baby, my little crazy baby. I think it's probably because Nate just got home. Okay. Sorry. And fishy now, big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh, hi. Moments ago, glimpsed a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sand. Yet, sorry, my gut is, beareth thine dinner. Shower you guys with singing all my praises. Bye. Tao's 18th century peasant maxing, enjoying her crumbs.
Hello. Hi. I missed you. Welcome back, Valiant Vash. Abbies. Yee! Good Vash. Welcome back, next to Toast Slice Jam Slice. Abbies. Yee! Good Nix. Welcome back, lovely love. Abbies. Good love. Mudda. Welcome back, outstanding Umbra. Welcome back, Cutie Kasha. Welcome back, Precious Pinas. So welcome back, Precious Patricia. Abbies. Yee! Good Patricia.
Mudda.
Welcome back, outstanding Orca. Abbies. Good Orca. Umbra Abbies. Yes, good Umbra. Also, thank you very much for the mom voice, dearest Draconis. Much appreciated. Welcome back to you. Rawr, darling. Hi, Swedish Shadow. Welcome back. And terrific Troutrageous. Thank you ever so much for gifting that sub to the Valiant Vampire Bat Dad, darling. I appreciate it. A 12-month subscription as well. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. I really appreciate your generosity and your kindness and your hair. Sorry. Your generosity and your kindness and your thoughtfulness. And yeah, thank you so much, terrific Trout. Much, much, much appreciated. Welcome back, terrific Trout. Or should I say, welcome back, Mummy Tao. Either one works. Thank you very much, dearest Draconis. Okay, let's see. I'm loving this. The jazzy Monaco. Amazing Arctic, welcome and thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. I would never call Tao mommy personally. Mommy is a word reserved for other trans women in Discord DMs. So to me, mom voice Tao is Mama Tao. I appreciate whatever you want to call me within reason when I use this voice. The one time you're allowed to use the M word on me. Jesse. Welcome back, amazing Aussie. It's good to have you back.
Boom.
Peace.
Headshot.
Boom. Headshot. Good Aussie. Welcome back, sweetheart. I will not be able to stick around until the end. I need to go fix the water pump. We haven't been getting water supplied to us for 3 days. Strat. Jesus, yeah, please, go get that fixed up, hun. Please stay safe, okay? Hype. Mother Tao. Please take care of us. I will always take care of you, my darlings. Yeah, Tao does feel like a Mama Tao. I'm glad to hear that, precious pin. Yes, thank you. Gotta admit, I do love a mommy voice. I'm glad that you enjoy it. The M word. You mean momster. Yeah, that's true. I am a bit of a momster, huh? Gotta go back to working, though. Gotta fill in jury duty papers. Enjoy fulfilling your civic duty, Ozzy. Mighty Tao. Yeah, call me Mighty Tao when I do this voice. Me listening to Chinese music. I don't understand these lyrics. It's like they're not even speaking English. Within reason, I win this round, Tao. Within reason. Not following Tao on Twitch? Guilty. Can you imagine? What if I became such a power that people had to subscribe to me on Twitch or else Ozzy will go out and prosecute. As you said, I've been on an unlucky streak for the past 2 weeks. Everything is breaking down all at once. I'm so sorry, Strad. Yeah, please go get that fixed up because you definitely need water. Tao is always mighty in my eyes. Thank you, precious Patricia. I'm grateful. You betcha I will. Her power level is over 9,000. Yeah. So it is. Unsubscribe so Ozzy comes after me. Orca, do you want Ozzy to come after you? Hey, it's me, Goku. I heard you're strong. Who do you think would win? Goku or me? By the end, my model is going to be a Royal Canadian Navy F2 Banshee, which was fielded on Canada's last aircraft carrier, the HMCS Bonaventure. Partway through, after all the painting was done, I decided I didn't like the colors and just completely redid them, as you can see in the last 3 pictures. Is this one you've already shown us? Hold on one second. I'm gonna need to make this so you can't actually see the screen for a second, because I think I may have. Okay, good. Oh yeah, we already looked at it. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. You with your animal ultra instinct. Tao, I like it when you read historical facts in this voice. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear it. Very calming, very relaxing. Good. We're being buried. We're being buried! Sorry, I get to have my voice back there. You know, I almost sued a company because their scouter kept exploding the moment I tried to check your power level. You should have told me your power level is above 9,000! Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for the heart-filling, Sweetest Storm. I try to keep it under wraps. I feel like bragging about how my power level is above 9,000 is... Out of touch, I like the song. Me too. I really like the song. It's very good. Out of touch. Hey, not bragging. Not bragging cost me a fortune. That's actually a true strat. You would probably be making much more money if you would learn to brag about yourself, because you are damn awesome. Jamie, welcome in, Joyce. Jamie, how are you? Good to see you again. Oh, well done on beating the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Excellent work. Oh, no! I have been frozen! Hold on. I'll stop freaking you out in a second. Wait. Wait. Oh my god, Jesus! Aha! Precious Patricia! Thank you for the Bird Brain request. Ironically, my favorite version of Bird Brain is not actually by Jamie Page. But I do love that song. It's so good. Hi, Cutie2. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Welcome, welcome. And there you get another scuffling. I wonder what scufflings look like when you like embody. Like, what do you think a scuffling actually looks like? What does it appear as, do you reckon? Is it like one of the little soot creatures from Spirited Away, you think? Zena! Hi there, Zelacina. Welcome in. How are you doing? Raiders, if you need a rain run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Welcome, welcome. How how was World of Tanks? You guys, this is the awesome Xena Lemuria, a valiant warrior of the digital realm who hath graced us with their presence. This furry fox Vtuber beareth the banner of variety gaming, from tanking in World of Tanks to conquering foes in Dynasty Warriors. Their streams be a safe haven for those 18 and older, where spatial magics and winds of adventure intertwine. Truly a realm worth exploring. Tanks were played and fights were lost. Fun might have been had. Raid. I hope it was fun. Allos, it's going well. How are you? Lost a lot of games, but I hit 12k damage. Very nice, Xena. Very nice. Dynasty Warriors mentioned. That's true. Precious Politely is a god tier Dynasty Warriors player. Actually, if you really like Dynasty Warriors, probably check out Politely as well. Sweetheart, do you know when your next stream is gonna be? Welcome in to the Raiders. Hi, everybody. I am Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I'm also an artist, so if you come in on Fridays, Aussie time, you'll be seeing me do art and be able to queue up some songs. If you come in on Sundays, we were playing through Persona 5 Royal for the very first time, so please no spoilers. On Mondays, Final Fantasy 14, also for the very first time, please no spoilers. You're welcome to join me for it, though. And Tuesdays, Pokemon ZA for the very first time. Please no spoilers. Yeah, that's what we got going on at the moment. Although this coming week is very exciting. I'm going to be streaming every day for 6 days, then a break, and then another day. Luna! Hi there, lovely Luna. Welcome in. Oh, you are also playing World of Tanks. Let's go. How good. You guys, this is lovely Lunar, a valiant moth warrior who hath descended from the digital realm of World of Tanks. Their stream be a cozy haven where art and gaming doth intertwine like vines in a sunlit garden. From hunting bears to monster slaying escapades, their adventures be as varied as the stars in the night sky. Fear not the back seat, for all are welcome in this realm of whimsy and wonder. Welcome in, lovely Lunar. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I was just introducing myself, but basically we are playing Persona 5 Royal, we are playing Pokemon ZA, and we are playing Final Fantasy 14, as well as doing art. That's basically what our weeks look like these days. We also have a very exciting week coming up. We're going to be playing an FPS for 6 hours, a horror game for 6 hours. We're going to do a community game day as well. We got a lot of really cool stuff coming up this week. What do you mean no spoilers for Pokemon? You catch them all. For the story, Goose! For the story. Looking forward to future Pokemon streams! Well, Clever Culty, I'm very excited to have you for those future Pokemon streams. For Pokemon, I pretty much, even though we put up a warning about no spoilers and no backseating, the no spoilers is kind of the main thing, and if you're gonna backseat, you have to be nice. But I am very open to people yelling about the correct matchups for things, because I am not good at it. Playing tanks with Xena. How good! Well, Lunar and Xena, would you like to let me know when your next stream is, sweetheart? Scufflings. They look like the moats in Soulframe. Oh, yeah, exactly, Storm. I reckon you're right. I reckon you're right. I can help with nicknames. As a certified Poke nerd, I can give funny or accurate names, and I have type matchups memorized. Let's go! All right, Clever Culty. Really emphasizing the clever part of your name. Please help me! We could have a Scuffling that's a pouch pal with a happy goofy face. That would be really funny. Something that looks kind of like a Mimikyu or something. That'd be cute. Pirate music is peak. I do love a good sea shanty. I plan to stream again on Monday. Not sure what yet, but likely more Blood West. It's been pretty fun. Blood West, that sounds like a horror game. Is that a horror game? What's all your guys' favorite Pokemon starters? My favorite Pokemon starter, Precious Piñas, is Cyndaquil. I love Cyndaquil. Very cool. Will we be taking the next break? Maybe. I will see what Nath is up to. There's a possibility. He may also go to the gym, and if he goes to the gym, we'll probably take the next break. Oh, thank you, Red. Luna, you get to pick a song of your choice, courtesy of Red. What would you like me to queue up for you? There's a non-binary friend of mine who named themselves Mimikyu. That's cute. I actually love that. That's actually very cute. I heard you use the Indian accent and you never get to use it again. I revoke my approval. That was funny, but so wrong. I'm saving that. I told you, Strat. I told you. I warned you. I thought you would not like it. I'm so bad at it. I don't know many songs by name, so I'll say Dealer's Choice. Oh, okay. Well, Red, would you like to pick a song then? Did you know Pokemon Legends Arceus includes Cyndaquil as a starter with a new dual typing? Yes, when I played through Pokemon Legends Arceus, I indeed chose my adorable little guy and his potentially very high final form. I told you, Strat, I warned you. Oh, my choice. Thank you, sweetie. Can you give Nath uppies for me? He weighs a little more than me. I can try, though. I'm fairly strong. I think I've crushed him while I lifted him before, and he was like, ow. All right, I have queued up a song. Beautiful Bubble, thank you so much. Damn, Tao cracked a few notes of Aussie accent there. Wait, where, when? When did I do it? Tell me, I must replicate. I had faith in you, Tao. I want to like it, but the Indian in me is holding me back. You are not, you do not, and you should not like it. I can't do it. Wait, me? Let me turn around on you then, Tao. Give me the favorite song you've heard in the last 7 days. Ooh, I don't listen to a lot of music, so I think that I've only heard like 1 or 2 songs in the last 7 days. Probably the Rocky Road to Dublin. Yeah. My favorite is Oshawott. Immediately fell in love with Edgy Samurai. Edgy Samurai is pretty good. Tell them it's for me too. Okay, Ozzy, will do. You had out, little Mac. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for dropping through. We'll see you later. My bus is almost at the stop, so I'm going to head out and come back in when I get home. All good, precious Patricia. We'll see you soon. If Nath has time for the gym, he should get that 5th job. Yes, that's the way. His 1 job keeps him busy for the amount of time that my 5 jobs do. He's very busy. Actually, he's technically got 2 jobs, but I am bite-sized. Yuki can testify. I bet you would lift me like a kid. I probably could do that, Strat. I am fairly strong. It's just that Nath is like 6'2" and like, how much does he weigh? Like 85 kilos? Something like that. I love Snivy and the entire evolution line. It is really cool, and it's grown on me more and more since I've had such a positive association with Snivy because of Snivine 444. Yeah, no, very, 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 very cool Pokemon. Really, really like it. I know, and I can't wait for you to have the workout streams. I'm so excited. We are going to be doing a tester for that next week. I love Chimchar because of the, Infernape. He's my favorite Pokemon. Nice! Chimchar is very cute. I do think that Chimchar is cute. I would have lifted Tao in a hug at PAX, but as she would rather not, I did not. Consent is important. That is true, Storm. That is true. Thank you. I appreciate that. Totodile Supremacy. Water in general. I don't like water in any form. My favorite Fuecoco from Gen 9. My favorite little derpy croc boy. Cute. I prefer Sableye and Gardevoir, Smorphus says. You know what? Sableye is very cool. Actually, we just got the Mega Evolution for it in ZA last stream, I think. And it's so cute. I love that it just has a giant fucking jewel. That's so adorable. Oh, and we have Gardevoir on our team, actually. Good choices, Smorphus. Good choices. Welcome in, by the way, sweetest Smorphus. How are you doing? Could I send you just a few words in DM just to let you know something for transparency? I don't think it's a bad thing, but honestly felt needed. Whatever you gotta do, Valiant Vampire, no worries. whatever you need to do. Totodile and Piplup
Pretty
were my
lady.
goats when I was a kid. Totodile and Piplup, good choices. Good choices. I have no choice. Cast form, also good. Totodile's cool, but it was done dirty as a mega. I said it. I'm not sorry. Yeah, Pouch Pal. We've named our Feraligator Pouch Pal. I was commenting on how strange it was. Yeah, we're on this week's songs. Wahoo! I'm good. Just drawing Sonic Execution, a version of Shattuck, infused in 5% of my OC's power. Ooh, very cool, Smorfus. Very cool. Well, hey, sounds like you're an artist. If you would like to share anything that is safe for work, you're welcome to put it in our Discord. We do love looking at artwork that people post in there during our streams. But of course, if you don't want to share, that is totally cool too. We love OCs. Sure, I can share? Sure. Go ahead and join the Discord, hun. And Cutie Kurama, welcome in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Cool. Okay. I like that. That looks good. I did elaborate a little bit on Seru's design for the hair. Like, as far as like the rest of it's like the style is accurate, but I like asymmetry. So I've made it less symmetrical color wise. Not sure if you replied to this early, but will we be taking another break? I did reply a little bit earlier. It depends on if Nath goes to the gym or not. If he doesn't, then I'll hang out some more. And if he does, then we will not be taking the next one. Is it weird I do not feel comfortable going ahead with jury duty? Anxiety's flaring up a bit, even doing this form. Ozzy, have you ever done it before? Jury duty, I mean? I see, that's fine. Yeah. Wait just a second. say? Let me see here. You haven't? Yeah. So that makes sense, Ozzy. Like, if you haven't done this before, it can be a bit jarring because it's all very legalese and stuff like that. But there's actually a pretty good chance that you're going to show up and then you're just going to be sent on your way. They're going to have you sit there for like 2 to 4 hours while they decide if they want you in on the case, and then they'll be like, okay, you can leave, and you'll be like, what? But you have to fill all that stuff out just in case they do grab you. And if they do grab you, still not a big deal. You'll just get to sit in and listen to someone talk about how they stole a car or something. Yep, yeah, Colewood's like, yep, I've done this before. That's how it was when I was called for to serve on jury. They only needed a dozen-ish people, but there were 70 to pick from. Yeah, exactly, Red. Yeah, grabbable. You gotta be grabbable. Grabbable. Grab them. Grab them by the paperwork. I got passed over for my brutal honesty and my distaste for corporate greed during the interview process. It's so funny, Red. That's actually exactly what Nath got passed over for as well. He was like, yeah, no, I will definitely not be entirely fair if it involves corporate greed. And they were like, oh, okay, we can't use you. I'm shiny farming in Pokemon ZA, and I've had 3 Nubble and 3 Fennekin. Shiny ones! Very cool, Jamie. Well done. I have been selected before, but because I never got a letter about it, they fined me. They considered my appeal about the fine, though. Oh, okay, gotcha. I had jury duty once. They called 400 people when they meant to call 150, and I spent 9 hours in the courthouse to have the entire jury chosen in 0.5 seconds once they actually started calling people. That shit's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, no, that's, well, did you get paid though? You are supposed to get paid, like your hourly rate when you do that. Did I get your song? Yes, Back in the Saddle, I did indeed. Thank you for checking. Still gonna need a Houndour. If Roxy were here, she could probably help you. We don't have that here. I did catch a guy who stole my dad's bag and turned him into the cops. I had to go to the court to recount the incident. That's the only time I've ever been to one. Yeah, so it's a bit different from that strat. I'm surprised you guys don't have that. That's really interesting. Do you guys not decide things by a jury of your peers, quote unquote, a jury of your peers? Because you mentioned stealing a car. Well, this is Townsville, so it's more than likely. Look at me go. I also had jury duty once. After an hour, it was canceled. After an hour, yep, that sounds about right, Pseudosmorphus. That sounds about right. It was for a massive illegal weapons case. Holy shit. I knew like 6 people who got called back by law because they fucking bailed because it was taking too long. Canada only pays you if you were on the actual jury. Okay, I got you. Okay, that might have just been a benefit of the place I was working at the time. I have a friend who accidentally shoplifted twice by complete accident. What? How? Did they just have something in their hand and then they walked out with it? I have actually done that with gum. I have totally unintentionally been like, you know, I grabbed the gum because that's what I'm there for. And then I walk around looking at other things and I'm like, yeah, nothing else. And then I left and I was like, and I ran back in and I paid for it. We have a jury. We just don't get called like that normally. It's usually for big cases. Interesting. Very interesting. 25 years old, and my parents have had to do it with knowing my country, my county in South Texas. It'll take them forever. That is probably true. Is there jury duty in the UK? Because I've never had to do it, and I'm 25. I'm not sure. I feel like there probably would be in the UK because both the US and Australia have it. So, and both are derived. Australia's judicial system is like derived from the UK's with like a smidge of Americanness. So if both of those countries have it, then I think that the UK probably would. Ageism is hard within the community. Please leave so kindly, you underage fellas. Thank you very much. Yeah, we do have, this is an 18+ space only, but it's not for like NSFW reasons. It's important to have places where adults can hang out. I'm gonna head off. My phone is gonna die, but I might still listen through Caldy. Yay, sounds good. Stay safe, gang. No shoplifting. Absolutely, precious pin. Yes. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And I hope that you continue to listen through Clever Caldy. They were handed some small items and he pocketed them. They paid for something else, and by the time they felt their pocket, they were already outside. Oh no. Yeah, I did something. Yeah, I've done something like that. I've just gotten lucky not to do it. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. Although 25 is pretty young, so I would say by the time that you're in your 30s, you will probably have experienced jury duty at least once, or at least they'd have called you for it by then. Most countries start jury processing after legal age, but it's honestly such a few and far between chance to get called. That's true. They do have like the entire legally abiding public at their disposal. So, okay. Oh, Strat, you heading out? Hold on, let me see. Strat, have you been to one? To jury duty? I've been called, but I've never served on a jury. I just know how it works because I had some friends who did serve on a jury. Distinction is important. Sometimes adults just need spaces to be adults and kids need their own for mutual safety and comfort. Exactly, terrific Strat, exactly right. That's absolutely wild. I got called at 18 when I was in my small hometown, and not once since. It's been 10 years. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. My ADHD has gotten me in trouble at an early age. Went into a shop, found something that caught my interest, distracted myself fidgeting with said item as I walked out with it. Only realized after I got in my mother's car. Oopsies. I do think it would be dope to actually be on the jury. My uber autism would either be really helpful or I'd never get picked. It's because I'm listed in New York for jury duty, I guess. Big cities, more crime. Oh, that makes sense. I'm not heading out yet. I need to take out the pump once mom is done with some cleaning. Once that's done, I will take my leave. Okay, sounds good, sweet Strat. Sounds good. I've been to court multiple times as an observer/assistant. It's chaotic, but I've been told many lawyers wouldn't pick me to be on a jury. Interesting, Storm. Is that because of your strong personal moral compass? It's kind of funny because jury duty generally wants people who are like super, super, super... Oh, I need to plug that in. Hold on a second. Give me just a sec. I need to go and get my charger. Hold on, please. One moment. Ah, no, don't fall. Hold on. All right. Okay. Oh, fuck. Sorry. That was my pop filter. Okay. Charge, baby, charge. There we go. Apparently I have too much charisma and leadership personality and would be too much of an influence on other jurors. Wow, that's a feather in your cap. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Indeed, Nix. My hometown was Canada's most dangerous town for like 5 years running. Not surprised at all that I have gotten called while living there. That town has a major crime rate, 350% times higher than Detroit. Really? That's crazy. For most of my life, I lived in the most dangerous, like, as far as like violent crime and murder goes, the most dangerous state in the US. But that's fucking crazy. 350 times percent higher than Detroit is insane. I wrote that terribly. I'm so tired. That's okay, Cutie Chloe. Do you want to get some sleep? So do I have to act weird so they don't pick me? I'm a good actor in that regard. I mean, you could, Ozzy. You could give that a shot if you want. It's a town of 12,000 people. Oh, wow, Coldwood. That's insane. Tao, I don't know, but did Ozzy, how awesome he is at shooting basketballs and chess pieces in Peak? Dude had such a high score rate. It was amazing. He did not mention that, but I do believe that. That sounds like a very Aussie skill set, to be honest. Something that he just would not actually mention, but he's like super, super good at. Encountered a bad customer the other day. I was baking a chocolate cake, and by the time it was done, the customer decided to try to take the chocolate cake and not pay. My dumb mind believed they'd pay after the cake is done. Though before they can take the chocolate cake, I slammed the door. Wow! Smorphus, wait, do you work at a bakery? That's so sick. We actually have a couple of people who work at a bakery, and I just want you guys to mail me yummy bickies. It was nice level. Let's go. Hi there, Radical Resident. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Oh, an at-home bakery. Oh my gosh, Smorphus, that's really cool. Oh my gosh. An at-home bakery. Wow. I would love to hear more stories from that. That's so cool. So it's literally working from home, but working from home is the bakery you've got in your house. Great to be here as always. It's great to have you as always, darling. Proof! Hi, Precious Proof. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. What sort of biscuit or cookie would you like, Tao? I won't post our streamer friend, but, what do you mean our streamer friend? I would love strawberry shortcake. Yummy! Yummy! Not only was I basically the LeBron James of Peak, but I kept deliberately throwing chess pieces in high spots, getting them stuck up there. That's so funny, Ozzy. That is such a like little brother thing to do. Luckily, I kept the person's name and phone number and made them put them in a blacklist, and my at-home bakery is more of a side gig until I get a job. That's really cool though that you've started doing this at-home bakery thing though, Smorphus. What's your favorite thing to bake? I did that shit IRL in high school too. My own shoes, for fuck's sake. Listen, little brother vibe cannot un-little brother vibe, you know? You gotta, even if it means giving up your own shoes, you just gotta do it. You can't help it. That's so funny. I'm doing some cosmic crafting and gotcha, getting lost in the I will search Pinterest for ideas trap, and I haven't stopped scrolling for about 2 hours. Dang, Proof! I mean, it sounds like you're getting inspo. We can't send cookie tea through the mail. Oh, that's true. We can send her on a plane. Not beating the little bro allegations. Found that hilarious regardless. Anything had me amused. That's so funny, Ozzy. You know, I love that. I do love that. Oh yes, what Strat said, we would love to see your beautiful artwork in the form of baked goods, sweetheart. I have 3 things. 3 is cookies, 2 is rum cakes, and 1 is creme brulee. Wow, Smorphus, aren't some of those things like notoriously difficult to make? Like rum cake and especially creme brulee? I thought those were like quite hard to make, so that tells me that you have a lot of skill. A lot of talent and a lot of skill. Don't tell Lav, but I stole her iPad. And can someone hand me a soft drink? Skull, is that you? I remember my brother was in a chess tournament and my mom said to him, don't get your hopes up. You won't likely win everyone. Wasn't Tears laughing about what she said and then she realized what she said and kept apologizing? Oh, ouch, yeah. It's the Shrek OST song. So it is, Trout. So it is. Amen. 07. Yeah, that's Solo. Tao, I do have a video. Hold on. Oh, okay, Ozzy. It was me, Solo.
Click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you for my song, Sweetest Storm. Was that a JoJo's reference? It was a JoJo's reference that Solo made. It was me, Solo! No, Lav. Oh, same person? No, different people on the same count? Dun, dun, dun. I love the song. Let me see this. I'm liking it so far, yeah. Okay, I've decided this is indeed a banger and it's going on my liked. Oh yeah, good song. Me too, it's why I requested this song. Good choice, Next, good choice. Oh, Smorphus! Sweetest Smorphus, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for coming in, and in advance for sharing your delightfully delicious baked goods. This is what we call an alter ego. I'm rent-free in her head. Are saves needed, or does this autosave? This autosaves, Terrific Trout. Yeah, this is an autosave app. We're using Procreate, which is the reason that I always forget to save anything else because I'm so used to Procreate auto-saving for me. It has handicapped me for everything else. Thank you for checking those.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life! Whoa, they sure did!
Thank you, Cutie Caution. Medusa by Zach Azori. Sure. Cue that up for you, Cutie Colon. There you go. That is queued up. Tau and Strat video is up on the Peak channel. Let me have a look. Gonna try and knock him off. Go. Try again. Oh, okay. The chess piece. Go for it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Get another one up there. And oh, what? It's floating. Everyone just stands there in silence watching it like levitate. That's so funny. I love that, Ozzy. Thank you so much for that. Good job. Good job. You get credit for that. Excellent. You posted art and baking. Let me have a look. All right, 1 second. Art and baking. Ooh, hold up. I missed a Pina. Oh, Pina art too. Very cool, Pina. I know that Pina's left, but very cool. I love a dinosaur goily. How cool. Very nice. And Smorphus. Oh my god. What? This is beautiful. Holy, is this an OC? MLP OC? Oh, that's so pretty. Gorgeous. Very cool angle and perspective. Aww. Really good character interaction. Oh, Scowy. Very cool, but very Scowy. Rah. Dinosaur. Oh, cool. These are really sick. Oh, Sunday. I like your scribble style. Very cool, hun. That's awesome. Excellent work, sweetest Smurfus. Excellent work. Really, really cool. I look forward to seeing more of your awesome artwork. Her name is Mammon. This one, Mammon? A rar love. And the food? Yeah, okay, I'll definitely check the food as well. Oh my god, those look really good. Fuck. Are those snickerdoodles? Are those snickerdoodles? Yummy. Are those double chocolate cookies for me? Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. They're French toast cookies. I'm gonna die. That looks so good. That looks so good. I want that so bad. Those look really good too. What are these? That looks really yummy too. Fuck. I want this. Oh, so Tao, you like the Alice song? I loved it, Nix. It was great. Wubble jugs. Wubble jugs. Coldie, sorry, Tao, the chocolate cookies are mine. Oh, you can't share some, Goldie. I just had a schnitty and chips and now I'm hungry again. Thank you. Oh, brownies. Oh my god, what's on them? They look so good. What's the like pale part of them? What's that? Fucking yummy. Oh man, yum. Whenever I get the ingredients, I'm going to cook a steak how I normally make it, and I'll post a picture of it in the Discord. You're gonna love it. Okay, sounds good. I'm down. I just had several sushi rolls and hungry again. I know, this looks so good. Nuts, and on top is icing sugar. Dude. I'm glad I was sipping on something or that would have made me real thirsty. Thank you so much for the care package, Sweet Spider. Welcome in. This looks like a divine alcoholic beverage. Is this an alcoholic beverage? Looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. Very good. A brewed alcoholic beverage. Yummy. That looks so good. Oh, that's beautiful. If you tell me that this is strawberry shortcake, yummy. I am gonna flip. That looks so good. And it looks like it's probably strawberry shortcake. What is it? It is. Oh, I love strawberry shortcake. It's so light and airy and fluffy and great for summer. Yum. I want it so bad, dude. Yummy. Yummy, that's right. Time to flip. Flip to what? Oh. Ah! That's beautiful. Is this like a Black Forest cake with the... Wow, it's so shiny. Oh my god. With cherries? Oh my god! Terrific Titanium Chef! Oh my god, I'm about to actually scroll up and show this amazing chef who is also here, some of your stuff as well, Smorphus. If you like baking and cooking and stuff, please do check out Titanium Chef. That actually goes for everybody. Titanium Chef is an amazing, genuinely amazing Aussie baker and chef, shockingly, with the name Titanium Chef. Does a lot of really incredible, super clean replications of food and beverage from games and anime and stuff. He's amazing. And he does it all on stream. So definitely do check him out. He's so good. And every single time I watch him, I'm like, gotta wipe the slobber off my face. The strawberries are glazed with sugar syrup. Yummy. Yummy. That sounds like it. Precious Boogie, welcome in. How are you? This looks amazing, hon. That looks so fucking good. Okay, let me show you guys. So that is Smorphus's creations. Smorphus is an amazing chef. Clearly, we've got some yummy foods here from all the rest of the pals. I just look at this. Look at this. This is and also just like for the record, besides the fact that Titanium Chef also just makes gorgeous food and delicious looking food. He's like an ace at doing like the layouts as well. Look at this. This is the seafood paella from Zelda. So yeah, yummy. I'm not a seafood fan, but I can respect beautiful art, and this is beautiful art. Hold on. We're gonna look for Let's go look at, hold on. Let's go look at chefing. Cheesecake filled cookies. Fuck! I want this. I want this so bad. Well, it looks so, I love that it's just cookie behind there. I'm good. I'm just living the life of a forever DM. Is that right, Precious Poogie? What are you, what is the life of a forever DM like? That looks so good. I am like actually unable to stop salivating. 3 styles of curry. These look really nice. Oh, they look so fucking good, dude. I want these. Old style shroom burger from Dying Light 2. See, this is what I mean. He does these amazing things from that he just sees in games. He's like, oh, I'll note that down. Oh my God. I didn't realize I was hungry, and now I'm like, fuck, it looks so good. Hold on, I'll show you some more sweet things. Oh, well, you have Smorphus, you have French toast flavored cookies. Look at the French toast. Look at Titanium Chef's French toast too. Oh my God. Oh, look at this. Like, this is so cute. Look at this. Smorphus, I sincerely hope that you will share some more of your amazing chefing skills with us, because I'll totally go through and do this with your stuff as well. But it's just that Chef's been posting in our server is amazing creations for like, what, almost a year now, I think? Show us more sweet things. Already looking at one of the sweetest. Oh my goodness, Princess Politely. Beautiful food makes me confused. I love the look, so I don't know if I should eat it or not. I always give in and eat it. Yeah, me too. I never question. I just look at it and go, wow, that's pretty. That's what I do. That's what I do. Oh, look at these. These are so cute. These are so cute. I love these. Look at them. Look at the little babies. Oh, what a baby. A perfect little baby. Might need that break, otherwise you'll eat the screen. That is true. I will do that. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Fuck. Like, ugh, so much. I mean, look at this homemade maple. What is it? Maple pork belly bao bun. Wow. Homemade fucking. Oh, and then the Uma Musume carrot steak. I feel like that probably blew the fuck up. That is amazing. That's so incredible. The sounds of eating. Yes. Hopefully no one has misophonia, or else I'm gonna just be like. Look at this little guy. Look at it. So look at this, multiple pages. You can search for, if you want to look at more of Titanium Chef's amazing work, you can just search it right up here. But yeah, Smorphus, these look amazing as well. I would just want someone to mail me yummy food. Chef, do you take commissions that you could send across the Bass Strait perchance? Would you be willing to do that? Oh man, looks so good. Do you need to take a break? Be sure to grab a snack, pals. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Oh, Pools Roosevelt remix. Yeah, let's go. Glass Animals is one of my favorites. All right, that is queued up. I do mail you yummy food. Well, that's true, but I mean, like, I want the fresh baked goods. You should send me some fresh baked goods, Strat. All right, you guys, we do need to go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. This is a very short break. It's only 3 minutes, so please do bear with me while we run those ads. I could do Anzac biscuits. That would keep. I will take your Anzac biscuits, and I will raise you a eating them on stream. Yes, please send those to me. Send them to me. What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got. And then we got this guy that we were born with.
Would be best received, but few places were as expansive and well-developed as this one. While it was his first time here in person, Louis knew of the town's... Jesus Christ. So sorry. That was so creepy. Boom.
What's our team looking like? I think we've kind of settled on it. We've got a Jolteon. We've got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that you gave us. We got this guy that we caught. We got this guy that we got, and then we got this guy that we were born with. Snotty Tau Tau. That was not actually my nose. That was me. Just don't worry. That's throat sounds. Mere moments ago, glimpsed a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sand. Yet, sorry, my gut is beareth thine dinner. Well, and standees and clothes and desk mats. You could write off a car as a business expense, though. I don't know if I could write off the whole car, but definitely the wrap job, yeah. Y'all thought I'd forgot about the whipper. The whipper!
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely lovely little bit. Hello there, wonderful nobody. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'm amazed you figured it out. Oh, yikes. Let's go after him.
I think we should get some proof before we do that. I tried to trick him into saying something, but he dodged all the traps I was laying down.
Makoto, that's because you laid down the traps and then you put fucking caution tape and then sirens and then signs saying there are traps here. What are you doing? Maybe. Ish. We just go shirtless here. It goes past 40 once we hit Feb to, it's too hot to deal with. Yeah, I bet. In fairness, thank you so much for the British accent. Darling Eclipse, please don't run away. I promise this only lasts for 5 minutes. Hold tight, okay, darling? You are challenged by George's the Gourmet. Multiple George, eh? It's minus 15, what is a flesh tuber? Oh, so Lita, a flesh tuber is what I'm gonna call an affectionate nickname for people who fucking shit. Oh my god, I cannot believe I intercepted that. That was so scary. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Bad fishy now, big fishy. Yes, big fishy. I hear. Oh hi. Increase SP cost of nuke skills. I could put some more nuke skills on here. Yeah, let's get more nukes. Why not? Like, hi, Poison's pals.
Time out of your day to hear about our lady savior and best streamer of all time.
I'm not happy with my snack. It's not very good. I found some Alina's gluten-free seeded biscuits and they're not great. But I really wanted to have something to eat because of yummy food. Not great. Terrific Toxie, welcome in. How are you? Zamasi, welcome back to you, beautiful being. Abby's. Good RG. Welcome back next, my toast like game choice. Abby's. Good Nix. Welcome back, Terrific Trout. Welcome back, Sweet Space. Enjoy Stardew. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbly. Got a question about getting burnt on food off of pants. I have no idea how to do that, actually. Bruh. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I forgot to turn that on. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, listen, this is not a great snack. That's just fucking lambas bread, bro. It's definitely healthy. It's just seeds, like. Oh, my bacon. Oh my god, what is that? Are you donuts? Ooh, is there cream in both? Those look good. Oh, so good. I want that. Why do my seeded gluten-free crackers not taste like that? A miss? Oh, bicarb soda and vinegar. That's a very good suggestion, chef. Yes, chef. Ugh, this sucks. Sorry. Ah. Why am being a bathroom, guys? These crackers suck. Tao, I'm sure Big Bird would enjoy your crackers, dude. He would. He's the only person who would. Okay, I have made myself I've not made myself anything. I have made myself a deal, which is I eat that 3 of those shitty crackers, and now I get the last one of the delightful matcha mochi that we got in our last box for Sakura. So I'll at least enjoy that. Peanut butter fixes all? There's no peanut butter in it! It's just adhered together fucking seeds. Wash them down. Thank you, Ozzy. I think I will. Hold on while I stare at this. Looks so fucking good. Are those just chocolate chip cookies with like a shit ton of chocolate in the middle? They look like it. Just add it, bro! Ooh, is that meringue? It reminds me of, how do I always forget this? It's an Australian, New Zealand thing. Someone Australian help me. I made a club sandwich. In all seriousness, it should not be $20 or more. Yeah. Pavlova! That's it, Patricia. Yeah, it reminds me of Pavlova. It's cool. It looks nice. It looks tasty. Ooh. Wow, that looks fancy. Yummy. Is that salmon? Salmon fillet? Okay, let me wash this shit down. Dude. I think we're gonna have to do something about those Linda's things. Those things are trash. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, that is so pretty. What? Do you want to cater my wedding? Are you in Australia? That's gorgeous. Actually, chef, would you cater a wedding in Tasmania? You do help with catering, mainly cooking. Oh, that's awesome, Smorphus. How good. Based radicchio? Is that what this is? Is that radicchio? I do the cake? Would you? Oh my god. That would be amazing. I don't know if you'd be able to ship it across the Bass Strait though, huh? Egg wraps, vegan, and sides and refreshments. That would be so much nicer than my nasty seeded cracker things. Fuck, those look incredible, darling. Oh, more stuff from Chef as well. Hold up. We are getting a feast for the fucking eyes here. Oh, these are so cute. Oh my god, is that okonomiyaki? Fuck, I love it. Follow Otakotam. Bruh. Those are so cute. What is this drink? That looks really good. That's beautiful. You did such a great job on this. Otakotan themed cook-up. Takoyaki, octopus cocktail, Frank's and Otako sunrise cocktail. That's beautiful. Yummy, dude. Looks incredible, darling. Yeah, Chef and I are cooking, literally. It's true, you really are. You guys are amazing. Ooh, Patricia's got some yummy food on here, too. Oh, I do love some beans on toast. Ooh, yummy. Is that a kebab? Nice, precious Patricia. Yummy. Oh, man. I would do Nate's poison cater free of charge. I'll murder someone if they hurt my partner. I'm a very protective person. I'll also lash out if someone does anything to my precious pals. Sweetest Silva, welcome in. How are you?
Murder?
Good to see you. Murder? Ooh, woo. Exactly. I'll do that while I. I'll do that while I take you out.
Murder? Ooh, woo.
We're up to today's songs. I know that one. How far down is my song? And did you see the chip I wish I brought back? I did not, but what is your song, Ember? Why are those seeded crackers so goddamn salty? Holy shit. Sorry, I'm just drinking. Oh, man. Butter chicken, my dad's special bacon and eggs, and my dad's homemade souvlaki. Very nice, Precious Patricia. Delicious looking. I like this song. Hold on, I'm gonna put this on my liked. Oh, wait a second. This may be AI. Oh, fuck. Is this AI? I'm always hesitant when I see things like this. Fuck, I think this is AI. Oh, no. Look at this. Oh, no. Okay. Firstly, I'm pretty sure this is AI, but oh, that's very disheartening. Wow, that's really fucking scary, actually. Hold on a second. I gotta... Oh my god, dude.
Yucky.
Yucky. Hold on. Let me fucking learn how to... There we go. Close that. Okay.
Yucky.
Yeah, wow. That is... It's so scary how, like, good it is.
Yucky.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. Every song here is a portal. Every melody, a world waiting to be explored. Lyra Vesperi is more than music. It's the official soundtrack to your imagination. Born from a profound love for storytelling and the sweeping scores of epic fantasy, this project is a modern love letter to the power of sound. We believe that the right rhythm can turn a moment into a memory, and the right melody can give a story its soul. This is where ancient feeling meets new creation. Here you'll find rousing tavern folk for moments of camaraderie, haunting Celtic melodies for mist-shrouded forests, thunderous orchestral themes for final battles, and salty sea shanties for adventurers on the high seas. Each track is a narrative meticulously conjured to be the perfect companion for your D&D campaigns, gaming sessions, or for getting lost in the pages of a great fantasy novel. That reads to me very... They don't cite any artists. That's fucking insane that it's actually quite... The music is AI confirmed after a quick Google search. Oh, that fucking sucks. That is such a shame. Oh man, I'll have to blacklist that. Yeah, very AI sounding. Is this one too? Let me see. Hold on. I think this one's real. They've got like actual people on here with names. Fearless frontwoman Dorina Harvey leads this multi-award-winning Canadian Celtic rock group. Okay, this one is real, but the one that we were just listening to, that's crazy that it was that I was like, oh, I like this song. That sucks, dude. That fucking sucks. How blasphemy. They used AI to ruin my love of the home country. Plains of Eternity. I'll cue that up for you. Sorry, I was obsessing over that for a second. Joelle is queued up. Thank you very much for the Valley Girl redeem, Silver. You got 5 minutes of this. Are you excited? Oh my god. Encountering AI generations is like getting clean shoes only to step in dog business before you step inside your home. Rubbish. Yeah, it sucks. I meant the last one with the AI image. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that one, Yeah, that one was AI. I'm so disappointed. That sucks. I'm gonna have to start like whenever I'm like, oh my god, I like this song. I'm gonna have to be like, wait, is this AI? We have to blacklist it. That sucks. That essay of random buzzwords was a load of bullshit. Absolutely. Tao is AI generated, but we still like her. I'm not AI generated. What? I am like so fucking real. Was that last song AI? Had to step for a bit. It was next. It was. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll have to make sure I have a look at that. That's so, that sucks. It's quite scary. Like, she's so real for that. Oh, how shitting. It is shitting. So real for that. Absolutely. Portia's politely so right. Like, we're not AI. We're just I for intelligence. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I got so distracted with that. But yeah, that sucks. There was a song from 10 years ago. It's called Oh Hello, Soldier Poet King. Oh my god, Smurfus, we love that song. Wait, you're not saying that's AI, right? Oh my god, please don't tell me that's AI. Surely it's not. Sometimes. Artificial intelligence? Nah, Australian individual. It's getting scary with how good AI is getting. That's why I'm so like freaked out. I'm so sorry about like obsessing over that for a second, but I was like, I actually really love this song. And then I went and looked and I'm like, oh my god, that's so scary because I really like that. I don't think so. It came out way before AI. Yeah, I think you're right, Smurfus. Soldier Poet King is like Sadie's favorite song. I'm not AI. I'm not artificial or intelligent. Chef, you are certainly not artificial. You are definitely intelligent. Like, so your brain is so fetched. Dance Macabre from the Oh Hellos is genuinely the best rendition of that song. I don't know if I've heard that. I'm an AI, absolute intelligence. I know it can be intimidating at times. We're natural intelligence of people from all over the world. Yeah, which is way more powerful than any AI. Oh my god. I assume it was an unknowingly AI song. Oh no, I'm sure. But like, I just feel like, I'm just like, there's a reason that I'm not like shitting on anybody who requested it. That's like, I'm sure they didn't know either. I'm just appalled that like, I have just heard a song. You guys know how kind of like, I guess picky I kind of am, and how like sometimes I don't like put anything on my personal liked for the whole day. Not because like I don't like it, but because I have to think of if I'm gonna put something on my personal liked, it's something that I actually want to like listen to, like I'm gonna seek it out and like actively listen to, you know, like on a road trip or something. And that song, I was like, oh, this is a banger. I'm gonna like this. And then I was like, oh my god, fuck. So yeah, I'm not shitting on someone who like requested it. I'm sure they didn't know, but no, I'm just like shocked and appalled at how good AI has been getting, to the point where I, who is like picky about like what music I put on my liked, I'm like, yeah, this is a good one. Oh fuck. Dance Macabre is queued up for you, Cutie Coldwood. The song Soldier Poet King by the Oh Hellos was originally released October 16, 2015 as a part of their album Dear Wormwood. Yeah, let's go. I have something worse than artificial intelligence. It's called American intelligence. Oh, it's not that Americans are like inherently stupid. It's just that like some people are not good at like critical thinking, you know? Like I spent so many years there, and the amount of, as you say, American intelligence that I witnessed was like you can feed a lot of people a lot of really genuine, exceptional, super convincing facts, and they'll still be like, no, I don't believe it because I don't want to. I'm scared of how AI advanced so much. It's been like, what, 5 years now, and AI is taking control of a lot of things. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? It's really scary. On Fridays, it shows that Tao is AI. Art intelligence! Art intelligence! Yeah, baby. I'll run the song itself against full AI checks when I stop driving. Oh, that's all right, Storm. Tao needs to teach me accents, amongst many other things. I'm happy to teach you whatever I can possibly. Distribute my knowledge to you. Oh my god, politely, what an honor. I'm American and I think I'm okay. Like I said, there's 350 million Americans. I am not saying that all Americans are like silly gooses. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that it is more common than not to find Americans who are unwilling to like listen to actual facts. That's there is absolutely no part of me that says that Americans as a general rule are like idiots. That's not true. I'm American. I'm literally American. Like, I was born in the US. I grew up in the US school system. I worked in the US for a decade. Like, I've got the whole entire, like, besides basically having children and getting married and experiencing Social Security, I've had the entire experience of being American. And it's just my personal observation that the U.S. is an exceptionalist country. Americans tend to view themselves, not even necessarily intentionally, and again, not all, but, and it's not even their fault. Again, the American school system, the American education system, tends to exemplify and place on a pedestal Americanness, being American, America, the United States of America. It is the best country in the world. That's what we're taught. Like, that is not on the people who were born in the US. That is on the education system, you know? Anyway, it's the same reason why I don't trust a lot of pieces, as they can either be stolen or straight up AI art. Yeah, exactly, Smurf. Exactly. My work is government adjacent, so having our email scanned is against our contracts. Yeah, well, hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully they don't just go, oh no, we should give that up to, you know, a different administration. I don't disagree with you there, Tao. Some just refuse to listen. We are known for digging in our roots, right or wrong. Yeah, exactly, Space. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. I'm glad you understand what I'm getting at. At least, Tao, you found a song you liked today by Alice by Peggy. I really did. That's a great song. Because the American education system intentionally stunted people due to Cold War suspicions relating to the ties between education and socialism, it's like really fucked up. That is true. That is true. There's a lot of moments back in history that you can look back on, and you can see why so many Americans do view the rest of the world the way they do, and why so many view the U.S. the way they do. And there is a reason that people outside of the U.S. View the U.S. in such a way. It's not that they're making it up. You know what I mean? Magnificent Mastiff, welcome in. How are you? I think I'm done with the Valley Girl voice. Sorry, I went full Valley Girl. I started talking about the U.S. too. That's my Valley Girl thing. Found this song from a Ruby edit. Oh, this song? This is a great song. I love this one. Fire and Rain's a beautiful, beautiful song. Gorgeous song. And I've seen me. Oh, Alice by Peggy. Oh, yes, it is a really good song. Taking half of the U.S. budget for football and adding that into education and mental health could be so helpful. Perhaps one day. We can always hope. We can always hope. Earth, Wind, and Fire is queued up for you, Precious Patricia. All right. Oh, we have these bits too. Oh, hold on. This may be another AI one. Ah, it's a cool sounding song. I think this is AI. Eclipse Warrior? Can someone run that through? This looks and sounds like AI. I think you're right. I think you're right. Oh, God. Can I blacklist these? Don't play this artist. There we go. I can do don't play this artist. I think the meme of AI art signifies my response to it. Let's go. Did you post one in the memes channel, Smorphus? AI detected. Get it out of here. I forgot to save my canvas after adding the base colors I put in the art channel. I'm gonna cry. Oh no, Cutie Colewood. Hold on, I've got to go look at it. 1 second. Anyone know how to put chat in slow mode? I think slow mode is only for streamers. Yeah, it's AI. Fuck. That one is considered AI. Damn. Yep. This one's fine, I think. I feel like I have to check everything. Hold on. Too mellow. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe it's not. What is? Can someone see if Too Mellow is AI? Based on search results, Eclipse Warrior is a musical project identified as AI generated or heavily AI assisted from the AI overview. Bro, that's crazy. I just need to start like blacklisting these now that I know that I can right click and just say, please do not play this. The exhaustion of feeling the need to have to check everything. Yeah, exactly, Precious Politely. It's so frustrating. Fuck. Yeah, let me know if Too Mellow is as well. Sorry, guys, for making you do that. I'm just gonna go look at... Oh my god! My resume for wedding cakes! Holy shit! Chef, that's beautiful! What? That's amazing. Mellow is fine? Okay, that's good. Okay, cool. I can't tell. I can't fucking tell. Thank you. Mellow is an actual artist. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna, I see another Lyra Vesperi one. I'll don't play that artist as well. Wow. I'll look it up. My chat is crazy. Sorry, I didn't want to be confusing. No, that's okay, Space. You're all good. That's gorgeous. Holy crap. Are these, surely these are real flowers, right? They're not, these aren't like fondant flowers, are they? Do you know who suggested them? No, I'm not sure, but I'm sure they didn't mean to, whoever it is. Oops, I have once again frozen. One moment, please. Here's something not AI. Monster by Adventure Time. You got it, hon. You got it. They are real. Okay, cool. I was like, wow, those are beautiful flowers. That's so pretty. Man, I would love to hire you for my wedding cake. I just don't know how we would do that since I'm across the bass. That is stunning. Wow, what flavor was the cake? I love the like satin kind of like the little crisscrossies there. That's so pretty. Where's that jewel? There it is. Okay, let me see. Oh! Hun, you're making great progress on your boy. Oh my god, what a cutie. Cutie Colwood, this is gorgeous. I love these outfits. Great use of transparency. That's awesome, sweetheart. Excellent work. Time to spend another 30 minutes doing base colors because I'm still learning CSP. Thankfully, I have the PDF. Okay, that's good at least, Cutie Colwood. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Am I missing anything? Did someone tell me to look at something here and I have missed it? Please don't hesitate to let me know. For the very first time. My eyes. See. I love this song. It's such a soothing song to me. It was 1 layer chalk mud, 1 layer red velvet, 1 layer vanilla butter cake, and 1 gluten-free white chocolate mud. Oh my god. Chef, can I ask how long that that took to make? Dragula by Rob Zombie? Yeah, you got it. All right, queued that up. Oh, I posted the meme in media. Oh, all good Smorphus. Okay, let me go find that. In media. You guys always act like you're better than me. Pixel artist, traditional artist, a literal child with crayons, digital artist. I love that. That's so good, Smorphus. That's very accurate. That's funny. Excellent meme. Excellent meme, my dear. The good part of a week. Wow. Chef, was that for like a personal friend or? God, that looks amazing. If I were getting married out that way, I would absolutely, without any hesitation, be like, Chef! Please. Coleman, I love that. Chef, shitty Photoshop memes are better than any AI slop. I prefer my brain rot made by man. Yeah, exactly. Band isn't Chef an amazing cook? For my brother and his wife. Oh, that's so sweet. That's awesome, Cutie Chef. Excellent work. That would be so meaningful. How beautiful. Rally House is cute at. That is so lovely. That is so lovely. If anyone could figure out how to stop the systemic misallocation of funds in the U.S. from institutions and bureaucratic BS, would be a real change in the U.S. Yeah. Yep. If the U.S. could start funding like social welfare programs, or just like not cutting them, that would be really good. That'd be a good start. Unfortunately, the U.S. has been taking some steps back as far as like the rest of the world is concerned. But I have hope that there will come a point in the future where that will no longer be an issue, and the U.S. can join the rest of the world in logical thinking and rational behavior. Again, this is not me shitting on American people. This is kind of the American government. That's all that is. So Americans, please do not feel like I am shitting on you. I am one of you. I am Australian American, so wait, American Australian? American Australian, that's what I am. Spent way more of my life in the US than I have here, so I'm not talking out of my ass. If I'm having my brain poisoned, I don't want it to be done by clunkers. Yeah. Caldy! Tal, before your next Pokemon stream, would you like me to research some improvements to your team or let you play using who you wish? Let's keep the ones we've got, Clever Caldy, because we've got a lot of our Pokemon that we've got in our current team lineup are Pokemon that like the community has gotten attached to, and we've like had you guys name them, like vote on names for them and stuff like that. But I would love if you would show up and help me out with type matchups. Yell at me about type matchups. Go for it. I literally draw in pencil, but my art still looks better than the AI art. Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Oops, I just leaned on my keyboard and took a bunch of screenshots. I've done that so many times. The government is too busy shitting their pants at press conference. Prisoner of the Highway by Ronnie Millsap. Sure, I will cue that up for you. Excellent, Ember. There we go. Queued it up. Thank you. Time. Can't live with it. Can't live without it. That's true. I wish I was an artist, but even with my stick figures, like my stick figure-like way of drawing is 100% human, not AI. I will promise you that I will always respect a first day, no experience stick figure artist more than I will ever respect someone who is used AI in any capacity in their artwork. I genuinely prefer when they come to me with concepts, if they can, explain it by words. I would rather read like 7 pages of Word doc with a size 8 text, font size, typeface size, than I would like to see an AI generated something like this. I'd really rather not see that. Remember, chat, don't call it AI art, just call it AI images. Oh yeah, that's also true. Small personal positive question. How is it having an Australian Shepherd? It's amazing, terrific trout. I love my little baby boy. I cannot believe this is the timeline right now, man. I know. I'll try my best to show you what moves your team should relearn if that mechanic exists. Yeah, it does. It totally does. Clever Coldy. If not, take on a temp member for a certain obstacle may be considered. Yeah, that's a fair point. Or go full throttle with your ace. Yeah, we have a couple that I think are going to be like pretty good aces once I get them properly leveled up. Feels very good knowing that my art form could never ever be replicated by Gen AI. Good, lucky you. Being shitty at something is the first step in being good at something. That's true. That is very true. Good point, Colwood. Should I post some of my crude to chassis drawings that I like to do on the art channel and see if you can give some advice? Because I like to draw 2 chassis for trucks, but a lot because I plan on building my own drag truck later in life. That's very cool, Ember. I unfortunately can't give a whole lot of info or I have zero expertise with vehicles. You're welcome to post it. Maybe people in the pouch can give you some advice. Like Ozzy's he's a petrol head, right? Ozzy Petrolhead, that's his name. But I don't really have any interest in cars, so I didn't really learn like anything about them, unfortunately. You're still, of course, welcome to share the art, though. Being the oldest democracy in the world, I'm sure we'll figure our shit out once again. We can always hope. We can always hope. Beautiful band. I had taken 98 screenshots just leaning on my keyboard. Bye-bye. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that a few times. Also, I made it to rank C in Legend Z A. I'm trying to keep up with you. Oh shit, Poogie, you have exceeded us then. You have gone right past us. My fur alligator is at a disadvantage against electric types. Who decided that? Well, while he is at a disadvantage against electric types, I also have a Jolteon. My beautiful little Jolteon. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I was just saying, Ozzy, that you're a car head. You love cars. And vehicles. Time for bed. All good, sweetest Shadow. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Monster Hunter 3 demo available right now! Woo! Oh my god. Maybe I can convince you guys to let me play that. Would that be fun? I think that would be very fun. Maybe we can play that this week. That'd be so sick. What gave that away? That's what I said. That's why I was like, oh, well, his name's Petrolhead. It's Ozzy Petrolhead, so I think that he probably likes cars. Oops, that's not the right. Ah, that's fine. I'll do this. Tao plays Monster Hunter? I do, Clever Coldy. I do indeed. We actually were playing Wilds regularly before, for some reason, my computer, because I know that a lot of people were struggling with it, like with Wilds from the start, but we didn't have any trouble with Wilds from the start. We played it for literally months, and then literally out of nowhere, like within a 24-hour period, it went from running perfectly fine, 60 frames per second. We had locked like, I want to say like 100 hours in it or something. And it became completely inoperable. It was like 5 frames a second, even when I turned all of the graphics all the way down. So we stopped that. Apparently there's been a new update that that I will try offline and see if it fixes anything. Because I would love to play more Wilds with you guys again. But I love the Monster Hunter Stories games. They are so fun. I've played both of them. I've played 1 and 2. Didn't play 2 on stream, didn't play 1 on stream, played both of those offline, so I'm really excited to maybe play this one on stream. Yeah, no, I do love Monster Hunter. I am a fan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not great at it. Same way as I'm a Pokemon fan. I'm not great at it, but I love it. Let's see. In my opinion, Wild should have had the same graphics as World. It probably should have. It might have run better. Hey, Anemic, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Don't panic now, but I think there's an Australian nearby. I'll be asking for that ID when your PC decides to play Monster Hunter again. Absolutely! Clever Caldy, we would love to. We'd love to play with you. No way I can run that game on my laptop without turning my graphics to medium and low. Hey, if you can play it at all, you're welcome to. Welcome to play with us. The recent Monster Hunter Wilds update was made to address the PC performance issues. That's why I'm hoping that will be the fix that we needed. I thought you would like to know. Oh yeah, absolutely, Nix. Thank you so much for letting me know. I'm so excited for that game. I've fortunately been able to avoid info about number 3. Oh, you don't watch any trailers or anything? I haven't found out a whole lot. I've watched the trailers, but that's all I've watched. Different topic. Sorry for the rant this may cause. I just walked through a dozen screaming kids because there's something... sorry, hold on. Let me try this again. Walked through a dozen screaming kids because they're of parents took them in to watch Iron Lung. Not one of those kids was above 10 years old. Yeah, that's not great. Holy shit, there's 2. Watch out, Anemic. We're known to pile on. If you know Vash, he is our god in Monster Hunter. Clever Caldy. Vash is... I worship the ground that Vash walks on in Monster Hunter. I would not have gotten through the main story without Vash. Never. No way. I never would have done it. No. Vash is god tier. I completely agree. Vash the Stampede over monsters in Monster Hunter, indeed. Let's see. Listen, with how people are nowadays, keeping the same graphics as before causes issues with a lot of certain people. That is unfortunately true, Poogie. That is unfortunately true. No worries, Tao. I know you love Monster Hunter like I do, so of course I would want to share. Thank you so much, Nix. I appreciate it. I actually, hold on. I feel like I want to show you this. Do you guys remember this? We had started work on a Monster Hunter, on a Monster Hunter starting scene screen. Do you guys remember this? This is something we haven't worked on for many months. But yeah, and then we got the little pal up there. Mega chop, bitches! I love this. It's so cute. Oh, that! I love oh, that. Ooh, depart for your groceries. All good, Sweet Storm. We'll see you soon. Some people believe that humanity has only one best friend, the humble dog. But the resident historian, I would argue, that we have 3 animal best friends. Dogs, horses, and yeast. Yeast is good. Markiplier is a name that draws many. That is true. That is true. Umber, I thought you were playing that other game. Oh, what other game? I loved hunting with everyone. It was so much fun. Oh, Vash, hi, you're here. Sorry, we're just glazing you like crazy. Tao has so many projects. I have so many projects going on. Yeah, I haven't actually touched this one for a very long time, but yeah, we have a Narga Kuga with a little pouch pal up here. Being so metal. That was very fun though. Is this Monster Hunter OC? No, this is a Narga Kuga. I let you guys at the time, if I remember correctly, I think you guys got to vote on what monster the Pouch Pal should be riding, and you guys decided you wanted a Narga Kuga. I usually fall asleep to stream, man. It'd be great. Aw, yay! Umbra, I'm so happy that you enjoy it so much. It makes me so grateful that you enjoy the content enough and my voice enough and the vibes enough to fall asleep with us. Oh yeah, how's the Yanji Lung? Oh, okay, so we do have a monster. Let me show you that the pals actually made. We made this as a community. One second, I just gotta find it. It's been a long time since we've looked at the Yanji Lung. You guys named it and everything. You made it, you named it. Hold on. I gotta find it. Why isn't it in the fan art folder? Wait, hold on. Maybe that is where it, maybe it's in the same file. One sec. No, it's not there. Hold on, please. I'm looking for it. Twitch stuff? What did I put it in that folder? Oh, yes, I did. Okay. Okay. Let me show you. So this is a monster that the community made called the Yanji Lung. This is like the aggressive mode of it. But let me show you the neutral version of it. Yeah, so it's this guy. So if I remember correctly, it's got like a super sharp and very strong horn. Oh, I've got to put lines on there. Yeah. Yeah, white cannon. That's it. White cannon. This thing was so cool. This is so much fun. That'd be so cool, right? Right on, bruh. Yeah, we made it as a community. Isn't that sweet? It's huge. It is huge. What is this unholy fusion of Gravios and Ebony Odogaron? Need to remind you of its lore. Actually, Nix, yeah, if you don't mind. I don't know if I've got any info here about it. I don't think I do. So yeah, feel free. I think that it uses its tail like a whip. And all of these things are like rock. So if a hunter breaks the neck area, then these come off. Or they shatter or break, not shatter. And then you wind up with Yeah, so they're like hollow, really hard, thick, but like hollow tubes of rock, and then it has a bunch of, like, it operates with a shit ton of heat in its body, and then it will wind up with blue flames that spout out wherever you break it. So it's like dangerous to hit and stuff. Is that right? Yeah, your TTS sounds good, Nix. Please do. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, we were making a little chibi of him. What is this? Hold on, I can't read backwards. Oh yeah, the mane is breakable, the tail is severable, and the head is breakable. That's right. That's what we decided.
Tavern Bestiary.
Perfect. Thanks,
the White Cannonid is a fanged beast with the element of fire that is the apex predator of the windward plains. It is 25 feet tall and 35 feet long including tail. Its main diet is rock and crystal. It also sometimes eats fire herbs to help its flame sac to generate fire and to help after a raging inferno ends to replenish its fire sac. The rock it eats converts into armor for the monster, and the crystal it eats converts more crystal material to grow its horn and see.
That's it. That's right, Nix. Perfect. Thank you. I'd have fun going Beyblade along the spine. You would, actually. You would, Coldy. Absolutely. Yeah, so this is actually such a fun project. I think we did this for like many weeks, but it was a blast. Oh, it was cut off. Yeah, do you want to, is there a little bit more? I'm guessing that's scythe-like tail, maybe? Or TTS needs to learn how to take a breath. I wonder what the caloric content of rock is. We don't ask those questions, Patricia. Any updates on the horror game starting soon screen? I know I was there the other day when you were working on it. I always let you guys vote what to work on at the start of our art streams, Ember. And today, while I did let you guys vote whether you wanted to work on that or not, you actually decided to work on the outfit that we've been working on today instead. So unfortunately, we will not have the starting soon screen for horror ready in time for this horror stream that's coming up next week, but hopefully in the future we will. I googled it, and the first result is rocks contain 0 usable calories for human consumption, you see. Human consumption. Maybe there's calories in there for a 20-foot tall, 35 feet long, 30-foot long monster. No worries, Umber, no worries. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I really love doing things like this with you guys. We've done a few of these things. We also had a D&D character that we made, but we never really got too far with that one. I hadn't quite finished the liner, I think, and then we moved on to something else. Yeah, it was really fun. Ask what mineral/nutrient content rock is comprised of. It'll probably say it depends on the minerals found in the rock or something like that. Anyway, yeah, I love this. That was a really fun. That was a very, very fun time. Hold on, I'm just gonna go back to this. D&D character, huh? Yeah, she was very cute. I don't know where she is, but she was a very cute character. She was a Khajiit. I'm so sorry. I'm Skyrim brand. Why am I Skyrim brand? Okay, now I'm just going Mikote. Fuck! Cat person. A cat person with... cat person hybridized with a kobold, I think? Was that it? Skyrim brand. Politely. Politely, so you're like, I've never heard you mention Skyrim once, Tau, and now you're talking about it. Okay. What an interesting breed of dog. Would like to pet it. Yeah, right? Ozzy, thank you so much for the care package. Thank you for balding me, but beautiful band. The breakable severable parts of Yanji Lung are the armor on the neck and legs, horn and tail. But when you break the neck armor, the usual calm fire will become a raging inferno around across the whole body and start to drip magma. That's right, that the hunter has to dodge for the rest of the fight. That's right, because it drips underneath it. And one of the functions of that tail is, since it's heat resistant, it like pizza sauces it all over. That's one way to put it, Tao. Okay. Pizza sauces it all over the ground behind it. Thank you for the goat scream, sweetest strawberry. Getting to play D&D with the Tao sounds like a great time. I would love to play D&D with you, Precious Politely. That'd be so fun. It matches the pictures now. Hey, I have hair here. I had to cut so much. If anyone is interested, it's in the lore section of Discord. Nyx is our lore master, so thank you so much for keeping track of that, hun. And Skyrim? That makes Pokemon, D&D, VA, Monster Hunter, and Skyrim. Damn, that's a lot of common interests. It's true, Clever Coldy. No wonder we get along so well. Why balding shaves the ears, though? That is brutal. I know. Isn't it scary? Isn't it scary? You know, it's on you for making it happen. You don't have to redeem it. Because the reference of yours with no clothes on is bald, does that mean your helicopter hair is a wig? No! I would not wear the wig and lie to you! TauTass derp. That's true. I should get a derp one. I've always wanted to play D&D, but I feel like it'd be too confusing for me to understand. Oh, Jamie, no. There's actually lots of different versions of D&D as well. So if you wind up with a DM that knows what they're doing and how to like guide new players in, it's actually very approachable. The hardest thing that I still am getting used to is literally the character creation process, the character sheet, and like the rules about that is the thing that I'm the worst at. But the rest is basically just role playing and deciding, or not even deciding, just figuring out where you're pulling certain stats from. Sweetest space! Hi, honey, welcome in. How are you doing, darling? Sweetie pie, thank you ever so much for the raid. Beautiful Bluefire, welcome in. How are you doing? You guys, this is of course Sweetest Space Cat that we love so very much. Space Cat hath descended from the Stardew Valley realm, bringing with them cozy vibes and artistic talents. Their stream be a haven for relaxation and fantasy, though beware of extraterrestrial shenanigans. 'Tis a chill space to vibe and unwind, fam. It's true. Hi there, beautiful Bluefire. Hi there, magnificent Mystic Katsu. Hi there, Nito Naptime Nova and Sweetest Space Cat. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for my pal hat, beautiful Bublin. Boop, 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 boop. I promise normally I have hair. You'll just have to bear with me. The hair with me!
TauTass heart. The rules of character sheets can vary a lot for each campaign, so I say it's always best to ask the DM what their player character rules are.
That's true, Poogie. That's true. Mango, thank you so very much for the resub, darling. I really appreciate it. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness. Beautiful band, thank you so much for gifting those subs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it. That is incredibly generous. Thank you. Beautiful Brown Chaos. Welcome in. Brown Chaos or Brown Chaos, maybe? Awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Beautiful Band as well. I really appreciate it. That is so generous. Mystic Katsu. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much, darlings. I really appreciate the amazing support. Thank you. Thank you. You look beautiful. Thank you, sweetie pie. Appreciate it. Oh, band. Band. Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more gifted subs. What the fuck is? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, lovely band. Thank you so much. That's so generous. And oh my god, fucking shit, Umbra. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Raiders. I'm so sorry. I'm normally, okay, I'm not really that much more collected than this, to be honest. But amazing Umbra. Thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you so much for 20 gifted subs, Umbra. On top of the, what, 50 from earlier? Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. That is far too generous. Thank you so much, Umbra Band, Aussie Band. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. You guys are so kind. Level 7 too. Far out. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much. Space, my viewers, welcome to the land of pals and our great host, my favorite streamer. I'm your favorite streamer. What an honor, sweetheart. Thank you. Whatever you feel most comfortable, I will call you Beautiful Brown then, if that's okay, sweetheart. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in, darling. Holy crap. Yep, that's why I love you, Tao. The a moment of ADHD and good energy. Oh, Pina says, damn. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is far too generous, but it is so massively appreciated. Actually, Cutie Cat, while I take some deep fucking breaths, would you like to let us know when your next stream is and also learn a little bit about us?
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! You get a dog because he's here. Hi, baby boy. Hi, little Coda. Good boy. Hey, can you look at us, please? Can you show everyone your cute face? Hi, sweetheart. This is my dog. If you haven't met him before, his name is Coda. He is adorable, and he's wagging his little half tail. Wag it, waggy. Yay, good boy. Yes, you're so cute. Good boy, waggy. Oh, you're such a good boy. Oh, this is nice. We like scratchies. Hi, honey. Can I see your pretty face? Okay. You're gonna He's so cute. Hello. He's like, what are you doing, Mom? What are you doing, Mom? Right? You want to know? Oh, bless you. Oh, bless you again. He's pretty cute, isn't he? Here, look at my dog's butt for a second while I turn this off so I can maneuver again. That's a treat. Normally, people don't get to see him because he doesn't come in here very much, but you get to see him today. Thank you so incredibly much. Band! Beautiful band. Thank you so much, honey bun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much for making it to level 8, you guys. That's crazy. Fuck, of course I'm getting a call. Give me just a second. I'm sorry, hold on. Hi, I am so sorry. God, everything happened all at once because of course it did. Sorry, the dog is very excited about absolutely nothing. Thank you guys. I am so sorry about that. Let me catch up with you guys. Wasn't a puppy cute? Thank you so much, you guys. Okay, so Space says that they will be streaming tomorrow, 1:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and doing more Stardew. Amazing, sounds like fun. And you will be doing art on Wednesdays at 3 p.m. How good, sweetheart, how good. Thank you for bringing your lovely community in. I really appreciate it. It's such an honor when my precious pals decide that they want to bring their precious pals in. Koda, my favorite fur child. He's pretty cute. He's pretty cute. Thank you so much for the care package, Sweetest Silver, by the way. I'm very much appreciated. I did drink it while I was getting that call. Sorry. Yay, we get to see the inspiration for the Yanji look. That's actually right. I forgot. Yeah, we did. We colored him that way because of Koda, I think. Thank you guys so much for the insane level 8 47 gift sub hype train. That is absolutely fucking... Thank you. Sweetest Dot Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you? Bald redeemed. Yeah, sorry, I didn't turn it off because I had so much going on there. Still shiny hunting, got 3 Beldum. Very nice, very nice. No music. Yeah, sorry. I was trying to get the phone call figured out and also plug in my dying phone and all this stuff, but it's not going to be plugged in after all because my charger is dead. Gonna bounce to bed though, sweetest Morphus. All good, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Very much appreciate you coming on in and showing us your amazing god tier level baked goods and savory dishes as well. Thank you so much, sweetest Space Cat. I really appreciate it, you guys. It sounds like Space is going to be doing some both art and also star doing. So please do go check them out. All right, and we are actually going to be posting a clip of Koda in the Discord. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate it. I'm so glad I was finally able to raid you. I honestly thought the viewer count had to be higher. No, it's just 3. As long as there's 3 people, then you'll get in here and you'll get the raid alert and everything. But yeah, no, I'm so happy to have you. Thank you so much, Space, for bringing everyone in. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you, darling. You guys have gotten sneak peeks at StreamArt. We have, that's true. And it's beautiful as always. I love seeing your artwork, sweetheart. And how quickly you improve because you are doing your studies and you are learning lots and lots of things from lots of different people in lots of different corners of the internet. I'm very, very impressed. I've even seen a raid of 1 person, so I think as long as you're being watched, you can raid. Sometimes it won't let people who have less than 3, but I have actually had raids of 2 people, which is kind of funny because I've specifically got a filter for 3 people because we've just had people who have I also found out that people raid while they are offline, which is crazy. Is Australian Shepherd good dogs for ADHD and autism? Because I'm looking to get a dog. It depends on how active you are. It doesn't matter as much what kind of like neurospicy you are. You need to make sure that they get enough mental and physical stimulation. I take Koda for about an hour-long jog, and we do about 45 minutes of trick training, and then I also put him outside for what we call egg. It's a large, like, it's a herding egg. It triggers his herding instincts, and he does that for about an hour a day as well. So, and he's still not tired a lot of the time. So yeah, you need to pay a lot of attention to their stimulation. Yeah. We love egg. Neurospicy, I'm using that. Oh, please do, Mango. Please do. I think if they had 3 rating initially and then someone leaves and it drops down to 2, it still lets the raid go through even if your barrier is higher. I think you're right, Save. I think that sounds about right. Welcome in, sweetest Save. How was your stream? Wait, are you still in stream? Not self-promoting, but I've rated to you once and that was with 2 viewers, but I had 4 when I was initially rating. Don't know why it does that. Yeah, exactly. Also, from earlier, the D&D character is a kobold.
Oh, they made the save icon in real life!
That's it, Tabaxi. They did make the save icon in real life. There he is! Borderlands Border Collies are similar too. You can exercise these dogs for 6 hours a day and they will still want more. Yeah, it's why it's so important to like teach them to have an off switch. But even with an off switch, you need to make sure that you're giving them the absolute like highest amount of physical and mental stimulation. Like I spend about an hour and a half every week putting together these Kongs. Where I load it up with a mixture of wet food and dry food so that I can freeze it together. And that keeps Coda busy for about 45 minutes to an hour for his dinner time meals. Yeah. Yeah. If there's a save icon, can I load back to a past save, please? Oh, Goldie, you're not happy with the timeline you're in? Mixed day, but we'll focus on the good. Hope it's been well here. Oh, fair enough, sweetest save. Fair enough. Well, we're very happy to have you. Thank you so much for showing on up here. Kelpies are my favorite herding dog. Monty is a Kelpie lab cross. Yeah, and Monty's very cute. All right. Let's do a tad more here. I do hope that your day gets much better, sweetest save, or night. It's probably nighttime for you. I was given a Malinois by the doggo distribution system, so yay, much exercise. Oh my God. I'm a very active person and I could not handle a Malinois. That's amazing. That's incredible, Mango. Holy crap. Wow. Is the music still meant to be music? Oh, fuck, no, it's not. Sorry. Oh, I forgot that it's just that I didn't turn it up after the... Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. Shoot, sorry. I even pressed play and I was like, oh, that's fine. Oh, thank you for the scuff. My pets are never spoiled. They're lucky to get food if I didn't forget. Jesus, band. That's neglect. Not good. Don't mind it. Night. Great song. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. And we almost missed the peak. Don't mind at night. Don't worry, we got it back. All right. Mango meep. Thank you so much for that resub, darling. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry that everything happened there all at once. Yeah, sorry. I had stuff that I had devices that were dying. We had that lovely raid from the fabulous Space. We had incredible generosity from Band and Umbra and Aussie. Then I got a call from Nath. Fuck, it was all like 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. I wanted to ask this. Don't know if it's bad, but I have autism, and my brothers say I have the tism, but I don't know if that's offensive. It depends on how they're using it, I think. It's a bit like... I think that the tism is largely being reclaimed. I have a number of friends who have autism, and they go, I got the tism. But it's kind of like... I think it's a bit like the word queer. Like, if someone who is anti-LGBTQI+ says that someone is queer, then that is a slur and that's an insult. If someone like me, who is very thoroughly entrenched in the LGBTQI+ community, says I'm queer, then it's reclaiming it. Does that make sense? Yeah, Patricia says, I got the tism too. Why do you think I'm a historian? I also happen to be queer. Aha, there you go. See, so yeah, it's more like... Yeah, it's much more like, do you perceive that them saying that you have the tism is intentionally offensive? Are they trying to be mean to you? Or are they just, being like, oh yeah, I got the tism, that's just our brother, Band, that's so fucked up. You better be joking. They love you more this way. Every day is a suspense. Will you feed us today, master? No. I hope you don't do that. Break is almost over. I'm so over this mandatory OT. Oh, yuck. Mango, I'm so sorry you have to do mandatory OT, sweetheart. That blows. You're all good. Thank you so much, Magnificent Mango. How much longer are we going for? We're probably going to actually finish up after this song, I think. Tau feeds us as well just by streaming. I'm so grateful because you guys feed my soul. Yeah. I'm gonna express how awesome you are, but I'll replace all the vowels with oob. So you boo 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 soob moob. It's very funny, Alex. I like it. Tropic. Hello there, Terrific Tropic. How are you? A lot of people say they got the Sonictism, and that is definitely me. There you go. See? So yeah, it's I would not say that to say that someone has the tism is inherently negative, but it's kind of the same as someone intentionally being like, it's, I'm trying to, it's, okay, this is obviously not the exact same thing, but you know how you'll be talking with a friend, right? And maybe you'll be like, oh, you're so stupid. That's not offensive. You're just teasing, right? But if someone's like, hey, you're stupid, it's like, that's intentional. They're trying to get at you. You know what I mean? If anything, we feed Tau and water her like a plant with a care package. Thank you for that. Thank you for the care package, honey. Yes, I'm Jorkin. Yes. Okay, good. I'm glad you're doing well, Terrific Tropic. Excellent. More like I'm just over the snow more than the cold. That is understandable. Oh, he's my twin, so I think he's joking. Yeah, he probably is, Jamie. And you, if you're comfortable with it, if you kind of think it's a fun term, you can use it yourself. You can be like, I got the tism, you know? Yeah. There's yeah, it's not a slur or anything. Yeah. All right, cutie pies. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Sorry we didn't get like as much stuff done as we kind of intended to, but that's how it usually is. Most of our art streams are just chatting anyway, which I really enjoy. I hope you guys also enjoy it. For those of you who requested music that we didn't get to today, which there's a lot of, don't you worry. It is on the list for next week. So when we do our art stream next week, it will be the first things to play, okay? Thank you guys so much for joining me. I really super duper appreciate it. Thank you for the fun time. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for coming, Umbra. Thank you so much for being so incredibly generous, darling. I cannot even articulate how grateful I am. Yapping, yap. I like it. Good, beautiful band. Good. I also would like to thank you, beautiful band. Thank you so incredibly much for being so generous as well. I cannot believe that we already have 2 giveaways next on Friday. Minimum, because it only goes up from here. Jaxie, thank you so much for the raid, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out for all of the stream as well. It means the world. Thank you for all the fun. Thank you so much for being here, cutie. Clever Coldy, sorry. Clever Coldy and Precious Pinas as well. I have good news. I'm engaged. Oh my God! Congratulations! Magnificent Mango, that is awesome. I'm so happy for you. How good. That's fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Well deserved, darling. Well deserved. Okay. I think we might actually go and see Aurora, because we haven't seen Aurora for a while, okay? Darlings, you won't have to wait very long to come and see me again, because I will see you in just barely 2 days. We will be playing Persona 5. Persona 5 on Sunday. And then, I'm so fucking excited! I'm gonna see you for a whole fucking week! Yes! Starting on Sunday. We are doing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Boom. And then we'll stream again on Sunday. All right, cutie pies. Well, I will miss you terribly, but I will see you very soon. Please make sure that if you're going to sleep, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. My precious pals, it has been such a pleasure and such a privilege to stream with and for you. And I really appreciate you showing me your beautiful, amazing music tastes and for showing me your amazing art, whether that is cooking art, music art, drawn art. I appreciate it all. You are all amazing. Sweethearts, take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. And I'll see you on Sunday for some Persona. Mwah.
Pretty lady. Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Whoa! They made the save icon in real
Yum.
life!
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What do we do?
Mother? We will?